Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Hello, I'm Kerrie from Living in Loveliness, and I'm delighted to be part of the Sewing Street team. I'm based in Wolverhampton and I absolutely love working with fabulous fabrics. In particular, I love working with fat quarters and showing you how to get the most from your scraps. I love bringing communities of sewists together and encouraging people to sew for greater causes. Most recently, we have been sewing for our NHS and key workers. I look forward to bringing you hints, tips and techniques. I'll see you soon.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again. If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Good morning, good morning. Welcome to this lovely Thursday. Now, I have got so much treats in store here because we have got Kerrie from Living in Loveliness. She's the lovely Kerrie. We have Suzie Duncan back with us as well. And we have Garry from Juki with a brand new sewing machine. This is new to Sewing Street, I should say. New to Sewing Street. It's a brand new one. And I've had a little sneaky look at it and it's absolutely fabulous. It really is. So I'm looking forward to that. And he's also bringing the overlocker air threader overlocker. A dream to use. But before we go there, let's start the day with our early bird. Now this is the cutest thing. Look at this. It's a little purse with sewing machine print on it. It's really soft. It's sort of a plush fabric and it's just a little purse. Now, you can use this for whatever you want to. I personally use this sort of purse when I go on holiday. Rather than take my normal purse with all my credit cards, etc., I just take a little purse that can put my foreign currency in one credit card. That's all I need. Or it would be really good for lipstick and mirror, little bits like that, or a little sewing kit. So there's lots of little uses you could use this purse for, and it's just really gorgeous. And it's got sewing machines all over it. Isn't that lovely? Nice little zip, and it can be hung if you wanted to. You can hang it from a loop. So if you have one of the lobster clasps or swivel clips, you could hang that from a belt, or you could hang that just inside your handbag so it can't be stolen. So the picture on the website is wrong. It is this sewing machine print. This is what you will be getting, this lovely little sewing machine print with these beautiful machines all over it. It's really sweet. You've got the thread running for them. They look like quite sort of vintage machines there with the handle on the side. But yes, very sweet. Nice little zip purse, lined. So it's just lovely to sort of, as a reference for Sewing Street, isn't it? Do you think, we were both saying, weren't we, when we saw it, this is really lovely. I'm talking to Kerrie, who's on the other desk at the moment. And we both thought this was a really cute little purse, and we could think of all these reasons that we would have this and keep it. Even if it is a sewing kit, I mean, I think that would make a lovely little bag. You can get these really little scissors, can't you?
Yeah.
And just have a nice little sewing kit in there. Or a little, you could use it for a little medical kit.
Yeah, absolutely.
As the other little purse, until I'm getting older, I have to have a little purse with my pills in it. So I have my paracetamol, my Migraleave and all that sort of thing tucked in there. So again, really nice little purse, just a little bit of fun, just to start the day up. It's $3.99. This is our early bird price. We haven't had this one before, so this is new for us. A little zipper pouch. So that's really lovely. Now the other thing I have got here, which I think is absolutely blown away by this one, this is our panel of the day. Or sorry, the panel of the week, I should say. This is the panel that you get. Now this panel is just $3.99. Beautiful panel. When I saw this, I immediately thought of the centre of a tablecloth. I think this would look lovely. So add some white and pink around the outside. Debbie Shaw, we've had this panel before at the full price, and this is what Debbie Shaw did. She did a chenille cushion cover. Now she used 3 of the panels to do this. So you layer them up, one on top of the other, right sides up, and then you just stitch through all of them, about 1/2 inch apart, straight stitches. She's done it on the diagonal. And then you cut between the stitching. You can use a chenille cutter, which we do have on the website, or you can just use scissors. But it's a really, really lovely one. So you cut through the top 2 layers and leave the bottom layer uncut. This week only, look at this, isn't this fab? I think it's such a lovely idea, and a lovely big squishy cushion. This is half price at $3.99. We were trying to guess what the price would be earlier, and I thought it was going to be double that. So I'm really excited that I'm going to get one later. I'm going to get one of these later. This is lovely. So that's our panel of the week. Now, this is only at this price while stocks last or until Sunday. So as of Sunday at midnight, it goes back up to its normal price, if it's available. And buying multiples is a great idea. You could use this, as I say, for the centre of a tablecloth, or as Debbie has done here, 3 panels, and she's made this lovely chenille cushion. She's also used a 1/2 metre of white for the back. So that is a really, really lovely idea. And that is our panel. That's upside down now to turn it round. That's our panel of the week. Isn't that gorgeous? It's a very big size for a cushion. That would look lovely on the bed.
Huge.
That would look really nice on my bed, because those are the colours in my bedroom. I just think even with a white bedspread, or I've got a cream bedspread and I've got another one that's floral, but this would still go with it. The colours are beautiful, so I shall be getting that myself.
I love that.
Now, very quickly, the early bird, people are buying multiples of that little purse. It does make a beautiful little gift for people as well, doesn't it? So if you're going to get them, do remember, check out of your baskets. Postage is $3.95 for the whole day. So you can check out now and come back and buy one of Kerrie's lovely kits that we're going to go on to in just a minute. And don't worry, you don't pay the postage a second or third time. You just pay it once for the whole day. Even when you buy a sewing machine later on, it's still the same post and package that you've already paid for. So that's an amazing deal. And the sewing machines do come direct from the place in Essex. So they're from the UK, they're here in the country. Whee! Still the same P&P. So this is our lovely little early bird purse. Very cute. Brand new today. Lots of uses for it. As I say, there's sewing kit, because it's got the sewing machines on it, or a little purse when you go abroad. That's how I use mine. Or a little purse for your pills and things. Unfortunately, I have to. I just think it's lovely. And the fact that it's got the keychain means you can actually attach it to the inside of your handbag,
Or to your
or
keys.
your belt, or to your keys. Yes, Kerrie's just said to the keys. So it's a really nice little purse at $3.99 for our early bird price. And loads of people are buying multiples, because it does. It makes a super little gift for your friends. Now, the menu for today I have briefly mentioned, but what we have first at 8 is Kerrie from Living in Loveliness. So she's already here, ready to roll. At 9 o'clock, we've got Liberty Christmas fabric launch with Suzie Duncan. Can you imagine? But we have to start thinking ahead. We do, we really do. Then at 10, we've got Kerrie from Living in Loveliness with some more of her lovely kits. These are your fun with fabulous fat quarters.
Something like that. Fabulously fast fat quarter fun.
One day I'll get that, I really will. And then at 11, we have got the Juki HZL-DX7. It's new to sewing, so this is a lovely computerised sewing machine by Juki with the usual fabulous box feed system, etc. Garry will explain all about that. And then this is a 2-hour special, so we've got that from 11 to 1. So that's going to be really good. So he's really going to be able to show that machine and put it through its paces so you can really be wowed by it, because I am already. Okay, so this hour, fabulous. This is our, say what it is again.
Fabulously fast fat quarter fun.
Fast fat quarter fun. This is issue 13.
Fat quarters.
This is
It's all about fat quarters.
So basically, the idea is, and I'm sure most of you already know this, but for any new viewers, what Kerrie Living in Loveliness does is she creates new patterns on a monthly basis, and they're issued, just like a magazine has an edition or an issue. This is what she's done. So this is issue 13. So there are some more technical steps involved, aren't they?
There is,
so what we have in this pack is we have this lovely water bottle, water holder. Yes, no, well, no, the water bottle's in there. So it's a water holder. But this is, you said this is called Suzie.
It's called Suzie.
Named for Suzie Duncan, who's
and
here
she's
later.
in today.
Because she takes her dog for a walk, and isn't this fabulous? Take your dog for a walk and you've got your water bottle. So you can make one of these from this kit. You can also make this really lovely little sort of drawstring bag, and then it flattens out completely. So I say this is the royal what we've got in here. This is what Kerrie's got in hers. She's just got some clips, some tapes and some chalk and some needles. But you can put whatever you like in there. That would be good for threads, for anything.
Lots of people have said they're good for Lego as well, for children,
Oh,
when
good
you're
for
out, out and about.
That's a good idea. A few little toys, or even little cars or something.
Perfect.
And it just easily ties up. Now you don't get the cord and you don't get the clips, but we are selling those on the show today. And then finally we have here just a little sort of tag for your keys, etc.
For your little sewing
Or
machine
for your
bag.
new purse, or your little sewing machine bag. Yes, you could put that on there. So we have this in 3 different colourways. So let's look at the colourways that we have. And they're all beautifully packaged as usual. I love this. I have already started having a little peek. So this one is the one that you've used in the samples we've got here, isn't it?
Yeah.
So what you're getting here is 3 fat quarters plus, is it a fat quarter of the cork?
They're 18 by 20 inch pieces.
Oh, 18 by 20 inch piece of the cork. So this is quite sort of a modern thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
It is.
This is the first time we've included cork
Is it?
in any of our kits.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I love this one because of all the colours on it. You do need to use a leather needle when you sew with it, don't you? So that's worth thinking about. I think we sell those on the website too if you haven't already bought them. We did have a whole bundle recently. So lovely 3 fat quarters. And of course you get the instructions and the full size pattern. So it's all very clear on how to make this. So this is this first colourway, which samples are made up from. Have you got a name for this colourway? Just cork. Okay, this one's called cork. So this is the one that comes with cork. The others don't come with cork. You don't have to use that. You can actually choose to use something else. So let me show you the other ones. So that's our cork one. Then we have this one here. It's the first time I've seen it, you see, so I have to open it to see what it's like. This is lovely. Oh, look at these. These are peachy colours. So this time, again, you've got 4 pieces. This is Riley Blake Coral. Are they 4 fat quarters this time? 4 fat quarters with coordinating fabrics. Look at that. That's very, very pretty.
All the 3 projects are made, and the fabric that comes is 18 by 20, all 4 pieces.
So all 4 pieces are 18 by 20.
And you make the 3 patterns.
And you can make all 3 items from the pattern and the pattern includes the instructions for all 3 items. That's the second colourway. Then we have a third. I'm not wrapping it up as nicely as yours, I'm afraid. This is the strawberry colourway, apparently. I'm ripping your tissue.
Don't worry, we rewrap them.
I hate messing it up. Look at this. Oh, look at this. Look at these strawberries. This is cute. I love this. Very, very ripe for this next month coming, isn't it? Strawberry month, June. Really beautiful. So a coordinating fabric there. And then you've got 2 with these strawberries. See, these are very pretty.
They're perfect for the projects, aren't they? When
They
you're out
really
and about
are. They're
doing
perfect
your
when you
walking
think
or
about
on your
making
picnics.
It's not just one criticism. It's not quite big enough for a bottle of wine.
Well, what size bottle of wines are you drinking? Mine are the little tiny mini ones. Not really. We had wine bottles last week, didn't we?
We did, actually,
We had
yes.
wine bottles
Yes,
last
we
week.
did.
That was a good rescue then.
So
But I will
again,
keep that in mind when we increase the size of the pattern for you, Wendy.
again, it includes the full instructions on how to make it. So it's a really, really lovely little pack, a really nice kit with the projects, and it's nice. I mean, you don't have to make them all for one person as well. You can make the water bottle for yourself, the little bag for your children's toys, and of course the little key ring tag you can do for whoever. And because of these, they're not all very girly.
Yeah.
You could actually make this for anybody, couldn't you?
I've actually made the water bottles. We like to go walking quite a lot, so we've each got one in different. My children have chosen the fabrics that they like, so we've each got one. Because there's nothing worse than somebody always. Normally my eldest son, he'll get the backpack with all the water, so everybody can carry their own now.
Yes, which is definitely a good idea. Now you're also going to need some toggles with the little bag that comes here. So we've got the little toggles. We've got double toggles here. This is £1.99. So slip this into your bag with your other bits and pieces. You only use one toggle on this, don't you? So you've got one for another project. You also need cord. Now, have we only got this in this one colour? So this is piping cord, which is perfect for this job. So it's a 3-metre pack. So again, you should have some left over, won't you? You won't need a whole lot.
Absolutely.
So £3.49 for the cord. Goes nicely with the white toggles. We have the lobster clasps as well. So there's a pack of 2 here. So these are what we've got used on the bag. All packed and provided by Living in Loveliness. And they go with the D-rings. So you need the D-rings which you attach to the bag. So this is to the water holder. And then these little, I call them swivel clips, lobster clasps. So we need those. And then the other thing we need for this kit, you might have some of this, but if not, this is something that you're going to find very useful. We have eyelets. We have eyelets in gold. Because the silver's already sold out, sorry about that. You do need to use a tool with them. You use the tool which is 439P.10, and that's because of the size of them. It does say that on the pack. So you use these to create the eyelets you have in this lovely bag here. So you've got the eyelets and you use a tool to put those in. They're fabulous, they are. And then we also have heavyweight interfacing. So again, you're going to need this. This is for the water holder.
Little toy bag.
Little toy bag. So this is for the little toy bag. And this is £4.99 for 1 metre?
Yeah.
1 metre. £4.99 for 1 metre piece. So it's a heavier weight. Gives a shape for that then. So that is our products for today. And all these little bits and bobs that you're going to need to go with it. Now, we do have some zips back in stock. They were very popular last time we had them last week, but we have managed to get some more in. We have 8-inch. Now, the reason they were so popular last week was I was gutted because the day before I had actually bought zips. I'd bought 1 zip at £2.99, not 5. So this is what we've got. So this is our first set. I'm really cross about that. This is our first pack. This is a pack of 5 pastel zips. And these are 8-inch long. So 8-inch zips, 20 centimetre zips. and you get 5 for £2.99. Even if at the moment you can't think, well, why would I want to use that colour? It's worth getting at that price. It's worth getting them because you will use it one day, and there's nothing worse when you need a zip and not have one available. And then we've got the brights. So this is the pack of brights. So again, really lovely. Set of 5 bright coloured zips. Just turn it over and you can see the other colours. Really, really lovely for just £2.99. Fabulous price for 5 zips. Now we're going to hand over to Kerrie because you're going to show us a little bit about how to make.
Yes.
And then you're going to do the water bottle holder.
We're going to do the
aren't you?
water bottle holder
So she's
today.
going to show us, which will be sewing with fabric or cork.
We're sewing with fabric. So the one
Okay.
that I've made up for the sample there, that's with a cork in there. But I have to say I'm loving this bright fabric at the moment. So
I think it's gorgeous.
I think this one, I'll make this one for my husband. I think he'll like the bright pink.
Will he?
I'll have to. It looks like I'll be carrying his bottle as well. I really love these nice bright fabrics.
Whilst you're sewing with that one, can we just mention a few tips on sewing that cork as well?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. So what I'll do is, especially if you're going for the cork option, because this kit does come with a cork, and I just think actually it looks really nice on the exterior of the bottle bag. It's quite nice to have something different on there, isn't it? So as I talk you through, when we get to the stage with the different tips that we've got for the cork, I'll mention those as we're sewing along those. So the first thing really is to cut your fabrics for your exterior and your interior. You have 4 fat quarters in your kit, so it's entirely up to you how you lay these out. We are using Bosal foam in here as well. I really love, we were saying this morning, we both really like working with the foam, with the stability that it offers as well. Now I'm not using a fusible foam, so I'm just going to spray a little bit of 505 directly to that foam to attach the fabrics onto there. And I don't want any of this to go onto the table. So just a little bit, just to keep those fabrics in place. And this is the fabric I'm going to have on the exterior part of my bag. And then I've chosen the bright pink for the interior part. So just running your hand, making sure there's no creases in there. And again, just repeating that on the second side. Because we're going to finish with this with the binding, it's quite nice to have the quilting feature through all of those layers. Now, the one thing that I will mention, and I do mention this in the pattern as well, if you're going to quilt the bag, you'll need to quilt the flap as well, because you'll find that sometimes with the foam it shrinks the size of the template or the size of the pattern, the finished size. So if you're quilting, and I will point out why we need to do that when we get to the section of adding the flap. So if you decide to go with the quilting, you need to quilt both your main part of your bag, and I have already done that onto the flap as well. So just some straight line quilting. You could do any quilting on there, it's entirely up to yourself. Now again, you can use your walking foot if you're working with a Bosal foam, but I have to say I've never found that certainly this machine that I use here has any problems sewing across the 3 layers. So I'm just going to increase the stitch length to the longest stitch length. Now you can mark this up and use your walking foot, but just for today's demo I'm going to use the side of the machine foot for the quilting. And by adding the quilting, not only does it add that extra definition to the fabrics, but it just secures those fabrics together as well.
Got a couple of messages here. Leslie Wilkes said, morning Wendy and Kerrie, nice to see you both on this sunny day. Is it sunny outside?
Is it?
I don't know. Kerrie's kits are so useful and easy to make. And Anna said, morning Wendy and Kerrie, gorgeous projects and fabrics as always. Thank you both of you.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing the sunshine when we leave today. Thank you very much for your lovely messages. It's always lovely to hear back about the kits
It is,
as
isn't
well.
it? I like the way your nails are matching your fabric there.
I think people think that I do it deliberately, but I tend to always go for coral or pink. I'm always drawn to those. My daughter's going through black nail polish at the moment.
Oh,
she
is
keeps
she?
trying to get me to have black nail polish on. But it sometimes can leave a horrible stain on your nails that you can't remove, can't it, sometimes?
I don't like the idea of black actually. But I know younger people I think they can get away with it more as well.
Yeah.
Not that I would class you as anywhere near my age, but Yes, looks good. So I often use the edge of the presser foot as a guide. It makes it nice and easy, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And each time I'm moving across, I'm just simply raising the presser foot, teasing a little thread out, and then bringing it across and just lining that up with the last set. And that'll allow us to quilt on both sides of this project as well.
And have you increased your stitch length?
I've increased the stitch length, so on this machine it's on 5. And I've also repositioned the needle as well, so it's as close, so I can just increase the distance here on that quilting as well. And this comes together. It's a nice, easy bag. All of the projects in Fabulously Fast Fat Quarter Fun are nice, easy projects. I think, and we were saying, wasn't we, you've been doing lots of classes, so it's nice to get back to classes now. We're finding lots of more people are taking up sewing, but what I've always found at the classes is we get so excited we go out to buy fat quarters because they look so pretty, but sometimes we just need a little inspiration what to make from the fat quarter. So it's really lovely each month getting those and then designing the projects. And I'm certainly ready to get back out and get walking up those hills. I've been saying that for about a month now and I haven't done it so far. It might be this weekend. We've had a lot of rain though, haven't we?
Well, we have. I must admit I agree, because I really got into walking during lockdown and thoroughly enjoyed walking. And I haven't done it for about a month, but we have had pretty bad weather, haven't we?
Yes.
It hasn't been walking weather. So I will get back to it. I'm hoping
We've been going the last 2 Sundays and it's just rained. And I did say last week, rain or shine, we're going. It rained and I used it as my excuse not to go. I don't think I've got any more excuses left anymore.
It's supposed to be a nice bank holiday weekend, I believe,
It is supposed to be, isn't it? We'll be ready with our little water bags.
You will be.
And while I was speaking to Suzie in the green room, she said that she would use this bag for her dog walking, and it's big enough to pop the tennis balls in there as well. So that was a nice idea. Yeah, she said you could easily pop a couple of tennis balls in here for when you're out and about.
Oh, not as well as the water, instead of?
Instead of.
Yes.
Maybe a mini bottle of wine, Wendy, and a tennis ball in there.
I'm not that bad, really, I promise. I'm only joking. This is mesmerising, I think. Just can watch this again and again.
Watching people.
Yeah,
it's lovely to watch
these straight lines.
Isn't it? I really, really enjoy doing this as well, and free motion as well, like we did last week, because you just get lost in the motion.
Yes. It's nice that you've got some of the hardware on these bags too, I think.
Yeah.
It just sort of takes them from being kind of like just homemade into something special.
It's nice to play with different accessories as well, isn't it?
It is,
That
absolutely.
one's a little close, so I'll just trim that one.
So you're doing the drinks holder, aren't you? The bottle holder, but this is this lovely little drawstring bag as well. So because it doesn't matter which fabric you use for which of the projects either, does it?
No.
So this one, you've used that fabric for the little bag.
Yeah. And I actually think I was really torn actually when deciding which fabrics, because I think the little bag would look great with the cork on the outside, and I think it would really give that some shape. If you are using the cork on the outside of the bag that you're looking at, I wouldn't interface your fabric then, so you wouldn't need to interface it because you've already got the definition there. So I'm just going to cut away the joining threads.
If you're putting toys in, that would make this little bag really good, wouldn't it?
Yes, absolutely.
Put the cork on the outside and then it's suitable for whatever you do. A bit more sort of stability because of the cork being a little bit firmer.
I really wish I'd have done more sewing when my children were younger, because, you know, when you're just out and about visiting friends and family, they always need a little, a little activity bag.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Even if it's just, as you say, with some cars. I mean, if you were really, really creative, you could make the circle in there with a little road, couldn't you?
You could.
I mean, that, of course, isn't in the pattern, but if you wanted to, you could pop a little road in there. A great time to be creative, actually. But I think they would have been great for the little toys that my children would have always carried around with them.
Yes, I say cars because that was my boys.
Yeah.
They had the little cars.
My eldest son was dinosaurs.
Oh, was he?
He absolutely loved dinosaurs. So he always had always had a dinosaur with him. In fact, when he went to primary school, they did like a little sort of bring and buy fundraising event, and I sent him one of his little dinosaurs. They sold it for 50p and bought another toy for 50p, and we had hundreds of dinosaurs, and he took this dinosaur in and bought it back.
Did he pay 50p?
It cost me £1 for him to take it in and bring it back. He was so happy with himself.
Well, he still donated to the charity.
He was
didn't
insistent nobody was having that dinosaur. I didn't actually realise he was so attached, as it had been in a box for quite a long time as well. But we ended up with the same dinosaur.
Yes, you can
Back
never
at
get rid of
home.
their little toys, can you?
So now this panel, we've got the quilting on there, nice and easy. Just take a moment. You'll sometimes find that when you're working with your batting or your bosal, you've got a little bit of foam exposed. Just trim those away. And then I really love, I'm sure you've noticed in lots of the projects that we make, I love adding binding to the projects, especially if you want to see the quilting feature on both sides. It's a nice way, it's a lovely way to finish your project as well. So we've got a couple of pieces of binding on this particular bag. We've got the front of the bag, and then we've also got the back of the bag as well. And on the template, if I show you the template, we've marked up where you need to attach which of those pieces, and also where you need to pop your lobster clasps on this particular project as well. So we'll prepare all of the binding together. So we've got the front of the bag, the back of the bag, and then we've also got the binding that goes onto the side of the bag as well. So we'll start with the binding for the side of the bag, just placing that onto the pressing mat with the wrong side of the fabric facing you. And all we're going to do for this here is to just fold 1/4 inch on either side of that binding in, so it finishes it nicely when we come to finish off the bag in a little while. So just giving that a little press, and we can repeat that on both.
See that quilt and press, that cut and press?
I was just thinking, this is nice and sparkly clean and
one.
new. Oh, have you got one?
Yeah, I
I
ordered
love
it last
mine.
week. I've got it. I've
Did
been
it
waiting
slip
for
into
to
your
come in.
basket?
I've been waiting to order it, and as soon as it came in stock, Kat said, it's in stock! So that's it, I ordered it immediately.
Heidi, who was messaging into the show last week, popped up on our Facebook pages to say that we were a bad influence last week.
Why?
Encouraging people to slip things into their basket, she said, which really made me laugh. I was like, I've now used that excuse, so thank you for giving that one to us.
So it wasn't us that thought that one up, was it?
I thought it was brilliant. There we go. So we just press that binding. This is for the exterior part of the bag, so we can pop that to one side for now. And then we'll just do, this time for the back and the front of the bag, we're going to press those in half. Absolutely love this fabric.
I love this fabric, it's gorgeous.
It's just so vibrant and
It
bright.
is, isn't it?
It's just what we need after all the rain that we've had.
So
the dull
interestingly,
weather.
this kit is neck and neck with the strawberry kit of the two. So what about the coral? We've got to bring coral into the equation.
Oh, coral's just such a pretty print, isn't it? And see, normally I would go for Riley Blake and Liberty for our kits, but we've added the extra with the cork. I just thought those Riley Blake prints are just so fun, aren't they?
Yes.
They're nice and
and
summery.
I love the addition of the cork. It's quite a fashionable thing to use nowadays. We've had classes doing cork mats, cork bags, etc. at Festival of Quilts.
It's just
I think
so
it's
nice
lovely
to
to
sew
see.
with, isn't it?
Because when you think of cork, you're thinking actually of cork mats. It's not that. It's like a cork finish, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's somehow added to
It's
a
really
fabric.
nice. It's really nice to sew with as well. It is It is lovely to sew with. And we mentioned just some tips about if you are going to make the bag, the same as I've done in the cork. Of course, you're going to have the cork and the bosal. Then my recommendation would be, and I did test this out when I was testing the patterns with the corks just yesterday, when you're sewing, especially if you're choosing to quilt from the fabric side, because you'll find that it can slow down or shorten the stitch length of your project as well. So if you quilt, so if you've got the cork where I've got this patterned fabric, then just quilt from the interior side of your bag and not directly on the cork. Although, as we said, you could use Teflon foot.
You could use a Teflon foot, but you said you didn't think that didn't really help,
I did,
it?
yeah. I have to say I did try that, but I did find that it was easier to sew with.
So from the other side.
Yeah, much easier. So I'm just going to attach this binding onto the raw edge Just using a 1/4 inch seam allowance.
And again, sorry, just talking back to that cork, you said you used a leather needle.
Yes.
So even if
yes.
you're sewing from the fabric side, you
Yeah.
still use the leather
Yeah.
needle. Thank you. Just like to clarify so it makes it easier for everybody.
We like anything that makes life easy.
Got to
I
make
certainly
life
do.
easy, yes.
I certainly do. There we go. So for this particular part now, we're just simply going to, now if you are using the cork, don't put your iron on the cork as well. But if you're using just your fabric, you can press this up. But because you've got the stiffness there of the bosal, just folding this over. So we're popping the folded edge just below that stitch line and just clipping this into place. And the same on the opposite side as well.
I like the way you've got your scissors attached to your pin cushion.
There's a little weight on there as well, so there's a pin cushion. This is from, I think it was issue 7 from Fast Fat Quarter Fun. It's quite nice, especially the smaller scissors, to always sort of know where they are, isn't
I know,
it?
that's
Keep
what I
them
was
nice
thinking.
and close.
I have a small pair near the sewing machine, but often I have to root around amongst fabric to find them. And we have these lovely cutters on the side of sewing machines, but more often than not, I still use scissors.
Yeah, I have to say I do exactly the same. Exactly the same. So just zigzagging across.
So
Now
again,
you've mentioned
you're
it, I'll
using
use
a
it.
decorative stitch, aren't you?
I'm using, yeah, I always use a zigzag stitch, especially on the binding. Let's just rethread that machine. I always use a zigzag stitch. It keeps it nice and speedy. And also, when you're going through so many layers, it just makes sure that you catch the back of that binding as well.
Yes.
And it looks really,
I think it makes
really
it look
nice.
pretty. Yes.
I use zigzag stitch on all of the binding in all of the patterns that we do. And the zigzag stitch travels across the fabric nice and fast, but if you've got really pretty, perhaps you've got little strawberries, if you're going for the strawberry fabric, maybe you've got little strawberries on your sewing machine, it's always nice to use the decorative stitches. So this is the panel prepared. We'll just pop that to one side while I finish the flap off for the bag. Now I've already gone ahead and quilted this. So I've popped the quilting onto there already. What I'm going to do with the flap facing up towards me with the fabric facing me, place the lining fabric on top. So that's pattern facing. And we're just simply going to sew around the exterior of the fabric.
So this time you quilted it without putting the lining on the back?
Yes, yeah, because of how I'm going to attach. So if you, I really like popping the flaps onto the bags with a little bit of binding as well. So for the flap of the fabric, I haven't quilted this. Just increase that stitch length a little bit.
We've had a message from Heidi. Heidi says, "Hi Kerrie and Wendy. Yes, you are bad influence, Kerrie. Yes, it's not me, it's her. I'm sat here with my fingers hovering over lots of items." Don't hover, go for it.
I had a feeling Heidi would be watching today. Good morning, Heidi.
And Chrissy says, "Looking great, Kerrie and Wendy. Love your nails, Kerrie. They go with the fabric." Yes, that's what I was saying.
It was all planned. It was all planned. So just on the corner, we're just simply going to make, you might find what helps actually with the thickness of the bosal is just to trim, make some little notches into there so you get a nice finish on your flap as well, because you've got that extra thickness of the bosal. Just trim away that extra fabric as well. Now, I did mention if you're quilting your foam, you might find that that template that you've cut for the flap there needs trimming a little, or not the template, the fabric needs trimming a little bit because the foam has shrunk the panel a little bit. So just trim that away if you find that that happens at this stage. So we'll turn this right side out now. And just give that a little press.
Strawberries are now in the lead, by the way.
Strawberries are in the lead.
It's this one, isn't it?
I love them all. I love them all.
I love them all,
can't
to be
decide
honest.
which one.
I do. I love the idea of having a bag made of strawberries. I think this is really gorgeous.
I think it would encourage me to be healthy at the minute as well.
I know. Not when Suzie brings in chocolate cake.
I know. Suzie bought us breakfast this morning.
Yeah,
How lovely.
Suzie Duncan, she's brought in a beautiful chocolate cake, but it's not unhealthy because it's low sugar and made with yogurt, not milk. It's absolutely delicious.
Then we
It
must
is.
have a
And
piece.
you'd never think it was low sugar. I've already had a piece.
Did you have one for breakfast?
I had one for breakfast, yeah. I'm not missing out because I don't want it all to be gone by the time I finish at the end of the day.
We could have squirreled a piece away for you.
Oh, yes. So these are these lovely strawberry fabrics. Really beautiful. Like this all over one.
So I'm just zigzag stitching along that top edge there, just to make sure that that's nice and flat and gives us a lovely finish on our flap. And then we've got another piece of binding. So for the binding, oh, I thought I'd cut that in pink. We're going same colour on colour. I thought I'd cut the binding in pink. There we go. So we're just going to press that in half. I love this print. And then place this on top of the flap. When we pop that on top of the flap now, as we turn this over, we're just going to fold that raw edge across and slide a clip into place. And pop this onto the machine and using a 1/4 inch seam again, just so to secure that binding into place.
So Dawn has said, what a fantastic demo as usual from our Queen Ladybird. Why Queen Ladybird?
A cluster of ladybirds is called a Loveliness. So,
Oh, I see. Okay.
so the ladies who join us and gentlemen who join us on our Facebook Lives started referring to themselves as ladybirds. So we renamed our group Sewing We're Living in Loveliness Ladybirds. So we've got little ladybird theme things going on. I get a lovely little rosette there with a little ladybird on.
Oh, how sweet.
Feel like we need to, I haven't got around to doing it. I keep promising to do a free motion project with a little ladybird. We will get there.
Yes.
We'll fit it in. So for the binding now, what we're doing on the binding is just pressing the binding up, so bringing that across. And as we fold this over the back, we're just simply going to pop a clip on there until we secure that onto the bag in just a little while. So using the template, so we've marked out the template. You've got your flap, which will, in fact, we'll attach the flap first. So for the flap, to make it nice and easy and so you know where to position this, all we're going to do is to just pop it using a fabric pen, just push through those little holes. And this is explained in the tutorial, in the step-by-steps as well. So this is just to give us a guideline where to position that flap on the back of the bag. Just using a little ruler, just make ourselves a line, a guide line. You'll need a couple of pins, nice long sharp pins are perfect for this. And now we're just placing the fold of the binding in line with that pen line. Sliding 2 pins through to secure that into place. Now you've got quite a lot of layers to sew through here. Just get that pinned into place before we pop this back onto the machine. So the first thing that I'm going to do, in fact I'll just show you that there, the first thing I'm going to do, on the fold I'm going to zigzag stitch across the fold so that secures the flap into place. And then where we've got the join of the binding, you could zigzag stitch this if you want to, but I would recommend stitching in the ditch here so that secures the raw edge of the binding in place so there's none of that raw edge exposed when you open your flap on the back of the bag. So just resting this into place. We'll start with a zigzag. And if you're using the zigzag, just make sure it's a nice wide zigzag. So we just get that started and then we can remove those pins. we just do a locking stitch to make sure that that doesn't come open. And you can leave this on the machine, raise your presser foot, just roll the bag in so we can twist this around. And as we release the presser foot, come across to that join line. It would be a little bit easier using a different colour fabric. Starting with either your locking stitch or your reverse stitch, just to secure this into place. I'm going to drop this back to a straight stitch. You could keep it on a reverse stitch if you want to, it's entirely up to yourself. I'm going to increase the stitch length to my widest stitch. And again, just finish there with that locking stitch. And that's secured our flap into place onto the bag. There we go, all tangled up in pretty ribbon. Just take a moment to remove those threads on the back. There we go. The step that we just followed for securing the flap into place, again, we've put the markings there on the template. Now, I did mention that you're using the foam, your template might shrink, so what's super important here is just making sure that the raw edge of the template is in line with the raw edge of the foam. So you get the correct placement for these little D-rings. And then just moving this across. If you've not quilted, the template will be the right size. So we've just marked these up ready for our D-rings, so we'll draw that line ready. And we've got 2 pieces of fabric here to attach the D-rings. So again, what we're going to do is place these wrong side facing, fold these in half, and we'll repeat this for both pieces. No interfacing is needed on here because your fabric is a cotton weight fabric. And it doesn't need, because we're folding the raw edge in, it's nice and thick anyway. So 2 raw edges into the centre fold there and give that a little press. And then finally fold it one more time to secure that little tab. And we'll repeat that on the second one. So in your pattern, you'll be using the D-rings, but I've just got the lobster clasps here at the side of me. I'm going to do this one slightly different. So the lobster clasps are attached to the bag, and when I make the handle, I would then put the D-ring on the handle. It's entirely up to yourself which way that you do this. But in the pattern, and if you can see on the template, on the one that I've made up, it's the opposite way around.
Yes. You've got the D-ring on the bag here. But it doesn't matter which way round,
Doesn't
does
matter.
it?
Doesn't matter. So just to finish these off, I'm just going to use a zigzag stitch on either side of the tabs. And I really like to see the threads on my fabric, so I've used a nice bright yellow here.
I think it looks nice, actually.
It's nice to see you stitching,
Yes.
isn't it?
We've had a message from Rachel, which says, "Morning, Kerrie and Wendy. Couldn't resist the strawberry version. It will be a lovely present for my daughter-in-law." It will be indeed, won't it?
Yes, definitely.
Lucky daughter-in-law.
Very
It'll be
lucky
lovely,
daughter-in-law
absolutely lovely.
indeed. Very lucky. So we'll repeat this on both of those clasps there. Just fold those over, pop a clip in to secure it. And all we're going to do is to just sew to secure these in place. You could leave this step if you want to, but I like to see mine nice and tidy. So as close as you can get there to the edge of your D-ring, starting with your locking stitch and finishing with your locking stitch as well. We'll do both at the same time and repeat that on the opposite, on the second one as well. What I find here that keeps this nice and neat is if you line the side of your machine foot with the top of the D-ring, then you get a nice distance in there. I know I got asked this a couple of days ago from somebody who was making a little bag. So you get a nice close stitch.
Yeah.
And it's not too close then to come into contact with the D-ring. So if you use those as guidelines, the needle's not going to come into contact with the metal part. Now to secure this into place, what we're going to do is to just fold those raw edges into the centre and just finger press those is absolutely fine. Place those folded edges now onto that pen mark. Slide a pin to secure it just for now. And the same on the opposite side. So your lobster clasp or your D-ring will be in line there with your binding, so you know you've got it on the right way. We don't want those upside down. Won't keep your water safe, will it, if we pop them in upside down, or your wine?
But I suppose if you want to put weed killer in it and just sprinkle the garden.
Well, there's another idea. See,
do
this
it
is
that
what
way,
happens. I go home and I think, right, I'm going to have a relaxing day. I don't think I ever think that. I think that might be a fib. And then you come up with lots of ideas and I go home and I'm full of inspiration and ready to start writing the next pattern. It's always lovely to hear how you would use a pattern, isn't it? Or somebody would use your pattern.
I love the way different people use it different ways as well. And I think because you've got the 4 fabrics in these kits, everybody, even if they buy the same kit, they're going to look different because they're going to use a different fabric for each item, aren't they?
Yeah.
It's lovely.
I think that's what I miss the most from running the classes. I love seeing how people use fabrics
the
and how
variety.
they put their own spin on things. So just moving that pin out of the way. And then we've secured that into place.
Oh, Rachel's noticed that the spelling on the screen is lobster claps. No, they're definitely lobster clasps. I'm not sure.
Gosh, you must have really good eyesight to see that. I can't see that.
I don't know,
from
would
here.
they go that way or that way? Oh, would they go that way?
We don't mind. We don't mind.
Yeah, we've
So
got
if
an
you-
S missing there. Well spotted.
Well spotted indeed. If you have used a fabric pen, just at this point I would just remove those now, so because it's particularly difficult to do that thereafter. So the next thing that we're going to do is to pop on our binding onto the side. Now on the template as well, I'll just show you that. Again, there is a guideline of where you need to follow and where you need to pivot at this point. You may already be confident enough to do this, but we've popped those in. So again, just through that back corner, just pop your pen in and make yourself a little guide mark there, especially if you're making this for the first time. And then what we're going to do, now I'd never pin if I'm sewing anything like this, so we get a nice finish on there. What I'm going to do here is we start stitching at the front, so fold that shortest raw edge in line with your raw edge here. Start stitching at the front, start with your reverse stitch. When you arrive at that pen mark that you've just created, that will be when we pivot the rest of the bag round to complete that side of the bag. You could pin it if you wanted to, but I certainly find that you get a nicer finish, especially when going through all of the layers. So leaving that pin at that pivot mark, raising that presser foot, just pushing the foam under so that's tucked out of the way, dropping that presser foot, just making sure these are all lined up. And at this stage, if you want to, you can pin or clip. It's entirely up to yourself. I just come across just a little bit more. I can see already that I've just missed that pen mark. So just bringing that around. Your 2 top edges there will marry up. And now we're sewing through all of those layers.
So I've got a couple of messages here. Nikki has said, hi Kerrie and Wendy. Kerrie, I love your dress. It is lovely. Is it a Liberty print?
It is,
Yeah,
yeah.
I thought it looks like that. And Chrissy says she's loving the cork. It looks so vibrant. I agree. I think it does.
I
And
am
it's
loving the
nice
cork.
to be stitching with something different.
Yes,
isn't
it's
it?
the first time we've ever put cork into our kits as well, so I'm quite excited about these kits. I think it's because I needed one with cork for myself as well, so if I make the demos, I've got one ready for my walking on Sunday.
Yes. And apparently it's going to be good weather, so...
There we go, no excuses, no excuses. So the same on the second side as well. Now I do find it's a lot easier to sew from this side of the fabric, so the back panel. Where I've popped that little pen mark, just pop a little pen mark on the opposite side for yourself again, so you've got that to follow. And this time we're working from the back. So starting with that reverse stitch, finishing at that corner again, So making sure those fabrics are marrying up. Leave that needle inserted into the fabric, raise your presser foot, and just make sure this bag is now tucked out of the way. It will press flat so you can see that those raw edges are now marrying up again, and then we can just sew there along that back.
This is the beauty of Bosal, isn't it?
I love working with Bosal.
It's got the stability to stand up and everything, but it will press, because it's a sort of foam, it will press flat, won't it, when you're sewing?
Yeah, absolutely.
We do sell the Bosal on the website, by the way, if anybody hasn't yet been converted.
There we go. So we've got the front part of your bag, well, the main part of your bag. We've got your clasps onto the side or your D-rings. Now, if you want to put your, oh, what did I put in here? I'm trying to think what I put in here. Why is my, I'll think about it in a moment. I'll remind myself in the moment. I've forgotten the words, sorry.
Can't help you there.
Can't help me there. So if you don't want this moving, then we're going to sew across there again just to secure that in place. Or you could hand stitch this, it's entirely up to yourself. On the front, and I would recommend, and in the pattern it does show you, pop your bottle in. So we all have different size bottles that we work with. I know yourself, you've got different sizes that you work with. So at this stage, I would pop the bottle in, fold the flap over, and then mark this up using your pen. And on here, I've finished mine just with a prim snap. I quite like working with the prim snaps. So in that case, I've just popped a little pen mark, used a tailor's awl, and pushed through all layers so I know that they're going to marry up in the right size there at the front of the bag. To finish the binding, so we probably won't have chance to finish the binding, but we attach the binding in the same way that we've just sewn this together. So where you've got those folded edges of your fabric, you're simply going to marry those up to the folded edges, follow the contours around on the bag, and then this will finish just here on the fold as well. Now, because there's so many layers, I have sewn this into place, and I very rarely hand stitching with the binding, but on this project I would definitely recommend doing that because you just tend not to get a neat finish on there. So attach this in the same way that we did and sewn those raw edges together, and then just finish with a little hand sewing to complete those bags. And here, if you want to, you can put your rivets. So you can use your bag hardware. I have put rivets in mine, and I've popped the step-by-step instructions in the pattern as well if you want to add those, which will secure that and stop that moving about. And then it's just your handle, and you're ready to fill it with your tennis balls, your wine, or your bottle of water.
Yes. Or your long Subway sandwich. And other sandwich brands are available. Thank you, Kerrie. That was really great. And I mean, you almost made that entire bag in less than an hour. It's amazing.
There we go.
You're back at 10 o'clock,
I'm
aren't
back,
you, with
yes.
a few other kits
Yes.
for us, which would be really great. We're going to just round up with these ones, just to remind you of the kits that we've got on offer. So this is the strawberry one in front of me. This is the most popular. You have 4 beautiful prints, 3 of which have got strawberries and 1 coordinating print, plus of course the pattern, full size pattern and full instructions for all 3 of the projects in this issue. So it's not a pick and choose, you can make all 3 with these 4 fabrics, and which fabric you use for which of the projects is entirely up to you, so that would be your decision. I think I'd stare at it for some time too, Kat. So this is why I'd never be good at the Great British Sewing Bee alteration challenge. I'd take too long making decisions. Then we have this one, which is the coral. So this is very pretty too. Got the 4 fabrics again. So this time we've got a floral and a really little print to coordinate. The same floral again, but in a different colourway, and then another little print. So these are really pretty. This is the coral, and then finally we have the one with the cork. So this is the cork one. So if you want to have a little something different, this is the one. So this is the one that Kerrie's been working on today, and this is the example of the cork bottle that we've got here. You can quilt it, but what the 2 things to remember when you're quilting it, it's easier if you work from the lining side, because sometimes the needle can kind of stick on this. If you've got a Teflon foot, it might help, or even a roller foot. And you want to use a leather needle when you're sewing through this, even though you're sewing through the fabric as well, because although it does have a weave on the back, it's because of the finish of it. It's like a coating, isn't it? It's a cork coating. And of course you could use this for the drawstring bag if you prefer. You still get the choice. It's up to you what you use which fabric for. And you do get the pattern as usual. So in this one you get 3 fabric fat quarters, which are cotton, and then you get the 4th piece, which is the corking, with all these pretty colours that bring out the colours that are in that as well. So that's really nice. We get the double toggles as well. So you will need these for the little bag. Well, you need one of them for the little bag, so then you'll have a spare. So this is to make the little bag. You need one of these little toggles. They're really handy. So they are just £1.99 for the pack. You also need the lobster clasps. That's for the drinks bottle holder. So you need 2 of those. That's that little pack there for £3.99. Then you need the D-rings to attach those to. And these are £3.99 for a little pack of 2. And you also need the piping cord. So this is 4mm piping cord, 3 meters of it. So you use some of this as your cord for your drawstring, but of course it does mean that you will have some left to use for piping or whatever else, another drawstring or a second bag. Do you know how much you used in there?
A metre.
A metre.
I did use
so
a
you've
metre
got
in there.
3 meters in this pack, so you've got enough to make 3 bags or alternatives. You could actually make 2 bags, and of course you've also got this little one here. That's another one of the projects that comes with this bag. We also have the eyelets, which we only have them in the gold, but you do need a tool to attach the eyelets with. But this is the eyelets here. That's to make the eyelets on the bag, as we've got here. And do we still have zips? Oh, good, we still have some zips. So this is the bright pack. We have £2.99 for 5 zips. These are all 8-inch, and this is a pack of brights. So these are really lovely. These are the different colours that you've got in there. Really beautiful zips. And then we have the same again, but this time in pastels. Now there are a lot in baskets, so do be careful because it's not yours until you've checked out. So you do need to check out in order to make sure you have it. They completely sold out last week, the first time when we had them on. Not surprisingly, because the price is absolutely incredible. It really is. We've got double the stock this time. Poor Kerrie was packing all of these at the last minute in order to bring them to us. So this pack is 8-inch zips, 5 in pastel colours. Now we do have some 16-inch zips coming up later for our next hour with Kerrie, because the next project she uses a longer zip. But don't miss out on those, they're really useful to have. Now after the break, it'll be Happy Christmas, because we've got some really nice Christmassy things. Don't worry, I won't sing them again. And we've got Suzie Duncan to show how to use some of those beautiful fabrics. See you then.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
Hi, I'm Rebecca Harrison. I live in Bromyard in Herefordshire with my 3 children and my dog. I've been sewing for over 30 years. I first started at school. We always did lots of sewing, and my mum used to sew at home as well, so that's where my love of sewing has come from. My background is in costume, as I'm sure you can see. And I make for film and theatre and TV. I've worked on films such as Titanic, Shakespeare in Love, Evita, James Bond, and theatre work. I've done things like Mary Poppins, Guys and Dolls, Prince of Egypt. I've also worked for the Royal Opera House and the Royal Ballet. When I worked at Angels, I was lucky enough to meet lots of film stars. They're all walking around the building and in fittings. And some of the people that I bumped into and met were Sir Richard Attenborough, Hugh Grant, Imelda Staunton, Juliette Binoche, and I even got in the lift with Christopher Lee. And that's where I met the lovely John Scott, which obviously you all know. I'm really pleased to be joining Sewing Street. I can't wait to see you all.
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 a.m. to 1 p.m. every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 p.m. every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 p.m. to 1 p.m. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on, so you never have to spend a minute without us.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page. Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again. We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Welcome back. Sorry for the little delay. We had to get all these lovely fabrics out and set up the machine with new thread, etc. Always takes a bit of time. So what have we got this time? I'm going to try and go through this fairly quickly so we can get onto Susie's demo. But what we have is this fabulous mega bundle. This is 9 metres. This is in half meters, 18 half metres of each fabric. 18 half metres, which basically means you're getting half a metre for free, whichever one you decide is your freebie. This is also on split pay, so you can get this on split pay, 2 split payments of £63.66. So you pay the first payment, you get your fabric, and then you pay the second payment in a month's time. These are the beautiful fabrics. You can see people have already started buying these on pre-order, so now we have less than 15 of these packs left. So it's £127.33 for 9 metres, which is 18 different half metre pieces. Lots of different fabrics. Let me spread them out a bit more. Oh, they're going to fall off the table if I go too far. There's so many of them here. I'm going to take those out completely. It is a very big collection, isn't it? So that's all the blues. Let me put those separately for a second. And these are the reds and greens. So these are nice sort of traditional colours, but they're not sort of traditional prints. I think they're quite unusual prints here. So that's the greens. Let me move those out of the way. And then we have a whole load more of sort of more blue-based. These are Liberty Christmas prints from the Merry and Bright collection. So it's a really lovely, we've sort of got the doves, the Christmas doves. So you've got the sort of traditional baubles and things, and lots of little tradition, but some sort of more unusual. And you get all of these in that bundle. All of these lovely fabrics. 9 metres for £127.33p. Now you can also buy all of these individually by the half metre. They're all on the website, so if you want to look on the website and you think, actually, I don't want that whole bundle, but what I would like is 5 metres of one, you can do that by just putting multiple units. So they're all by the half metre on the website. We will run through them all by the half metre. Now, Kat? We're going to do Susie's bundles first. I'll put these to one side. And then we're going to look at, so what we have here, so Susie's designed this fabulous table runner. And we've then put together this bundle. And we've got 3 different colourways of this bundle to go with the table runner pattern. So you get the pattern, and then you get these beautiful 4 fabrics. This is our blue pack. So you get 4 fat quarters, as well as 2 half metres of plains. So this one, in this kind, what we have is we've got a red and a white. These are Rose and Hubble plains to go with these Liberty fat quarters. And of course the pattern instructions on how to make this lovely runner. Very clear instructions. Now you will need the special ruler for this. Yes. The Scrap Crazy 6-inch. Yes. Unfortunately, we sold out of those the other day, but hopefully what that means is loads of you have got this ruler, and because you've got this ruler, you now buy the project to use it. That'd be a really good use of this ruler that you've already got. So this is your first pack. Suzie is going to show us a way today to use an 8-inch Scrap Crazy.
Yeah. And
but the instructions are...
well.
Oh, right, lovely.
Yeah.
So the instructions are for the 6-inch ruler, which hopefully lots of you have got. So this is the first pack we have here. Same pattern, but this time we have the reds. So we've got a mixture here, all coordinating fabrics. This has been very popular on pre-order, this one. So that's the reds, and again, you have a half metre of a white and then a coordinating blue. And of course the full instructions as before. So that's your second kit, which is really pretty. Oh, that's the one you've used for the table one behind us. It does look really fabulous.
very Christmassy.
Okay, what was wrong? Okay, the wrong with the solid red fabric. This is the bright red colourway. So it's done by the base. So this is the bright red colourway because it's got the bright red backing.
Right.
Okay, just to sort of correct that. So you still get everything in here, including the instructions, of course. That's the bright red pack. This is therefore the blue pack because we've got the blue backing. I'll work that out all by myself.
That
But
means
this
you
is-
can have an extra piece of cake.
It does, doesn't it? I've just earned a piece of cake. And that's the one we've got behind Suzie there. I love the way you've got the parcels both directions, so if you're sitting opposite each
Absolutely
other,
why I
it's
did
right.
it, yes.
See, I'm on your wavelength. That's the blue.
That's quite scary though, Wendy.
Yeah, you don't necessarily
you,
want to be
not
on my
me.
wavelength. And then we have the green. So again, we have the white, we have the instructions, of course, and then we have the green backing. Oh, and I love this one. We've got a bit of silver in here. That's nice. The doves and the Christmas trees. And I just love the fact that that's not all traditional red and green. I like the fact
No,
this is a bit
It
different.
reminds me of a frosty day.
It does,
those
doesn't it? With this
colourways,
lovely silvery one in the middle of
Yeah.
that. That's really lovely.
Yeah, the metallic elements are really lovely in these fabrics.
Yes, they are gorgeous. So this is all the liberties to go with the Rose and Hubble plains. And with the instructions. And with these, you do need the 6-inch scrap ruler. But we are going to show a way of using the 8-inch one today. Now, we also have all of those beautiful fabrics as fat quarters, as a bundle. So 18 pieces, fat quarters. So that's, divide that by 4. And how many meters? How much is that?
18
Is
by 4.
meterage?
That's
So it's 4.5 metres altogether in that lovely, lovely collection. Same collection of the Liberty prints as fat quarters for £67.99. So that's the really lovely section. Do we have these individually as well, Kat? No, we don't. So this is the only way you can buy them as fat quarters, as a bundle. So you get all of these 18 pieces for £67.99, and it is all that beautiful Liberty print. But I think they're just lovely, lovely selection of prints. Do all sorts of things with these. You can make, as you've done, a table runner, but you could also make Christmas crackers, little gift bags.
Absolutely.
So
I've
lots
made
of lovely
little
things.
advent
Oh,
bags.
yes.
And done some applique with the gold metallic on there. I've made a Christmas cushion, so you can quickly run up a Christmas cushion to decorate your sofas, chairs, just to make it a bit more Christmassy.
Yes.
And then they're easy to pack away each year as well if
Yes.
you wanted to keep them. And you can make little fabric baskets to put the sweet, you know, that well-known brand of sweeties that we all buy at Christmas. Why don't they sell those all year round in those tins? Why is it only for Christmas?
Why do they only sell Cadbury's
job.
cream eggs around Easter? Because I love them. Mind you, it's a good thing
They're
they only
made
sell
in
them around
June, did
Easter.
you know?
Are they?
Yeah, they're made across the summer of the previous year.
Crazy. So yes,
Sorry.
sorry, just digressing into sweeties and chocolates and things. So lots you can do with these fat quarters, and that comes as a bundle for £67.99. Fabrics by the half metre, let's bring these back in. So let's start with the doves, can we? So this is this lovely dove fabric. So this is in the blue. So remember, this is a half metre piece. It's a lovely detailing. So you've got little red stars, little white stars. Very, very pretty. It is a sort of outline around the doves.
Yes.
It's like a swirl, isn't
yeah,
it?
it is like a trail, isn't it?
It is. It's
and
very
I think
pretty.
it goes really well with the red and blue starry one next to the red. Yeah, that one.
That one.
Yeah, I think it colour matches really
It
well
does,
with that.
doesn't it?
And the blue ribbon one goes really well with that one.
The blue.
And that one you've got your fingers on.
Yeah. This is the thing that they all sort
Yeah,
of go well
exactly.
together,
It doesn't
don't they?
matter which of them you pick up, they all
sort of
work together
together.
really well as a collection or individually. But you can colour match it to your scheme, or if you're not sure what colour your scheme is, buy the fat quarter bundle, and then you've got everything you can go with.
I think so.
And mix and
Yes, I
match.
think it's
Yeah,
a
it's
lovely
brilliant.
deal. So this is the same print, this dove, but this time in cream. So it's £7.49 for half a metre. This is Liberty fabric. It's really beautiful quality cotton.
That'd make a really nice napkin, wouldn't
It would make lovely napkins, wouldn't it? So a very, very pretty print. Nice little gift bags and things. So that's the same print as before, but this time in the cream.
You could even use that as your background on
You
your
could.
table runner if you wanted
Yes,
to.
you could. You don't have to have plain.
No.
You could always have that. Now we have our little Christmas trees. These are jolly. I like the fact that it's not traditional this time. I like these. Got a little bit of snowdrops all over it. I don't know if that's what they are, but it's called Dancing Trees Ice Blue. So this is half a metre. And this half metre, again, you can do quite a lot with half a metre. And it tones. It's all 100% cotton. And it does tone well with the other blues. Or indeed, you can bring in some of the other colours. So think about the different colours. That's why I quite like the bundle. It's all done, isn't it?
Absolutely, yes.
The other dancing trees we have is in the red. So this is traditional. So if you are a traditionalist, you like it to be traditional, this is beautiful. And I love the way the trees aren't. They're not traditional looking trees.
No, and they're also
quite funky.
unidirectional as well.
Yes,
so you
exactly.
Can use them,
yes, multi-directional. So
Yeah,
you don't have to
so-
worry about a right way up.
But also there's no fabric waste as well,
No.
then, which is great.
So that's really good. So that's a really lovely one. So that's the traditional, £7.49 at half a metre. And it's Liberty. These are all Liberty. And then we also have, look at these. I like these. These are the ones we were looking at just now. So we have the ribbons. So this is in the green. So these are the Christmas ribbons in the green. It's called All Wrapped Up. I love that. 100% cotton, Liberty. But it's not your sort of traditional Liberty. It's not little ditzy prints. These are really lovely, beautiful in the green. And we also have it in the dark, very dark blue. Almost looks black, it's very dark blue. So again, we have these lovely ribbon prints, and it does make the ribbons sort of really stand out
It does,
on that
yeah.
dark background. Very pretty. Then we're going back to Christmas trees. Emma's now singing, "Oh, Christmas tree." I won't sing for you though. These are little Christmas trees, and again, this is multi-directional, so you haven't got to worry too much. Well, it's up and down, to be fair.
Yeah.
So you haven't got to worry too much about that. But isn't this lovely in the blues again? So just a bit different, being in blue. But you can also get it in the green. So again, you can stay traditional if you like. And if you want to stay traditional, you can then keep your twos together. Just bring that one in, sure, just to show you. See, I mean, these are beautifully coordinated, but we're just looking at them at the moment as if you buy them by the half metre, which means you can buy quantity. So if you wanted to buy 3 metres, wanted to do a whole tablecloth with one, you can do that by buying it by multiple units. Or if you wanted to make a Christmas dress, it's such beautiful cotton fabric that would be easy to do in these beautiful fabrics. Then we have, mistletoe. Have we got this in it? Oh, we have. We've got this in 2 colours too. So this mistletoe look, so again, we're going traditional with the green and red. So this is called Holiday Berries.
And these have got a metallic dot in them as well.
Oh, they've got a metallic dot. Oh, yes.
Yeah, gold
I can just
metallic
see a
dot.
gold metallic dot.
Yeah.
Oh, isn't that lovely? Very cute.
I think these are my favourite. Fantastic for English paper piecing.
Are they?
Yeah.
Really good for English paper piecing.
But
That's a
then,
really
to
pretty.
be fair, a lot of the fabrics are, but this one in particular I've used a lot for English paper piecing
Have you?
projects. Yeah.
I like the
Yeah.
fact it's a small print, although it's
Yes.
all over too, so you can do small bits
Yeah.
with it quite
It's brilliant
comfortably.
for binding because you get that detail even if you've got a small section
Yes.
for it. So, and also for sashing, it's a really good sashing
That's a really good
fabric.
one. And then we have the same print, but this time in the blue. So it's still got the little gold dots all over it, as you can see. It's almost got a frosty, wintry look when it's in the blue. I like that. It makes the red pop out as well, I think. So that's really lovely. And then let's go stars. Oh, we've got 3 of these. Or is it? No, it's slightly different, that one.
There's 2.
So it's 2 of each of them.
the
So
red
we've got
and
the
blue and
stars
green.
here, red and blue. Red and green. No, red and green even. So let's look at the red one first. This is called Starlight Sparkle Pink. So it's got a sort of pinky background, but you've got the red and the blue and the white. So it's very pretty. And then you've got the same fabric, but this time in the green. So this is the same lovely print. I like this in the green. This goes, it's very fresh green, this. It isn't overly Christmassy. I mean, it has got stars and things.
It'd be brilliant for birthdays because of the star element as well. So it's not just for Christmas.
It's not just for Christmas.
Not just for Christmas.
I would definitely agree. That's a really beautiful one.
But use it.
Yes.
I have one more message from anybody that says, I've got lots of Liberty fabrics sat in the cupboard. I'm like, really?
Oh, use them. Don't just leave them in the cupboard. Get something made out of them. So here we have the baubles.
I think this is a great fun.
This is fun, isn't it? So let's look at this one first. This is the red background, sort of a rusty red background. Bauble Bonanza red. It's got lots of detail on that of all these different little baubles. Fussy cutting. It is lovely for fussy cutting, isn't it?
Or applique.
Or if you were doing covered buttons, you could just do covered buttons with some of those baubles.
Absolutely. And if you had the time, when you're quilting, you could quilt round each of the baubles to make them
really stand out.
As you can tell from my quilting, I did not have the time to do that. It was on my,
but you could.
If I have another 3 days.
Is this in between only sleeping for an hour a day at the moment?
It is, yeah. Shh, you're not supposed to say that.
Crazy
though,
woman.
Mr. Duncan might watch.
Oh, I was only joking. And then on the blue, so it's the same print. And I see, again, I like the fact that on the blue, those baubles really pop out.
They do.
They really stand out.
Sing, don't they?
Yeah, they do, absolutely.
Yeah.
But yes, lots of things you can use these for. Lots of projects would be fun for that. I mean, you could have some lovely Christmas table runner and placemats and coasters.
Coasters, yeah.
Bags, if you're going to give gifts to people. I mean, a lot of people give a bottle of wine or something, don't they? Make a bottle bag to go with it, and it makes the gift special.
I make a lot of preserves, so I make bags to go in that. So bags out of these would be fabulous. Of course, I'd have to coordinate them with the colour of the preserve,
you
but
would.
You know.
How many blue preserves do you do?
None so far. Although my blackcurrant jam last year looked a little bit dark. Tasted all right, but...
So this is the blue, and this is, again, we've got lots of little sort of stars. It's shine bright blue fabric. Is it? Do you think they're candles? Oh yes, if I put them up that way.
Which means that if you want to do the table runner for a birthday, switch out the bauble fabric for the candles.
The candle fabric.
And then it looks like a birthday table runner as well, because we all tend to give gifts at birthdays, but you can use this for any occasion then.
Any celebration.
It's candles, absolutely.
Yes. So it is candles, and again they go up and down. So it's not multi-directional, but it is certainly two-way.
Yeah, it's the same as the small tree print.
Yes.
It's a vertical print.
Yes.
So yeah.
So that's really lovely. And then we have the same in red. So it's the same print here in red.
But it almost looks striped, doesn't it?
It does look
striped.
It's not
till you look closely that you realise
you look. I like that. I like the fact it's quite subtle. And when you look closer, you can actually see the flame.
Yes.
Amongst the little sort of lights. It is. You can see it when you look at it closely. You can see it, especially when you don't have it that way round.
But even
and then
if
we
you
have
do,
two finals.
It doesn't matter, does
it? Doesn't matter, no.
It doesn't matter.
It's just a beautiful print then.
Yes.
And then we have two final fabrics.
Oh,
and that's this. So these are really fun. So let's go for the dark one. So this is like a dark blue background, but it's sort of, you think of it as green because of the whole combination of colours. And again, is it multi-direction? I don't know. I don't think it matters too much because all of the
icons go all over the place.
Are facing one way, but all the other icons are all over the place.
Yeah.
So we've got little houses, parcels. So it is multi-directional.
Yeah, it's like
you could use it any way you liked.
The old-fashioned type toys.
It is, isn't it?
I remember from childhood.
We've got the
little drum.
Got the drum, but we've also what's that soldier right in the middle?
The
somewhere.
Nutcracker.
The Nutcracker, that's it. Got the Nutcracker.
Skittles.
Obviously the reindeer.
Yeah, it's teddy bear.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, turn it up the other way. It's teddy bear.
Oh yes. No, see, that was his eyes. That's his eyes.
Yeah, I can see
Oh,
where
no.
you're going, but it's definitely a teddy bear.
And that's his little nose.
You've even got a cricket bat on there as well. I mean, it is just such a fun
It is a
fabric.
really fun
Again,
little one,
brilliant for your fussy cutting and potato peeling and English paper peeling. Oh my gosh, I so need to get some sleep.
isn't it? Yeah, very good for your potato peeling.
Or fabric button covering.
Yes.
Because they're such tiny icons.
Yes.
So if you wanted to make your advent bags, you could put little buttons on them with a loop to close your bags and make the buttons covered
Yes,
with those
with one of
little
those little
icons.
icons.
Yeah, that would be awesome.
So here
And you've
we
got plenty
are.
of time. What are we?
Here's-
6 months away. So
Yes,
just
a good 6
make
months.
4 a month. You'd be there. You're on it.
Lots of little bags. See, my friend Sue, she does an advent calendar with like little drinks, and again she makes little bags, and she has like little bottles of drink, like gin. She likes her gin, but or chocolate or something like that. So each little bag has a thing to have in the evening, Emma, not in the morning. It's not gin for breakfast.
Does she only have one a day though?
Yeah, oh yes.
Or what about when you want a gin and tonic? What does she do about the tonic?
You have to save up your little bag for the next one.
Yeah. Disaster.
I'll have to ask her what she
Yeah.
does about that. That is the entire range. That's the entire collection, which you can buy as a whole bundle and get half a metre for free. So one of those would be free. It's up to you to decide which one. That's £127.33 for the entire bundle. Or you can get them as fat quarters. So it's the same bundle of fabric, but this time smaller pieces, fat quarters. Or you can buy them by, the big ones you can buy by the half metre. So all of these you can buy by the half metre. Or if you want a project to do and you've already got that ruler, this is the ideal time to get one of these. So again, we have these 3 kits. We have the red, which has 4 fat quarters, plus half a metre of white, plus the red. This is the most popular of the moment. This is £29.99, and it does include the instructions on how to make this really lovely gift table runner. And then we have the same, but this time in the blue. So again, basically we're calling it blue because of the background fabric. So you've got these 4 fat quarters, plus half a metre of white, plus half a metre of blue, plus of course the instructions. And then we have the same set in green. And again, we're calling it green because of the green background. So this is the one that's got this really lovely glitzy silver white, the doves, the funky Christmas trees. So that's a really nice, I think that's a really nice alternative look for Christmas. So, can I hand over to you now to show us how to play with the rulers?
I can. And I've got 2 workarounds. If you weren't lucky enough to get the Scrap Crazy 6 and you can't wait for it to come back into stock, I've got the Crazier 8 workaround that we can use, but also you can just repeat the bigger of the gift box blocks. So you'd have 4 of these. So you don't, if you haven't got the ruler at all and you can't wait, you can still make the table runner.
All right, okay.
Just ignore the instruction bit about the Scrap Crazy bit and make up 2 extra blocks of the big
parcel.
Big gift, yes. And you have got enough fabric to do that, because there is fabric left over when you've done all your cutting. You'll just have to adjust what you're cutting and ignore the Scrap Crazy cutting bit. That's all. So it is possible to do without. So we're not going to get too worried about it. So shall I show you how to put the big one together?
Please.
Because then everybody can make it then. So the instructions tell you exactly what to cut and how to cut it, and what to label, and that is exactly what I do. I cut them all and then I write on bits of paper what they are and put them in a pile and put them together, because that way I can quickly organise myself and make the project. If you don't do that, you're going to end up with a pile of fabric that you're not quite sure what goes with what. So you end up just grabbing a bit and then you realise halfway down the line that actually that's the bit I needed. So this is the block we're going to make then. And it's made in 2 parts. So you're going to make this base bit, which is 2 straight seams. Then you've got 4 half square triangles that you make, and then you sew them together with some planes. Now I chose to put a plain that matched the rest of the bow in this plain, a decorative fabric that matched the rest of the ribbon in the middle here. If you want to, you can switch that out for, if you've got some of the metallic ones, that might be quite nice. It's up to you how you do it, but this is my, this is what I did for mine. So the first thing we're going to do is make our half square triangles. So you're asked to cut 2 3-inch squares, one from a decorative and one from your background fabric. And then with each of those, now this is the method I use for half square triangles, but if you have your own that works well, then please by all means use your method, don't rely on mine. So I put the 1/4 inch mark on my diagonal, and then with a few friction pen I mark a 1/4 inch either side of that diagonal. I know there's lots of different ways of doing it, but this is the one that for me I found gives me the quickest, easiest, most accurate method without having to fuss too much and try and sew straight without marking. Let's face it, we all try and think we can wing it, but we can't. So those you can chain piece together. So if you're making all 4, you get all 4 marked and off you go. And now Wendy's sorted this out for me. It's sewing a dream, which is brilliant.
I think this is going to be a lovely thing to put on your Christmas table, but not just for your Christmas meal. I mean, when you put your decks up, that's when you put this on. Yep. And also, of course, it makes a lovely gift as well. If
it does,
if you want something. I think it's beautiful, and the colours are so vibrant.
The other thing I thought was that if you just make the gift block up, that would be the right size for a placemat.
Yes.
So you could make matching placemats.
So if you didn't want to make the table runner, you could just make 4 placemats.
You could indeed, yes, you've got enough fabric to do that. So once you've sewn down those, of course, you're then going to get your rotary cutter, which is still lurking in my bag. There you go. John told me off on Tuesday because I didn't shut my rotary cutter up after I'd cut, but I did tell him that it's because I do so much cutting that actually I haven't got time to shut it because I need it again straight away. So once you've done that bit, you then need to press them open. And I press one towards the plain and one towards the red. Is this on? No, it's not on. Let's switch you on.
It does help.
Yeah, I thought we had put it on. It doesn't take long to warm up. And then the great thing about using a friction pen, of course, is that when you apply heat to it, it magically disappears. So you can write whatever you like on there, because I often write turning gap on pieces so that when I'm stitching,
you remember to leave a turning gap.
I remember to leave the turning gap, yes.
Or are you worrying about which way you're pressing the seams?
For these, I'm doing half towards the plain and half towards the decorative, just because it may help with seam nestling later, but I can always repress if I need to. So just to give me a shot, I'm going to do that. So let's now stitch together. Now it's easy, I found it easier to do the base bit first, because then I get my head round which way round my half square triangles need to go. So for your base, you've got 2 4.5 inch by 6.5 inch pieces, and then your ribbon piece in the middle, which is a 2 inch by 6.5. So I'm just going to stitch right sides together, a big block either side of the small ribbon.
You haven't got to worry about the measurements, it's all in the pattern, isn't it?
It is, yeah, you haven't got to remember any of this. I have written it all out. So then I'm going to put this, and you haven't got to worry about direction of the baubles because they go in all directions. So you can put you get no waste of your fabric. You can use all your scraps.
If you are interested in this red pack, we have got less than 10 available. So do sort of pop it into your basket if that's the one you're interested in.
Now, when I press this one, I do press the seams open. And that's because I'm about to join lots of pieces at the top. So I want to have the minimal amount of bulk to sew through. So press from the back, press from the front, and we've got a nice fat piece ready to put our bows on. So we've got our half square triangles. So the first, you now want to start thinking about positioning. So I'm going to position the bow and pieces so that I can just quickly pick them up as I sew, and then I'm not going to get myself in a muddle, she says.
You have got a clear diagram in here about how to lay it out. Just
so that you don't do a Susie and get in a pickle. There you go, we're about there. That's all I'd done. I'd switched those the wrong way around. I wonder why I had extras. There you are. That goes on there, and then that goes on there. Basically, what you need to remember is the decorative bits of your half square triangles need to come together at the point. So then you're going to sew row 1, sew row 2, join row 2 to row 1, and then join that panel to this panel, which is a quick process. But laying it out like that means that you've got a visual, you've got it in the right order, and you can just pick it up and go accordingly. So I'm going to do that. Because if you try and pile it up, you then forget which side's going with which, and it all gets a little bit. So I have been known to stitch this totally upside down. So we're going to bring those two together. So I start one end and work the other way, so that when I'm chain piecing, I can then take off from the end of my chain and add into it, if that makes sense. Well, we all have our own method of doing it, but that's my weirdo method.
If you're quite new to this and you're not quite sure about doing the chain piecing, you can do each pair, then lay it back down.
Yeah.
The next pair, lay it back down to keep it in place.
It's only to be quick for television, that's what we do it for. So that was that one, that was that one, that was that one.
We've got a question from Jackie who wants to know, do you need the crazy template to make this table runner?
The scrap crazy one is the one I've suggested in the instructions, but if you haven't got that one, just make 4 of the big blocks, is what I would do. It's not
so if you
essential.
have got that scrap crazy 6-inch one, perfect, you can do the smaller blocks on this as well.
Yeah.
If you haven't got it, the best advice is to actually do 4 of the big parcels. And that way you'll be able to, we will be getting it back in, but we don't know when. So you can actually sort of get this and you can do this. And of course you can also get these packs and, you know, sort of change it up a bit yourself. You don't have to do it exactly as Susie's done. No. That's up to you entirely. But what she has done so beautifully is done this pattern, which is very clear and easy to follow, telling you how to cut everything and subcut it, and then how to do the layout without having to struggle and think about it. And right through to joining the blocks, backing, binding, etc. So it's all very clearly detailed in the instruction sheet.
And again, the backing and binding and borders and what I chose to do. You don't have to do that. There's enough fabric to come up with your own plan. If you don't want to piece a border, you just want a strip of fabric, you can do that. It's entirely up to you. The instructions are there as my idea. You can do with it what you want. So we've got all those sewn together, so we need to press those. And then if there's time, I can show you how the scrap crazy block works as well.
Is that 10 minutes, Susie?
Yeah, we've probably got time. We'll see. We'll see. Oh, it's up to you. Or I can just go through how you do. I did the border. Whoops, fingers aren't working.
So the border you've got, it's striped, isn't it?
It is. So that's a really easy thing to put together, and it's a method that I use for a lot of borders and bindings, to be fair, because I like the fact that you've used a little bit of every fabric within the design, and it just brings the whole design together, because you get that nod throughout, and it's a great way of using up any scraps.
It is.
And it's
I think
actually
I love
really
it. I think it
quick
looks
to
really
put
good.
together. So here we go, we've just got to press this out, make sure it's flat. And pressing, I know we all say it, I've heard everyone come on here and say it, pressing is your best friend. Now you need to do, this is the only bit of rubbish seam matching to do, there's quite a few. So again, use your press mat as your, whether it's a wool one or this one, push your pins through the seams, and then you can align your seams and you'll get them all matching really nicely. Otherwise, if you're anything like me, if they're just a fraction out, you will be unpicking it.
Or put a button on it.
Or put a button on it, indeed. Although if it's a table runner, the buttons aren't always helpful, are they? When you come to put your pot down and it's rocking. Yeah, now you just strategically place the basket of chocolates or cheese so that no one can see that it's literally a millimetre out. And believe me, no one ever notices anyway, it's only you that knows. And I always say that what you create is what is in your head and nobody else lives there, which in my case is probably a good thing. So no one else knows what it was supposed to look like. So you can just wing it and say, yeah, that's exactly how it was supposed to
look like. Now to get these instructions, you do need to buy one of the kits. They're not available on their own, they do come, but it's a lovely value kit. You've got 4 fat quarters plus ½ metre of white plus ½ metre of the colour. So that's how we're choosing the kit. So you choose red, blue or green. Most popular definitely is the red, so keeping it fairly, but it's not traditional because it actually has got the blues. So you've got the red background, but you've got all these blues in it, which I think are lovely. And I love the blue mistletoe. So this is the most popular one we've got at the moment. But we do have the lovely blues. I love this blues one. This is the one that you used for the sample that's behind Suzie. That's the one she's used. That's the blues. Calling it blues because of the blue background. And then we also have the greens, which again, and I love the green one I love because I love this silver one in the middle of it. This is really lovely.
What happened there?
Is the thread unthreaded?
The top thread's fine, but the bobbin seems to have decided it's not going to work now. Let's try again. Never mind, it's fine.
That's the green one. So that's the green.
We know.
So we've got the 3 different ones here with the pattern instructions. If you want extra fat quarters, we do have the fat quarter bundle, which is here. This is this lovely bundle. All these beautiful colours. You get 18 fat quarters. All of these lovely prints. They're all Liberty prints, Merry and Bright range. So beautiful. Quilting weight cotton, but the cotton is beautiful. It's very lovely and soft. Lots and lots of things you can make out of these fat quarters. Joining them together individually, all sorts of little Christmas makes, from table mats and placemats to bags, etc. Your house would just look so, I mean, I just love the way, rather than just having, you know, sort of tinsel and decorations up, you can actually do some other things like this. And, you know, sort of you could make like a new doorstop. You know, you've got a doorstop to hold the door open. Make a Christmas one for when it's Christmas. I think it would just be quite a lot of fun. And we're bringing it to you this early so that you can do so in plenty of time. So this is
the gift block, just a single one, and have it as wall hangings. You could make you know, 3 of them to go dot around your hallway or whatever.
That would be nice,
or
wouldn't
on the
it?
doors. No, it's not sewing, but it doesn't matter because I've got one finished. But that's what you'd end up doing. Don't know why it's not sewing, but it's fine because we're running out of time. But imagine
okay.
that's sewn together.
Yes,
And
so
all's
it is a
good.
very
So it
pretty
would
block.
look like this.
This is one I made earlier.
With the if you've got the Crazy at 8 or the Scrap Crazy, they are super easy to put together. Sorry, I interrupted you, but I just wanted to show
please do.
how that block goes together and works. So all your pieces, what you do is you join your Scrap Crazy pieces or your Crazy at 8 pieces. So that's the Scrap Crazy one if you use that one, and that's the Crazy at 8. So that makes an 8-inch block. So your table runner will come up slightly bigger if you use the Crazy at 8 ruler, as it will if you do 4 blocks of this. But then you can just reduce the size of your sashing. But it'll only add an extra, 8 inches in the length if you follow the instructions and do 4 of those. With the Scrap Crazy one, all I did was add my half square triangles to the top and filled in the gaps with plain, and then put a plain across the top so that it became a 10.5-inch block the same, because that way when you come to put your top and bottom borders on, everything is at the same alignment.
That makes sense.
And as Wendy said, I position these so that one's going one way, one's the other, because then everybody sat round the table gets to see a parcel,
Yes.
which I thought was, made it non-directional, which is cool. But if you're using it as a wall hanging, of course, you won't want it non-directional.
No, unless you want people hanging on their heads.
Exactly. If you had it non-directional, what you could put is applique, an Noel on it for Noel as well. That would make a really nice wall hanging.
It would, wouldn't it? Very lovely.
It would. So it's
And-
not just a table runner.
So just very quickly, while we have time, the border you've made out
Yes.
of strips. I know
So-
you've got one there.
You cut all your strips, and again this is in the instructions, and you just stitch them with a 1/4-inch seam, long sides together, right sides together, in whatever order you like, randomly. And then all you're going to do then is to square off the ends, and you cut it into, she double checks, 2-inch pieces, I believe it is. So I'm just squaring this off, making sure it's straight. So that's the little bit of waste I've got. And then you can piece this. If you want a wider border, cut them wider, but I'm going to go for 2 inches. So you use your straight rulers to do this, or your stripology, whatever it is you use.
I was just thinking that stripology ruler we had on last week would be perfect for this.
It would indeed. So you carry on doing this, and then what you do, I'll just cut 2 because then I can explain the next bit. So then what I do is sew short sides together. Now I know that means that one will become a bit less, but it doesn't matter because you won't see it. And you'll press those seams open, and that gives you your length. Now I recommend you join 3 pieces together straight away, and that will give you your first piece along the top and bottom. And then use the cut-offs from those to join to another piece to do a side, and the same for the other side.
Yes.
So do 3 strips joined together for top, 3 strips joined together for the bottom, cut-offs plus 1 other strip does your sides. And you still end up with bits left over, which you can then piece together as well and make yourself a little, you can make a little bag out of it, a favour bag or whatever.
I like the idea of having little favour bags made out of the same
Yes.
fabric, so when they're sitting opposite the lovely gift on the runner, they've also got a little bag
Exactly.
with something
Yeah.
inside.
I don't like crackers, so I always do favour bags or favour
Yes.
some things.
I've
I've
made
Christmas
a
Day.
cracker pattern out of fabric,
Yeah.
and so you use it year after year, but you can put what you like in there,
Yes.
not this sort of rubbish that you get in there and you go, oh, how lovely, and throw it away straight afterwards.
Yeah.
Yes.
Unless you're my mother, in which case she keeps it. She's got years of rubbish cracker presents.
I do
lying
quite
around
like the
house.
cracker jokes, actually. They sort of touch my sense of humour because they're usually so awful.
Yeah, they are. You're true. Yeah, they're all verging on worse than my jokes, which, believe me, takes some doing.
So, thank you ever so
That's
much.
all right.
And thank you so much for the cake too.
That's okay. I was just going to say about the backing.
Oh,
if I
please
can.
do.
Yeah. So I used literally everything I had left and just put in a strip of each one. So you got a nod to it, and then put pieces of the plain in between. And I used all of the colours in my binding. So again, I cut my 2.5 inch strips, joined them together, short ends together, and used those to create my binding. But if you don't want to do that, you don't have to. You can do whatever you like on the back. But I thought it almost made it reversible, because at least there's a bit of interest on the back. But if you wanted to just create one more gift and put it on the back, you've got enough fabric left to do that as well.
Really?
Yeah, it's quite an economical pattern.
It is, isn't it?
Yes.
I like the idea of that, and making it reversible makes a great sense, because if something gets spilled,
Absolutely.
you should be able to flip it over.
Usually red wine at Christmas, isn't it?
I thought I'd
Let's
better
be
not
honest.
mention wine, because otherwise people are going to have this idea that I'm actually a
Or
wino, and I really am
juice.
not.
Could
Yeah,
have been the blackcurrant
blackcurrant
juice at breakfast.
Or the gravy.
Yeah, or the gravy. Yeah.
When are you back in with us, Susie?
Is it the 11th of June?
So
I think.
You've got a small rest.
Yes. Oh, yes.
Well, you haven't probably, because you've got to probably make samples and things for that one as well.
I have, yes. In fact, I've got to design something for that one. So, yeah.
So we'll see you in June.
You will, yes.
Which would
thank
be lovely.
You. Yeah. Thank you.
So shall we just reiterate these lovely kits? Let's look at the bundles here. We've got this one here. This is the red, so this comes with the pattern. So what you're getting is 4 fat quarters in these lovely colours. It's called red because of the red main background fabric. That's a 1/2 metre of that, a 1/2 metre of the white, and then you also get these 4 beautiful fat quarters, which go beautifully together. Now we've got less than 5 of this pack left. And that, of course, does come with the instructions, don't forget. Then we have the blue. And so again, you get 4 lovely fat quarters. So these are really pretty. So you've got the baubles, mistletoe, and the stars. If you want to make the 2 middle blocks from this runner, so that's with the Scrap Crazy 6. So if you were lucky enough to buy that the other day, you've now got a pattern to use with it. So that's really good. So that's the blue variety. And then finally we have the green. Now, as we were saying with this one has got this superb glittery silver fabric. It's got metallic silver, and it's a sort of all over print. Very pretty. So this one comes with this lovely glittery fabric. So it's a much more contemporary looking Christmas design, I feel. And again, you've got 3 other fat quarters plus the 1/2 metre of the green, hence it's called green pack, and the 1/2 metre of the white, and the full instructions. So it all comes together. If you just want fat quarters as a bundle, we can only sell this whole pack as a bundle. It is 18 different pieces, so you get all of those prints, all of those in this bundle here. This is £67.99, and we really are close to single figures on this. So this is a really lovely bundle with all of these 18 pieces. Brand new today, Liberty fabrics, remember, 100% cotton, Liberty. So that is really lovely. And you've got all of these lovely prints, including these lovely, beautiful doves with the little gold in them. I mean, you don't have to use those all in one project. This can be a lot of different Christmas projects, a lot of different bags. I mean, even gift wrapping nowadays, if you sort of do, there's a proper name for the Japanese art of wrapping gifts with cloth, which I can't for the moment think of. But it's a really nice idea, particularly if you're making gifts for people in your family or friends that sew, to actually wrap them in a beautiful fat quarter as opposed to paper, because a lot of Christmas paper can't be recycled because it has metallic in it. So that makes a lovely gift in itself. So that would be really lovely.
But it gives them an instant shopping bag as well, which
It
we're
does.
all going to need.
Yes, we do need our shopping bags. So this could be, oh yes, you must make Christmas face coverings, mustn't you? Because I think we will
what do you
still be
mean?
wearing them, to be honest.
We'll have to. I've already made mine.
Have you already made yours? I do think we will be, because even if we don't have to wear them anymore, I feel that when you go on public transport or in crowded areas, you possibly will feel better if you do. I don't know, but I think so.
I think they are here to stay.
Yeah, and I think certainly on the tube in future, I think it'll be something I will just automatically wear.
I can't imagine I will ever get back on the tube, if I'm truly honest. I mean, I tend to walk everywhere in London anyway, but yeah, I can't imagine
I think
ever
I
going to
will,
go
but
on the tube.
yes, I know what you mean. Not in the crowds. And then, of course, we have this superb bundle. This is our mega bundle. It's 18 half-metre pieces, so that's 9 metres of fabric with all these beautiful prints, all Liberty prints, half-metre of each one, 18 different prints. That actually works out at half a metre for free. So you're saving £7.49 if you buy it as the bundle. And it is on split pay, £63.66p twice. So you do the one price and then next month you'll pay the second price, which comes out as a direct debit, I'm sure. So that is our second bundle. And of course you can get all of these individually as half-metre pieces or multiples of. So if you want that, do look on the website, because we have also got a couple of other things. We've got some of the quilter clips, we've got some wadding, we've got some pencils, so they will be on the website too, so don't miss out on those. So after the break, I'm joined by naughty Kerrie, who slips things into baskets. Nothing to do with me. So she's coming back with some more of her lovely kits. And don't forget, at 11 o'clock, we have the lovely Garry with a brand new to us Juki sewing machine and the amazing air threader overlocker. So see you in just a few minutes.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Hello, I'm Jane Greenoff and I'm stood in the barn here at Pink's Barn in Gloucestershire, England, which is where I live with my husband, and I stitch. I think I stitch in my sleep. I've certainly been stitching for over 30 years now, and by stitching I'm talking about counted cross stitch or counted embroidery in general terms. I also collect old samplers, and I've got one to show you here. Now, this smashing, it was actually stitched in 1796 by a little girl of 8 or 9, and it's absolutely charming. So I collect antiques, I love to draw and create antiques for the future, and look forward to seeing you all on Sewing Street sometime in the future.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 AM to 1 PM every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 PM every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 PM to 1 PM. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So you never have to spend a minute without us.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Welcome back. Look at me, surrounded by beautiful fabrics and lovely little pots and things from Living in Loveliness. All about ladybirds, apparently. I never knew. So what have we got today? We've got 3 different kits. We're going to start with this one. Now this is Fabulously Fast Fat Quarters, issue 8. And what you get in this is pretty bags. Now this little bag here, let's have a look at it quickly. This bag here, Kerrie has got a mixture of things in here. Did you ever see a show with Julie and Claire? He took a bag from somebody in the audience and then he went through their handbag. So I feel like I'm doing things. Anyway.
Very similar to what you would find in mine, what's in there actually.
So this lovely bag here, it's got pockets inside. Can you see the pockets? Now, Kerrie's actually got in here some sewing things. So she's using this as a sewing bag. As well as the pockets on the inside and the zip, it also has, let me turn it that way round, it has these outside pockets, which she's actually put makeup brushes in. So you could use it for makeup, or you could use it for sewing, or you could use it for any other craft you do. So it's really handy. It's nice and firm, but it's not just this in this kit. You can also make 2 other bags. So we have this one here. This is a bigger cosmetic bag with a zip, with some piping, with some quilting, and you've got cork fabric again.
In this one as well.
With a glitzy silver thread running through it. But as well as that, you've got a lovely lining as well. And the third one, which I love the idea of this one, this is just a little one. But look inside. It's got pockets. I don't know if you can see them more clearly that way, but it's 4 pockets, look. 4 little pockets in there. So this is a really lovely one. Again, it gives you a little go of using that cork fabric, doesn't it? Yes. Which is really lovely. So this is the project you're going to get into this one, but what about the fabric bundles? So let's have a look. What we have, this is our first one. So there's the pattern. All 3, you can make all 3 items as usual. You can make all 3 out of all of these fabrics. And you get the full-size pattern pieces, very clear and easy to follow. And this time, these are the fabrics that we've got in this one. So these are Liberty fabrics. Really are spoiling you today with all these beautiful Liberties. So these are the 4 you get into this one. So these are very pretty. So these are sort of blues. And of course, once you've got your pattern, you can make these out of some of the Christmas fabrics that we were showing you just now. So that you can make these again and again out of different fabrics, but you start off with this lovely pack, so making it very easy to put these together. The other bits and pieces you will need will be zips and some piping. Did we put piping in it? Oh, we put piping in the bigger of the purses, didn't we? The second colourway is this one here. I haven't seen it yet, so I can't say what it is yet. Oh, I'm opening it up. Here it is. Look at this. So more liberties, but this time with the cork. So we have 3 liberty prints. This lovely yellow, blue, and then a white. These are very lovely, sort of traditional. And then, just to make it very contemporary, we've got this lovely cork fabric, which is a nice new sort of fabric that you'll find people are using. And it is a great one to use, particularly for things like these bags, I think. Makes sense. And which one you use for any of these projects is entirely up to you. You don't have to use it in the colourway that Kerrie's used it. You can use any one of these for any one of those bags. You've got the same quantity of each of them. Now, we did promise to bring you more zips for this hour. And this time we have 16-inch zips. So this again is a set of 5. Now the colours may vary, but they will be a set of 5 pastels for just £4.99, and these are 16-inch. So these are really lovely. So I mean, obviously you've used them for the project. Yeah. But actually, these zips are virtually the same length as a dress.
Yes.
And the length I use, because if the neckline's big enough, I start the zip lower down.
Yeah, that's a lovely idea. You said that last week.
So yeah, so you could use these for all sorts of things, bags, etc. So you will get 5 pastel coloured. Might not be exactly these pastel colours, but 5 pastel colours, 16-inch for just £4.99. I want to cry. And then we have the brights. So again, it'll be a selection of 5 brights, 16-inch zips for £4.99. And these are lovely. These are nylon zips to use for all sorts of projects. And you can shorten them, of course, because they're nylon zips. They're easy to shorten. So if you only needed a 12-inch or a 10-inch, you could easily shorten one of these. So don't be put off thinking I'm not going to use 16 inches or I'll only use one. You can use them for all different things, very easy to shorten. We do have a few left from our last hour, which are, this is the brights at 8 inches. This is our 8-inch pack. These are the colours you get this time. £2.99 for 5 8-inch zips in these lovely colours here. And then turn it over, you can see the rest of them. So they're really pretty. They're the brights. And then we have the pastels as well. So these again are 8 inches. So that's 3 of the colours you can see there. Flip it over and you've got more. So a load of people bought multiples, and I really don't blame you. You can never have enough zips really, because there's always a time when you're going to do a project and what you're looking for is a zip and you can't find one, as I found when I went to the shops and I bought them, and I paid far more than you're paying. So I'm not going to let that go. And then we have the piping cord. So this is a piping, it's 4mm piping cord, brilliant for piping. But also good for drawstrings, as we saw earlier. And on one of these bags here, we've got a little bit of piping. So it's a nice technique to add a bit of piping, a bit of detail. So you need the piping for that, so you've got the zips. And again, as I say, you can actually shorten the zip if you need a shorter zip than is here. What zip length did you use in this?
This is an 8-inch.
This is an 8-inch one, so you wouldn't need to get one of those ones from this bright pack, look. And there you've got it, ready to go. And the piping cord is 3 metres. We do have some other Living in Loveliness kits, which we're going to bring to you in a moment. But for now, what we want to do is we want to go over to Kerrie so she can show us one of the projects from this kit.
So we've previously had this pattern on, and we've made the Samantha one, which is the bag that you've got with a cosmetic bag. So we're going to make the smaller bag today, which has got your it's got 4 pockets on the interior there, so great if you're out and about and want to put either your small change or your credit cards and things in there. So I'm using the blue and the coral kit here. Decide which of your fabrics you want to see the most of, which is going to feature on the exterior part of the fabric. In the one that I've made with the samples that you've got there, because I've used the cork, I didn't use a batting on the interior part, but because I'm using the Liberty for this one, I am just going to use the batting, which of course is in your templates. So just spray a little 505 just to secure the fabrics. You could, if you wanted to, do a little bit of quilting on here as well. It's always quite nice to add quilting to your projects, I think. And then we're going to place that on top. Just running our hands over the top there. So I'll pop this to one side for now and we'll just create those pockets. Really nice and easy. So taking the two fabrics with the wrong side of the fabrics facing towards us, and we're simply going to fold those in half and press those.
Is the iron on?
Is it on? It is.
Good.
There we go. So just give those a little press.
These aren't traditional looking Liberty, are they? They're really lovely, aren't they? Really fun fabrics.
Now, in the step-by-step instructions and on your template pieces, you can interface these fabrics if you want to. The step-by-steps are there, but because this is such lovely quality fabric, I'm not going to interface these today. And just across the top, first of all, what we're going to do is to just sew a zigzag stitch across there. Any decorative stitch or even a straight stitch. But just to stop that, really just to stop that folding. This is the easiest of the projects from the Pretty Bags collection. And taking one of the interior panels, you could use a plain on the inside of here if you want to, but there is enough to use this pretty fabric on the interior part of your bag as well. So we're just going to place these on top, aligning those bottom raw edges, and to add that second pocket. Now if you wanted to add a pocket to either side of the interior of the bag, you could pop one on either side of your lining there if you prefer to have pockets on either side. It's quite nice when you pop in your cards inside here, isn't it, to keep them all together. So we're just going to sew around those edges. And just in the centre to create that centre pocket, we'll just make a little mark. If you score that, in fact, we don't need to use the pen for this. Just score in the centre of the fabric and you'll be able to see that. And we're simply going to sew at the top of the pocket and reverse stitch, and we will repeat that here on the second set of pockets as well. So I do find if you're popping things in and out of pockets, sometimes you put a little bit of pressure onto that seam and we don't want those to come open. So just returning that back to the straight stitch. And again, just reverse stitching at the top of that second pocket and sewing to the raw edge there. Now because you've got a few layers of fabric here, I'm just going to sew along the raw edges using an 1/8 inch seam allowance just to secure those into place. You can increase your stitch at this stage as well.
So if you're a beginner, and you were going to use this lovely kit, would you start with this bag or the other one?
I'd start with this little one here, yeah.
Because it would be relatively quick to make. It would be very satisfying, wouldn't it, to finish?
Really fast to make. Great as well if you're just starting out with popping zips into projects, so you've got those techniques in there as well. And also, you know, if you've got little tote bags, you might want to add pockets, so this is a great way to learn how to put your really basic pockets in there as well. I'll just take away those extra threads.
Love a pocket. You've got to have a pocket.
Something to fill with lots of bits, isn't it? I put so many pockets into different projects, and the problem is then I forget which pocket I've put little things in, so it's always a nice surprise when you stumble across them. So for really zip installation, we're going to use the Quilter's wash away tape. You can use your sew line glue pen if you want to. This is a little wider than the zip, so that will overhang slightly, but it's not going to be a problem. I'm going to pop the tape on all 4 sides, both the top and also the bottom as well.
I never use the tape.
Oh, I love working with a tape.
It's a good idea, I think. Again, especially if you're a beginner, it's going to help you rather than basting it in by hand.
It keeps it nice and speedy as well, doesn't it?
Do we sell this tape, Kat? Kat's looking to see.
So I'm just going to take away the first strip of tape.
So basically it's a double-sided
Just a
glue
double-sided
strip, isn't it,
tape,
with a,
yeah.
with a paper backing.
And then place that onto the exterior. So now always just double check that your zip actually works before you start popping that into any of your projects. And we're just going to pop that zip along that top raw edge to secure this into place. And then remove the second side. We'll do the side here without the, I'm just going to move that actually, I can see that's not quite on the edge. So just placing that onto the top, securing that raw edge into place. And what's quite nice about this is it holds it in place without it moving as well. So you haven't got, sorry Wendy.
So I was just going to say, we've got the quilter's tape that you're using here. 10 metres, 8mm wide.
Lovely.
$6.99.
So what we'll do here, now if you're new to sewing, and especially when you've got lots of layers in here, what I tend to do is just pop 2 fingers ahead of that little zipper. You can feel this through the fabric. Slide that pin through and that will just remind me to stop and leave my needle inserted when I arrive at that pin there. There we go. So when we arrive at the pin, just leave the needle inserted. Sorry, leave the needle, remove the pin, and then we can open up through those layers and close that zipper out of the way. There we go. So we can sew all the way along now to that end of the zip. Opening this up, we can now push this away from the zip to make sure that's out of the way. I always tend to just run the iron just across the fabric to make sure that's secured into place. And again on that second side. Because you have got your batting in here, just slide a couple of pins through the fabric to secure that into place. And we'll do the top stitching all together in just a moment. Now this time we're going to put the side on that's got the pockets, but first of all with the exterior fabric facing up towards us, we're going to move that double-sided tape. She says. And place that. Now just open up that zip halfway and place that again on top of the raw edge, running your finger across, and we'll remove that second row of tape. Now this time just placing that lining pocket on top, along the top of that raw edge again, and just run your finger across. And we'll repeat that step, so sliding that pin through, stopping when we arrive at the pin.
Yes, because if you don't do that, what can happen is the foot makes you go out around.
Yeah, and you get a
the
little
zip pull and you get a nasty sort of bump.
Also as well, I think if you get too close to the zip, it's quite difficult to open that out of the way as well. So it's just a little reminder for yourself really, and the more frequently that you do your zip installation, you'll naturally start to remember that and won't need to do that step. So if we open the second layer up now and just repeat that, so just pressing along that edge just to make sure it's not going to come into contact with the zip, and then we can do our top stitching. This fabric's just so pretty, isn't it? The coral.
Pretty?
I love this. So sliding those pins through.
And you're just going to top stitch.
And I'm just going to top stitch along there. So again, just pressing that onto the sewing machine. I can see the zipper this time. I'm going to move the zipper foot across. And now we're just going to line that up. And I find if I use the side of the zipper foot here on the fold of the fabric, we get a nice finish. I will increase that stitch length to 5 as well this time for that top stitch. Thought that little was going to misbehave then.
It's just catching, I think, the back of it.
There we go. Let's release that. I'll stop just here, just to close that zip out of the way to allow me to continue to sew along.
You must always stop with the needle down there, mustn't you?
Yeah.
Remember to put the needle down.
Yeah, absolutely.
If it doesn't automatically stay down.
And some machines are great, they naturally stay in the right place, don't they? So just tease a little thread across, raise your needle, and then we can start on the second side as well. There we go. Where did I put the scissors? Just take a little bit of extra off there. So to complete the bag is really nice and easy, a nice fast project this one is. A little bit more time for the other two projects. One's got the quilting in, and then of course the larger one, the Michelle bag there with all of the pockets. That's got the vinyl on the inside. I have used a clear vinyl on that one as well. So we're opening up that exterior fabric and just marrying up the two exterior fabrics and the two lining fabrics. And I always find that it makes life a lot easier if I just pin here at the zip, just to hold those in place so we know that we've got a nice finish on this section here. Because it's such a small purse, we don't need to pin around all the other sides. So just using a pen, just to remind ourselves at the bottom along that lining, we're just going to leave, I'm going to leave a 3.5 inch turning gap because there's quite a lot of fabric there because of the extra pockets that we've got in here. So we're simply going to start with a reverse stitch at the first pen mark and sew all the way around and finish at the second pen mark, just there. We will just swap that foot back as well.
I did a Zoom class yesterday and forgot to leave an opening in the lining, and I had to said, oh, forgot to tell you to leave an opening in the lining, so then I had to unpick a little bit of it.
Did everybody have to do it too?
Yes.
It's good practice.
It's good practice.
It's good
practice.
practice.
How to unpick quickly.
The thing is, I always find when you're almost at the end of the project, you get so excited to see it that you forget. That's why I do always, even when I'm sewing myself, always put those pen marks there.
I use double pins to do the same thing.
Yeah, that's a great idea as well.
Keep going, don't you?
Yeah. It just reminds you, because I get really excited to see a project finished.
Chrissy has said, loving the colour combo, goes really well together.
I do love these fabrics.
Yeah.
So each time you arrive at the corner, just pivot that fabric and then continue to sew along the next raw edge. Now whenever I pin, I always leave the pins far enough back so I don't need to worry about removing those. But if you're concerned that you're going to come into contact, just take a moment to remove those. If you've got lots of bulk on your stitch, you can slow this machine down if you're concerned and just hand crank across here nice and slowly, and then you know that you've got across that zip and you haven't got to worry about that needle breaking. And again, the more confident you are, you'll just fly across that zip.
I must admit, I always go over it with the hands. Just in case you're going over the teeth.
Yes, absolutely.
Because you can on a nylon zip.
Very easy to do as well.
Yeah.
I would definitely say do that, especially in the larger of the three projects, the Michelle, because you have got the foam in there as well.
Yes.
So really take your time on that project, especially with the hand binding, especially with the binding section. And again, this is a project where I do finish with hand stitching the binding as well.
This one?
Yeah. So just on each of the corners, I'm just going to cut those corners just to remove a little bit of the bulk and remove those pins. I think it's perfect timing now, isn't it? Now we can get out and about and pop all our lovely things in, ready for holidays maybe.
Oh, that would be so nice.
Sounds lovely, doesn't it? So just popping your fingers through that gap that you've left with the zip. And as we pull this through, that is the little This is Emma, we've called this one Emma, so this is your little Emma cosmetic bag, complete apart from just sewing that lining turning gap just there.
I do that by machine as well.
Do you know, it depends really. If I'm gifting it, then I tend to hand stitch that just to finish, and I know it's got a lovely finish on there for myself. Then it's lucky if it even gets machine stitched sometimes. So it's finished on to the next.
Not to look too closely then.
Don't look too close. I think I have had.
That has finished.
Have I finished that one? Oh, there you go. They're not my set then.
Oh.
They mustn't be for me.
And they've been nicely finished too.
There we go.
So not
getting ready for gifting. I'm getting ahead ready
obviously.
for Christmas. I'm so excited that Susie's just done a Christmas show in June. We're not even in June.
Not even in June. We're still in May.
In May. So you've got your little bag finished. You've got your pockets on the interior, and as we mentioned, you can machine stitch this, like Wendy said, or you can do a little slip stitch on there to give that a lovely finish. Just tuck in that inside, give it a little press, and that's one of the first projects. That's the fastest of the 3 projects from this particular issue of the Fast Fat Quarter Fun.
So just recap these bundles very quickly. So these are the 3 projects that you make out of that one. So these are the 3 here. Shall I show them upwards? I didn't realise it has pockets on both sides. That one. Pockets on both sides. And zipped. This is in this beautiful, this is the mustard and blue set. And you get the 3 projects in, and you can make all 3 projects out of these fabrics that you get in here. So you've got the cork, and we've also then got 3 Liberty prints. It's a sparkly cork, it's got a silver to it. And then these lovely prints here are the 3 prints with this sparkly silver finished cork fabric. So when we say cork, it's not cork as in you're thinking of putting it into the wine bottle. It is actually a cork fabric. But you do need to use a leather needle when you're sewing it. And then we have the same kit, but this time just fabric. And these are these really pretty fabrics here. This is what you're using now, isn't it?
Yes.
So you get the instructions and you get the full size pattern, and then you get 4 fabric fat quarters. So we've got this lovely blue, got this beautiful sort of coral. This is the one that Kerrie's just been working with. The other blue, and then you've got this blue. The cork is just winning at the moment, just by 2, not many. So if anybody wants this one, could bring this one up into the running. So this is really lovely. So don't forget, you get the full instructions and the pattern, all full size pattern, no need to increase it at all. So this is this lovely kit. You will also need some zips in this. All 3 of the projects have a zip. Let's look at the larger ones first. The 16-inch, this is $4.99 for a pack of pastels. Sorry, I picked the wrong one up. That's it, a pack of pastels. The colours may vary, so you'll get 5 16-inch pastel zips, but it might not be these specific colours. And don't forget, I did say earlier that you need an 16-inch one for the bag in here, but if you have a project that you only need a 12-inch, you can cut these down. You just bar tack, so hand stitch repeatedly over the end where you want the end to be, and then you can cut the rest off. And then we have the same 16-inch, but in the brights. And again, colours may vary on this one. It's $4.99 for 5 16-inch zips in the brighter colours. So it's a great thing to have both, actually. Then we have the shorter zips. So again, if I start with pastel, these are 8-inch. So these are 8-inch zips. These will be the colours that you see. So you get a set of 5 for $2.99. So we have here lilac, green, pink, blue and peach. So really lovely zips there. And, because I think it would be a good idea to get both, you've got the brights. And again, these will be the ones you get. These are the 8-inch ones. So we have blue, yellow, orange, red and purple, dark purple. So these are the 8-inch ones. Then we have our piping cord, which again, we haven't shown you in use today, but it is on one of these bags here. So that's the piping cord, and you've got a pack of 4 millimetres.
The Samantha bag that you just shown as well. I will be doing a sew along tomorrow to show you how to make that Samantha bag as well.
So we're going to do a sew along tomorrow. That's on your Facebook page. Yeah, lovely. And then we've got 4 millimetre piping, which is 3 metres of it. So this is great. So it's great for that bag, but also, you know, for the cord on that drawstring one from earlier. Can you watch that sew along back later?
Yes, it'll be pinned and it'll be put on a blog as well, so you'll be able to go back and watch that.
Yeah, so you can watch it later on, because you do not watch it in the morning.
It's not until the afternoon
tomorrow.
Oh,
that's all right then. So where do we find your Facebook?
It's Living in Loveliness, just on Facebook page, and that's where we'll be doing the tutorial. But we do embed it onto the blog on the website. So if you've bought one of the kits and you want to watch the full tutorial for that pattern, then you can watch that as well.
That's really nice. Good. Living in Loveliness then. Then we now have the trio of storage. I'll set this one to one side. And we have this. Look at this. Look at this. These. Oh, go right then. Don't look at mine. Look at the picture. We have these lovely storage boxes. So they come in 3 different sizes. Now what we have for this is we have just one kit this way, one colourway. And this is organic cotton. So again, beautifully packaged as usual. And I'm just going to break it open so as I can get into it. So this is it's the same colourway as our examples here. But what you're getting here is you are getting the wadding or the batting. It's the same thing. And then you're getting these fabrics. Now, they're not are they fat quarters?
2.5 metres.
I was going to say they're bigger, aren't they?
2.5
metres. These 2 colours.
And they're 54 inches wide.
So you could actually decide to have it the other way round, couldn't you?
Yeah.
If you wanted the green on the out and the purple on the in, that's up to you. Beautiful. What widths did you say they were?
54 inches wide.
54 inches wide. So 2 nice wide fabrics here. Beautiful fabrics, and it is organic cotton, which is a nice thought. And of course, the pattern instructions. To the pattern instructions with all the details instructions and the pattern pieces. So even though it's a simple shape, you haven't got to worry about how to cut it out. You've got very clear pattern pieces on how to cut out how many pieces, and they are to size. So you haven't got to worry about increasing the size or anything. These fabrics are really beautiful. I love the colours, but I love the fact that it is this cotton that you're saying, this organic cotton. I like that idea. And the fact that you get the wadding with it. So you don't need anything else with this one, do you? This is all you need to make this one. And you make all 3 of these sized little storage pots, which you can use for all sorts of things. They could be for the sewing room, they could be for a toy room.
There's plenty of the extra cotton as well if you want to make maybe some of the little place wipes that people are making as well with some nice cotton. They'll be quite nice actually in your storage pads, wouldn't they, to coordinate? Yes. There's plenty of extra fabric in there to be able to make that.
It is a beautiful fabric, isn't it? It really is. Christy said she really loved the fabric for storage. It's so beautiful. I totally agree, Christy. That is gorgeous. And I love the fact you're getting 3 sizes here. And the fact that you've done them slightly differently. So this one, you've quilted in lines.
Yes.
Which is lovely. This one, you've done a cross patch. I love that cross patch. I think it's easy to do, isn't it? And
nice,
just very effective.
Now,
and then this one you haven't bothered to. We didn't need to.
But the pattern doesn't.
You haven't needed to. Not quite.
I was tired at that point, Wendy. The pattern doesn't show you how to do the quilting, so if you want to do the quilting, you'll be able to obviously find little tutorials. But
so you don't need to do the quilting. It just adds another touch to the finish to it. And of course, you get the instructions. But we can also do the instructions on their own. So if you have your own fabric, or if you bought some of the Christmas fabrics earlier, these would make lovely Christmas pots, wouldn't they?
Yeah, absolutely.
Again, for different things you
wouldn't
could have
they look lovely
in
the Liberty?
They would, wouldn't they?
Suzie
really beautiful. In that lovely new Liberties, they would look gorgeous. And you could make 3 different ones, couldn't you? Because if you bought the whole pack. So this is the pattern on its own, $7.99 with full instructions and the full size pattern in there. So of course, once you've got the pattern, you can make them again and again and again.
Over and over again, yeah.
So yes, really good.
They're quite nice because I know we've got the tissue paper in there, But they stack
They do
together
stack,
nicely as
don't
well.
they? Yes.
So if if you're wanting to make them as a gift just on their own,
Yes.
it's a nice gift, isn't it? So they stack, they nest together, so they're easier to wrap.
Yes, definitely. I won't try and unstuff them. Well, I suppose I could do it because you've also made them in wool, haven't you?
I have made them in wool,
If I grab the other two, I can stack these because these ones aren't stuffed because you've made them in wool, so they really, and they do
They're
stand
really
up.
sturdy.
And again, you've done the same thing with these three. You've put the cross patch on this one.
I've used the
stripes on
multicolour
that
thread
one.
on those as
Yes,
well,
I
so
like
it looks
that.
really nice. The
So they
teal
just
thread.
literally stack inside each other. Not with things in them though.
No.
Well, you could put things in a little one.
You could hide a little thing in there, couldn't you, under each one?
Yes,
If you were really good.
Something like a fat
if you could be
quarter or
bothered.
something.
Yeah, a couple of fat. Oh, that would be lovely, wouldn't it?
Look at that. So you get that as a gift. And that's all three of them, as you say. And they are squishy, so you can actually, of course, flatten them down to pack them. But yes, I feel like it's a Russian doll. I got my three little bags, look. Even if you want the fabric, this organic cotton fabric, you will get the pattern in there as well.
Yeah.
So you can get the kit here, which has got the pattern and the wadding, of course, or you can just get the pattern on its own, in which case you have to own fabric, own wadding. Get that. I mean, I love this kit. I think it's
nice.
I love those colours. The fact it's
The
organic
colours are
cotton.
beautiful, aren't they?
They are, and they go so well together.
Yeah. I do love these.
Yes, I do, and I love the fact it comes so beautifully presented in a kit, and you've got the wadding as well, so you haven't got to find anything.
It's a nice gift. You don't even need to sew it. It's a
Don't
gift
even
in
need to
itself.
sew it. Well, that's what I bought for my sister for her birthday. I bought her a kit from here, and I was talking about it last week, and I was about to say it, but thinking, oh, she might be watching. I can't say it because I hadn't given it to her
Has
yet.
she had it now?
Yeah, she has had
she's
it now, so I can now say I got her the kit. So the pattern on its own for this is only $7.99, which is a really good price for a pattern like this, with the full-size pattern pieces, so no increasing or anything like that. So have you got a little demo for us?
We have. We're going to make one of these little baskets. Really nice and easy. Lovely, easy pattern to make. Again, we're using the batting in your kit. You've got that in there, and there's plenty in there for you to make all three sizes as well. So I'm not going to do any quilting on here, but you could, of course, and if you wanted to add that extra quilting onto here. So just going to spray a little 505 directly to the batting, just to secure those fabrics. I do find just putting the 505 keeps the fabric in place as you're sewing it into place, especially if you're going to add the quilting to that. It's lovely with a little lily.
So what size is this one?
This is the medium.
Medium.
I like the little one. Everything looks so much nicer when it's tiny, doesn't it?
Oh, I don't know. I like the big one,
I like
actually.
the big one. Then this one was from Fabulously Fast Fat Quarter from issue 3, and this size is perfect for your fat quarters. So it was made for you to store your fat quarters in your sewing room originally. Yeah, the medium size, and they set into there really nice, and they just look pretty on the shelves with all your fat quarters in.
And
so
you could stand them up so you can see them all, can't you?
Yes, they stand just a little bit. So the fold over that you pop in onto the top, you know, you can fold that down as little or as much as you want to expose those fabrics. So with the pattern facing up towards us, we're going to pop the lining on top and align that raw edge on both pieces. Just pin that together, and we're simply going to sew along the top of each of those baskets. And this was from issue 3. So as we started the series of Fast Fat Quarter Fun, the projects were nice and easy. Perfect for you beginners as well. Or for those of you like me who wants to feel organised.
But good for beginners, as you say, but also good quick projects.
Yeah.
Good makes for friends, good makes for charity.
Absolutely.
You're okay with people do that for charity,
Yes,
aren't
it's
you?
a lovely idea actually. These would be great on your stalls for charity, wouldn't they?
I think,
and popular as well, I imagine.
is it actually stitching, Kerrie?
Yeah, I'd caught the front.
Right, good.
I thought I was having a practice line there. There we go. So just removing those excess threads, opening up that panel. Shall we do? We'll do just a little bit of quilting. I feel like we need to add just a little bit.
But this isn't in the instructions.
The quilting isn't in the instructions because we've got time. All I'm going to do here is the bottom of the boxed area. I'm just lining up with a silver plate on the machine, and we'll start with just some straight line quilting. It sounds like it's misbehaving, doesn't it?
It does, doesn't it?
Yeah, it is. Right, let's rethread that. I thought we were going to get away with that.
This is when you can use your quilter's guide, the metal rod that you get. So many people have this and they don't know what to do with it. It's a metal rod with usually a bend on it. And you can slip it into the back of the ankle. There's usually a hole in the back there. So you don't have to use it with the walking foot. You can use it in the sewing machine. And what you do is you sew your first line, and then you put your quilter's guide in and you line that up on that first line of stitching, the distance from the needle that you want to create your parallel rows. So it could be an inch, it could be an inch and a half, could be 2 inches. And then you stitch your row, keeping an eye on the guide, not the needle. Then you do the next one and the next one, and you get perfectly parallel rows, which is how you can very easily get this lovely pattern that Kerrie's done here, this cross grid. You do it diagonally, and then you go back the other way, and they're all perfectly parallel because the guide helps you keep them that way. You could, if you use the circular sewing device, you could stitch circles around the flowers. Yes, you definitely could. Of course, you could free motion as well. So there's lots of different ways you can add sort of stitch to the top. I think Kerrie's back in flow.
We're back in flow. So what's quite nice about adding them, obviously we've got the 3 different baskets there, and I've done different quilting, really simple quilting on there. But it's a nice project to practice as well, isn't it? It just adds a little bit more.
It's not too big. And you've increased your stitch length. Have you?
Oh, sorry. I was away then, enjoying that sewing. I've increased the stitch length to 5, to the longest stitch on the machine, and I'm just going to do 3 lines, so we've got that around the centre of the basket when we open that up. I was listening to all your tips then. I thought you were giving a tip and I was listening in.
I was just giving a tip whilst you were rethreading, really.
I love your tips.
One of my passions is to get people to use the feet.
Yeah.
And the stitches that come with their machine. Because, I mean, it's the same with me in a washing machine, and in fact a computer, to be honest. I do what I can do. I don't tend to use all of the features and the programs on a washing machine. I tend to use the same 1 or 2.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing with the sewing machine.
Yeah.
You get used to using it the way you do, but all the different feet make life so much easier.
Yeah.
And that's what's one of the exciting things about the machine that Gary's bringing with us today. Its special offer is it's got some extra feet.
Has he?
Yes.
Need to do a whole show on feet when...
Oh, I know. That would be good, wouldn't it?
Absolutely. So we've got the lining fabric marrying up with the lining fabric, and again that exterior fabric. All I'm doing here is just pushing 1 seam to the left, 1 to the right, so they nest together at the top. I'm going to leave, because the base of the basket is quite small, I'm going to leave the turning gap just on the side there. And I'm going to leave that 3.5 inches. So what we're going to do now is to just sew, starting at that first pen mark, sew around all 4 sides, just excluding the boxed bottom corners there. I'll just pop a couple of clips just to secure that into place. So starting at that first pen mark, starting with your reverse stitch. And on the bottom of the corners as well, because sometimes they can come open, especially with the on the side where the batting is, it's always worth just reverse stitching as well. I am going to decrease the stitch length back to 3 now. Or if you don't want to play, switch it off, switch it back on and it sorts it out. Yes. That's what I do with the TV. And the computer, if it misbehaves, I hope that if I switch it off and on, it works.
Yes, I had to do that the other day. My computer wouldn't boot up, and then I'm stuck, you see, when that kind of thing happens. Fortunately, I phoned an IT department, and he just basically told me to turn it off, take the leads out, put the leads back in, turn it back on, and it worked.
And was that, who told you to do that?
It was the IT department for
wow.
immediate
So I'm doing the right thing, switching it off and on every time.
You often do, yes. But I sort of like looking at it and think, I don't know what to do.
No idea. The same on the corners as well. So just releasing the thread, tease a little bit of thread across so you don't need to cut those joining threads and waste any thread. Now over to the final side. This is where you could add, we had rickrack, didn't we, last week on? This is where you could add some lovely pom-pom trim or some rickrack, you know, you could really, all those beautiful collections, all those extra buttons that we've got, you know, you could really make these quite personal.
You could.
With the colour themes and accessories that we tend to collect. So just trimming away all those extra threads. And then to box the bottom corners is really nice and easy. We're simply going to poke our finger through that centre there, pull that open, and again push one seam to the left, one to the right, so they naturally lock in together. Just pop a little clip on and we'll repeat that on all 4 corners.
This is a lovely quick way to put a bottom on the bag, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
At the weekend, my mum had a creative sewing weekend this weekend gone, and we had sort of 31 ladies doing all these lovely projects, and my mum came, and one of the things she did is make a shopping bag for her husband Den, my stepfather, out of denim, because he doesn't like taking her flowery one. So she made one out of denim, put box corners on it, put a pocket on the outside. She did a double pocket on the outside, actually, with piping on the top. Yeah, looked very good.
The thing is, they're nice, you know, tote bags are really nice, easy projects, but we need them, don't we? Especially, you know, for just the shopping trip.
But it is nice that you're, you know, with the issues, the way you've developed them, you're learning these techniques, and these techniques are transferable onto other projects, aren't they? So creating, as you're doing here, this bottom, box bottom bag, as I say, you can do it on a tote, you can do it on cushions, you can do all sorts, actually. So you've got the kit here, which is in these lovely lilac and lime green, or mint green, I guess that is. Lovely lilac and mint green. That's the kit, £26.99. You get enough fabric for all 3 of those storage bags and the wadding and the instructions with full-size pattern. Or you can just buy the pattern on its own, if you prefer. So that is, I mean, I just love that colourway. And I love the fact you get the wadding and everything as well. It's a really beautiful pack to get.
Well, we really like to, you know, our kit sort of started with just the fat quarters, and then we developed those to have everything you need if you know, you like to get everything and be able to jump straight in and do that project. But a lot of us as well, we have fabrics that we think, oh, you know, that pattern would look, this fabric would look great as this project, or perhaps you want it to coordinate in your sewing room, maybe your bathroom, and you might already have the fabrics in your stash. In your stash, I mean.
One of your stashes.
I know,
as in my case.
Wall insulation, a lady told me it was the other day, which I thought it was a brilliant. I love all the excuses people come up with. So we're just simply going to poke our finger through to the furthest point of the exterior part of the bag, tease that through the gap there. We've left that wide enough so we haven't got to fight to bring that through, especially if you're adding the batting in here. You could add a heavyweight interface in it. It would change the bag slightly, but it would still give that some definition to stand up, wouldn't it, with your heavyweight interface in. Now we do need to sew across there. I've got a dark purple on the machine, so I will hand stitch that. And then it's entirely up to yourself at this stage which fabric you want to showcase. Sometimes we change our mind, but because we've got that lovely quilting, I will stick to keeping the lilac on the exterior. Just push into those corners. Extra bit of thread there. And then, as I mentioned, this is the medium one, so perfect size for your fat quarters here. Now you could top stitch this if you want to, but I haven't for this particular project actually. I don't think it needs a top stitch, but you could do. And dependent upon what you're popping into here is how far you're going to turn that top over. Because I want to see that quilting, I will just turn that over by about 1.5 inches. And if you really want to give this some definition here, you could give this a little top press as well, which I think we'll do. Well, that's quite nice because you can see the lily there, so we'll make sure we can see the lily. and just give it a little press to secure that, and that is that project finished.
Yes, that's a medium-sized bag. So saw how quick and easy that was to do. And those colours are gorgeous. That's really lovely. So that is the kit, $26.99. You get 2 pieces of fabric. Did you say they were half metre of each?
They're half metres, yeah.
Half metre of each, 54 inches wide, but they are organic cotton, which I think is really lovely. And you get a piece of batting, which is 33 by 14. Let's have a look at it so we can actually see it in... Look, oh, it's so beautifully wrapped as well, and I've tried to put it back neatly. So that's the wadding, so you get this lovely wadding, and then you get the 2 pieces of fabric. So they're lovely, it's lovely soft fabrics. With Lily, this will go with so much, because it's quite soft colours. It will go with all sorts of decors. Really very pretty, and you also, of course, get the pattern. So you've got the instructions and the full-size pattern as well. So very simple. And so you've got the pattern for the 3 different sizes. And of course, once you've got that pattern, you can make many more in different fabrics too. So you've got that pattern to hand. Or if you don't want these beautiful fabrics, it's up to you, but you could then just order the pattern on its own. So the pattern on its own, $7.99, pattern with the full-size pattern templates. This has actually been requested, hasn't it? We've been asked for this one. We do have one other project for you from Kerrie, and we've only got one colourway, and that is this one here. This is Fabulous Fat Quarter Fun. And this time what we have is issue 3. Pull these out, let's put it around. So we have a triangular, it was like a pyramid purse with a zip, a box purse with a zip and a tag, and in fact the box, so this is like the one we've just done here, isn't it? This is the storage basket. We have this, so you've got these 3 different patterns here, so 2 with zips, so think those zips again, and with this you get 4 fat quarters. And this is the only colourway we have, but it's rather beautiful, isn't it? So we've got the green, and which one you use for lining, which one you use for the outside, which one you use for which one is up to you entirely. So really pretty colours. I love that. I love this deep pink, pinky plummy purple. That's really... Oh, this one's got little birds. Oh, that's so cute. Very cute, so lovely. Floral, but sort of quite modern floral. And that's a complete kit, $29.99, and you get the zipped triangular pyramid. You get a boxed bag, so you can use that for cosmetics or anything like that, can't you? I like cosmetic bags like that because you can see everything in them when you open them. And you've got this sort of the medium-sized basket that we were looking at just now, and you can see, if you can see into the picture there, how Kerrie's stacked some fabrics in it, some fat quarters in it. So don't forget to check out on your zips and your piping and your toggles and everything, because we sold out of the zips last time. We have brought in extra this time, but they are an incredibly good buy. They really are. Now, thank you for that, Kerrie, but when are you back?
17th of June.
17th of
June.
June, 17th of June. So you'll see Kerrie again on 17th of June. If you want to catch her on Facebook tomorrow afternoon, it's you're doing a Facebook Live, Living in Loveliness, so have a look for that one there. And of course, you can always see back any of the shows and the demos on these shows on our YouTube channel as well. So, after the break, there's a man in the room here, and he's busying away getting these machines ready, and he's bringing to us for the first time ever it's a Juki DX7. This is a fabulous machine. I've had a sneak preview of it, and it's coming with a special, for us only, extra gift. So have a look at that in just a minute. And he's got the air threader overlocker, which I absolutely love. Makes life so much easier, it really does. So we'll see you just in a few minutes with Garry.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay 1 postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay 1 P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Hello, I'm Adele Rowland. You may have seen me on shows already. My passion is in dressmaking. I've been sewing now for about 4 years, completely self-taught. I've actually learnt a lot from the mistakes that I've made. In my normal day job, I'm actually a secondary school science teacher, and one of the things that dressmaking has brought is the conversation starter with my students about the dresses, the tops, everything that I've made. I have 2 young daughters and a wonderful husband as well. One secret or surprising fact about me is that I actually have a silver world medal for Irish dancing. My dressmaking top tip is always remember your notches. Don't skip that part with dressmaking because those notches are very important to line up all of your seams. I can't wait to bring more dressmaking projects to you and get more people sewing.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day. In need of a crafting fix? There are so many ways you can watch Sewing Street and Yarn Lane. Sewing Street is live from 8 AM to 1 PM every day on Freeview 72 and Sky 670. Alternatively, if you want to watch us on a tablet or on the move, you can tune in on our YouTube channel, the Sewing Street app, or the websites at www.sewingstreet.com and www.yarnlane.com. You can watch past shows on Sky 670 from 1 PM every day, as well as our YouTube channel, the app, and our website. Yarn Lane is on from 12 PM to 1 PM. Visit our programme guide to find out when and what's on. So you never have to spend a minute without us.
Keep up to date with what's on Sewing Street and Yarn Lane, as well as all the latest news and special offers by signing up to our email newsletters. For Sewing Street, head on over to www.sewingstreet.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and you're done. It's exactly the same for Yarn Lane. Head on over to www.yarnlane.com. Scroll down to the bottom of the homepage, type in your email address, click the envelope, and that's it. You are now subscribed to both Sewing Street's and Yarn Lane's email newsletters, so you'll never miss out on the latest news and special offers ever again.
Have you heard about all of the different ways you can shop with Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? You can either shop on our websites, sewingstreet.com and yarnlane.com. You can also order by phone by calling our friendly UK customer service team. For Sewing Street, call 0800 001 4433, and for Yarn Lane, call 0800 4700 600. And don't forget about the Sewing Street app. Here you can shop all of the Sewing Street products as well as watch the live shows from anywhere. You can download the app onto your smartphone or your tablet by simply searching Sewing Street in your app store. And one final thing, no matter how many times you check out on Sewing Street or Yarn Lane in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. Happy shopping!
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
If you'd like to get in touch with us during our live show and send in any messages or any questions, then you can do it on studio@sewingstreet.com. Alternatively, you can message us on our official Facebook page.
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Hello everyone, my name's Cara Ackerman and I'm absolutely delighted to be here at Sewing Street. I actually originated from Hertfordshire, then went down to Hampshire and then it ended up in the East Midlands. I've been in the East Midlands for about 40 years now, which seems crazy, but 36 of those I actually worked with DMC Creative World, which was wonderful. I really, really enjoyed that. And then I decided to go freelance, and that's how I got introduced to Sewing Street. I love doing anything to do with textiles, so embroidery, cross stitch, patchwork, done a bit of quilting, bag making, toy making, oh goodness, there's loads and loads of things. What I love doing is just trying something new, and I think one of the tips is don't be frightened of trying something new. You always learn from it, and you know, don't be scared of making mistakes either. We all learn from the mistakes that we make. Little bit about me that you might not know, and that's a bit of a surprise. I once went to the garden party down at Buckingham Palace, the Queen's garden party, for some work that I did with Kerrie. I was so lucky to go there, and just a wonderful time. So I hope to see more of you on Sewing Street, and I hope to try lots of new crafts with you. So see you again soon. Bye bye.
Welcome back. So this is a final 2 hours. It's a 2-hour special, and this final 2 hours is all about Juki and Garry with 2 R's. So Garry is here from Juki, and he's not just a sales bloke. He's a guy who knows. He's the man who knows. You know, when you sort of think, I'll ask a man who knows, this is the man who knows. He knows everything about Juki machines. He helps with the design of them. He is going to take us through a machine that is brand new to us today. Now, we have been selling it pre-order, and we have already, that's since about Friday, and we have already sold some of them. So be warned, we have already sold some of these. And what I think is particularly fabulous for us today is that the machine, it's a beautiful machine in its own right, but it's coming with a free sewing feet pack, which is worth £110. Some really extra feet to do all sorts of really creative stitching. And it's always buy a machine that does more than you can do, that you want to do now, because you will grow into it, not grow out of it. So it's a really good idea. So even if you're thinking, well, I'll never use all those feet, you might not now, might not today, but you will do. Look at those, all those beautiful feet, and Garry will explain them all to us. But first, let's go over to Garry. Oh, hold on a minute. I must say it's on, what is it? It's on 5 split pays of £299.80. So the full price is £1,499 for a very good quality, all singing and dancing. Doesn't make the tea, but pretty much everything else. We do not charge interest on our split payments, and you get the machine with your first payment paid. They will come direct from Juki, which is in Essex. So they're coming and they have the stock there for us. So we know that sewing machines have been like gold dust of late. We do have these in and we have them available. If you've bought anything today already, the same post and package covers this purchase as well. So you don't have to pay post and package on top. So it is a really, really good deal. It's a fabulous machine. And now I'm going to go over to Garry because he's ready. He's ready and waiting. He's going to show us this machine and all the beautiful things that it can do. Over to you.
Good morning. Thank you for that lovely introduction. Wonderful. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
Wonderful, wonderful. Hello everybody at home on there. Well, my DX7, yes, first time here. And the great thing about it, it's that sort of Juki quality, hopefully that we're learning to love out there and sort of really appreciating that, yes, it's not a basic machine. It's a considered purchase, obviously the price point on there as well. But as you're rightly saying, have a machine you can grow into rather than go out of, something you could enjoy. Also to expand your type of sewing as well. And it's the sort of thing, it's like, is it for a beginner? Is it for an advanced person? It is for everybody on there. But obviously with that price point in a consideration, obviously having the FlexiPay is fantastic on there as well, which is really nice. But with a machine like this, not just, yes, it does offer you a few hundred stitches to play with on there, a couple of alphabets or your overlocking buttonholes, absolutely. So you can have some fun with that. But if I just pop that down, straightforward, you have just a plain utility machine when you want it as well. So literally, when you switch it on, it is ready to go. So you haven't got to play around with it.
I hate to say it, but it looks sexy.
Thank you.
It really is a beautiful looking machine.
And obviously I enhance that as well myself.
Oh, you do?
Indeed.
Because
yes,
you're wearing the right blue to go with it.
Well, actually, yes, the matching blue on there, absolutely. So thank you. Yeah, well, with the construction, we've got the full metal chassis inside, so it's not a lightweight machine. Certainly now compared to some machines, it is still classed as fairly portable, but it is solid. And hopefully people then, when we hear it running and the sort of people are there with the machines appreciate, thinking just, it feels good. And that's one of the main things we have at Juki on there. It's nice having lots of stitches, but if it doesn't do your basics well, that's where obviously we get frustrated. That's when we get put off different types of sewing, etc. that way. So first of all, sort of setting the machine up, easy just to get it on. Obviously I've just unboxed the machine on there. We can pop that up, which then gives you the threading, which is all in underneath. First of all, I'm going to slide the arm off. So we've got a nice long sleeve arm on there. So we have also an 8-inch arm, 20 centimetres, and with an extra high rolling area. So even though the sort of the A to B is sort of that 20 centimetres, with the extra height, you really can fit double quilt still under there as well. So it really does give you that nice working area. Inside the accessories, we come with the accessory tray as well. So I get used to where the camera is again. So as standard with the machine, we get all our utility feet on there, all our buttonhole feet, overlocking, hemming. We also got a large range of creative feet, all of our walking feet, free motion feet, in the ditch, 1/4 inch. So all as standard with the machine.
That's all standard.
I've sorted out a nice little bonus pack as well. I'll talk about that afterwards. Let's get excited about the machine and sort of what we can do there. So that's your arm, and it's sort of nice and compact. It keeps all the accessories, or a large amount of the accessories, inside. So I'm going to pop that to one side at the moment, because also it comes with a really nice extension table. So fully adjustable legs, so for different types of platforms, and that would then just slide on, and then we have then just got a really nice work area on there as well. And again, it's not just for quilting and patchwork, obviously, as you will really recognise on there. The more support you give to your fabric, less drag on the needle, more quality the stitch is going to be, and obviously it's easier going to be feeding system, and so to keep that pattern and stitch more even on there. So having that platform is absolutely lovely. So first of all, I'm just going to put the needle up and then lift the foot up as well. So as you can see, we've got electronic controls on there, but one thing I do always point out, and myself, it's sort of coming through that engineering stage, and this is where, again, like you said at the top of the show on there, fortunately enough, I do like to get behind the scenes, and sometimes they don't like me behind the scenes, obviously, with different features they say they want in the machines, and I just always say, just don't put too much in there, but keep a sewing machine as a sewing machine. Don't try and make it too creative just because one other company may have done it. You want to try and compete, you want to try and outdo, but it's not always the right thing to do. So even though we've now gone on to put the electronics in with the foot, press a foot, up, the thread trimmer, the needle up, needle down, so it makes life easier, which we can also program as well. Everything is still connected to a mechanical system on there. So our foot lift is still on a mechanical with extra high clearance, so for really thick fabrics we've got that real nice lift on there. Box feed system, again the Juki industrial feed system on there. So with a domestic machine, very, very powerful, and which we're going to show you in a minute, the way it just coats from fabric to fabric without having to play around. 100% jam proof, fully self-lubricating system, so it looks after itself as well. So even though really it's not a beginner's machine, it will make life so much easier because it looks after itself more. And again, you haven't got to play around and fiddle from fabric to fabric. You can just get on and go.
Yes.
It's not just the fabric, it's the threads as well. So I will literally just pick up different types of threads. So at the moment, this is just a 60 weight Gutterman thread. So first of all, I am just going to pop the bobbin in.
And I know you sort of say it's not for beginners because of the price point, but actually from simplicity of use,
that's it.
It is.
That's the nice thing about it.
Because if you choose whatever stitch you choose, the machine sets the length, the width, etc., etc. You haven't got to start turning dials.
You haven't got to play with anything at all. As you say, it presets everything for you. And that's the nice thing about, again, being a beginner on that. Or you say we've got a 5-minute job to do. We don't want to sit there for ages playing around, fiddling. Is there a chance we're going to get it wrong if we're not sure? But also, for sort of young people, first-time sewers coming into it as well, it's brilliant where they can get on a sew rather than have to fiddle and play. So yeah, ideal for beginners as well. And this is why I say when the lid's down, we hide those patterns away. This is just now a basic utility machine, so it is so simple. So setting the machine up, just dropping the bobbin in. It's all arrowed and numbered as well, so it's very simple to follow. Number 1, number 2, number 3, and then that just cuts the tail off. So once I'm left with the tail, the bobbin is now set into place. Clear view bobbin cover, so we can see what colour we're using on the bobbin. And then the top threading, fairly conventional. The bobbin winder, again, built into the machine, but this time it's completely independent bobbin winder. So it's got its own motor, so we can wind and sew at the same time as well.
Oh, that's amazing.
And it will automatically turn itself off when it's full. So, but we have got a bobbin wound there already, so I'm just going to thread the machine up.
That means you don't have to unthread to wind a bobbin?
Not at all, no. Or we have then 2 reels of thread. Obviously we can be winding while sewing as well at the same time, again, like the industrials do. Exactly it, yeah. Or as we know, when we're doing free motion embroidery, quilting, a lot of time you've got a different bobbin underneath anyway. So you don't need that same reel of threads. You can always, when you recognise you're running out, you just wind another bobbin as you're still sewing. So you haven't got to stop, unthread, change. Again, makes life easier, quicker, and sort of less fiddling around.
I think that's staggering. I know it's a small thing, but I think that's staggering. Well, how many times do you run out of the bobbin mid-seam?
Exactly.
Then you have to unthread the whole thing in order to do another bobbin.
Then to wind another bobbin and that, and then if you don't, and sometimes the thread catches, which then causes more problems as well. So, but this is what I like to be involved with, because it's those little things which seem simple, which a lot of companies are not doing, because again, shortcuts or to keep costings down and things like that. So, but having an independent, something as simple, an independent motor with an auto switch off as well, it's never going to overwind, it's not going to jam the system at all. And as you say, for convenient, it's absolutely brilliant that way. And it's the same as we have on our industrial, so why wouldn't we use it on our domestics as well?
I think this is the beauty of you being involved. Now, one lady has said, what's the company that you work for? It's Juki, Juki. That's the company. She thinks she lives quite close to you.
Right, yep. So our head office is in Colchester in Essex. We do have classrooms throughout the UK as well. Hopefully they'll be opening soon so we can actually run some classes. We do have our own workshops as well, as in engineering workshops. So we look after the full 2-year warranty, we completely look after as well. And obviously there is a nationwide availability. So we look after it, we send it out. The warranty also, we look after you as well. We have a full back to base should there be a query or problem. But 9 times out of 10, with a lot of people we speak to on the phone, we have a lot of helplines as well available. So especially when it's
UK helplines?
UK helplines, yeah, absolutely. It's all to do with the Juki group. Yeah, there's no outsiders. It's not going. You're speaking to an.
Not allowed to have outsiders.
No, well, again, it's if we're going to give advice, we're going to give the right advice.
You do
absolutely,
right
as you know,
advice,
nothing more frustrating than somebody going, I think you do this, or I think you do that. So no, generally when you phone us, you either get hold of an engineer, or you get hold of a demonstrator, or someone who can talk you through any queries. So as we know, when it's something new, it could be something so simple you just miss, or we all do it. So speaking to someone, we are there to help. But
we've already got less than 20 machines.
Right, oh, great.
We're only 10 minutes into the show.
On there.
So yes.
It does also come with your DVD and a proper instruction manual as well, not
Yeah,
just a
that looks
leaflet or
nice,
download.
yes.
Again, this is something myself where we can have these machines with no manuals that are going to be all downloads, all online. To me, that's a no-no. We've got to have something you can sit, you can hold, you can write in, you can just have a good reference point. Also on the machine, we do have an instructions available as well. So
you've got a help
we
button.
can even got the help button, so we can ask the machine, we can go in, find out what different tools are available for different types of stitching, what the stitching is. Automatically, it will suggest then what foot to use. It will automatically then set the width and length as you first said as well. So it
tells you what foot to use as well.
So built into the machine, or built into the screen, sorry. So as soon as I select the stitch, all the details will change. So what I'm going to do is just carry on threading the machine up first. So we got to number 3, so it goes under number 3, over number 4, the take up lever, down through number 5 and number 6. Number 7 is your needle threader. And the nice thing, it's a one-step needle thread. I'm just going to cut the tail off again, because once the tail's in my hand, I know it's all set. And on the side of the machine here, we have a lever. So what I'm just going to do is just push that quite firmly down, let go, and there we go, one threaded needle. So I'm not even looking, I'm standing behind the machine. No. So some needle threaders, you still have to do half the work. But again, the auto turn system on this, absolutely brilliant. So I'm not going to pick the underneath bobbin thread up either. I'm just going to carry on sewing. Foot control, you can use it with or without the foot control. So we have our start button on here, which you'll notice at the moment it's red. So if it's not happy, the machine will not work as well. So it will keep saying what you've not done right. So at the moment it's saying press a foot is now raised, so it won't work without. So again,
I love that.
Less chance of it jamming up. We've all done it. Started saying, oh no, there's a mess everywhere again on there. And also on the back of the foot control, like the industrial machines we do. So in the front of the machine, we've got a normal accelerator at the front, so then with variable speed. And at the back, it's like what we call a heel back. So if I press that with my heel, I can activate that to cut the threads for me, to bring the needle out of the work for me, same as we would program on an industrial for different types of sewing. So again, it's an activation button.
So which is the front and which is the
back
of that?
So the front is your normal accelerator, so we just press the full lever at the front. So we've got the blue pad on the front as the grip.
Yes, yeah.
So literally like that. So my foot would be there, so speed and then finish and heel back. And it then just says sealed. You can have it to seal off, to cut, all three. So absolutely no problem.
And you set that on the screen?
And you can set that all on the screen on here as well.
God, that's so handy.
So what I'm going to do is just plug that in, just to give me the control on the foot. And then we can literally, as soon as we switch the machine on, we've just threaded it up. And the nice thing about it, it doesn't matter what type of sewing I'm doing, I can just pick up a piece of fabric, press the foot down, and away I go. So as soon as I switch the machine on, it doesn't matter what I've previously done to it. Speaking to a lot of people, they look at the machine and think, oh, computerised, and sort of tend to take 2 steps back and think, do I want that? Do I need that? What I like to say with this, it's not an open computer. It is more of electronic control rather than a computer control on there. Even though it is a computer doing the work, it's not open. So I can't upload, I can't download, I can't say lose stuff, I can't get a virus in it, nothing like that whatsoever. The computer is there to assist you, i.e., as you said, selecting the widths for me, the lengths for me, and take care of that. The sewing system is on a mechanical system, so the computer's got nothing to do with the tensions, it's got nothing to do with the feed systems, that is 100% mechanical still. So it just makes life easier on this side, but keeps the sewing side to be very powerful, obviously very precise on there. And then as soon as I start sewing, I've not got it set at all, I've just got it as a normal sewing machine, I'm going to put my foot down and away I go. Very smooth, good variable speed control on the foot. On here I've got a speed slider control, so I can restrict the speed. So if I'm not using my start-stop button, even with the foot control in, I can set the speed right down, and with my foot flat to the floor, it will only produce, I think it's about 100 stitches a minute. But then, as I vary this with my foot sore to the floor, I can then have up to the 1,000 stitches a minute, but I've still got then that control with the foot as well. So you've got absolutely perfect control over the machine. At the moment, if you notice when I stop, the needle will stop in the work and the foot has automatically lifted itself. So for pivoting and turning, I can again just away I go, down, clamps, through, stop, up, down.
So have you set it to do that, or is that automatic?
So this was one I had preset earlier on there. So it's just
fabulous if you're doing rows and rows of quilting, or if you're doing a plique.
That's it, anything where you're turning automatically, but also where you find where you're dealing with lots of layers and that, where you've got to move it up slightly and you've got to fiddle with your hand at the back, let it do it automatically, giving you both hands free still. Absolutely brilliant. And then what we can do, just to finish or just to take my work out, the manual button with a pair of scissors on the front, if I just press that, it will just cut the threads, bring the foot up, and I can just take it out and it's done.
And the threads are taken to the back as well,
and it
aren't
has
they?
pulled the threads down underneath. So this time it hasn't tied it off. All I've got is a loose thread there at the moment. I haven't asked it to tie it off. I've got a reverse button I can manually control as well if I want to, as we would normally do. But what I have also got is now I can start tailoring the machine to how I want to sew. So as you get used to it, and we've just done normal basic sewing, let's now ask it to tie it on and off at the end and ultimately cut the threads. So using the button here, if I press that, the symbol will appear within the window. With a lot of machines, the auto tie on button is a zigzag, so it stitches forwards, back, forwards, as you would normally do on a reverse. Problem with that is if you're doing it on patchwork quilting or very lightweight fabrics, you don't necessarily want that bulky stitch at the start. General dressmaking, that really not a problem. So if I press the button again, I have what we call a lollipop symbol basically on there with a pair of scissors, and what that's going to do is sew on the spot, so you don't get that bulk stitch to start off with. So again, patchworkers, quilters, we've thought of that as well on there. So
and
we
a
can,
plique actually.
and a plique, brilliant,
Yeah,
yes
definitely.
indeed, yeah, where you definitely don't want that forward and back movement. So, but what we're going to do, so we've just programmed it in with the reverse stitch, and there's something also what we can do with the box feed system, with the style, with the normal domestic style, they have what they call an elliptical feed. And the way I can describe that, if we've got a piece of fabric here, an elliptical feed will come up underneath, catch, come up and catch underneath. So when you've got lumps and bumps, that's why sometimes you have to force your fabric in, or you're pulling it out at the other end, which obviously doesn't do it any good, or not good for the machine, and obviously the stitches can skip as well. With a box feed, it actually comes up and travels the full length of the feed system, so it is in that box motion. And the nice thing about that, if you are then got lumps and bumps and different levels, it will grip on both levels and it will travel the full distance instead of just trying to grip the middle. So nice reasons for that. It will allow me to use a much bigger range of fabrics, heavier weight fabrics as well, but also less chance of having to worry about walking feet, Teflon feet and things like that, because let the feed system do its work, and it does it very well. And another nice reason with that, with patchwork and quilters where you like to sort of sew on from patch to patch, so you then either you have to stop, pick up, sew again, you've got to make sure you start on your fabric, otherwise it chews the corner down or pulls it underneath. With the feed system on this, if I just pop the fabric down, so I'm actually going to start off the edge of your fabric on there. So the same as if we're going to sew from piece to piece, then, so we're going to set the speed, but I've got the foot control plugged in. So I've got the auto tie on. So if I start sewing now, off the fabric, sews on the fabric, sews off the fabric and back on again. So it gives me that auto tie on the system. On full speed, I have got up to 1,000 stitches a minute as well. So I've got a nice control there. When I get to the end, I press the stop button once. It will then go forwards, back, stop, cut the threads for me and automatically lift the foot. So
it really does everything except make the tea.
Exactly, and it gives you time to make the tea. There's nothing there. So now, as we can see, you've got those little stitches underneath, but it has now tied those in. So that is a knot there now, so I can just leave that absolutely fine. And say at the beginning, it hasn't pulled it, hasn't puckered it down at all. It's just those, it's little bits like this. I know
it is, because I know some machines, no brands named, where if you start off the fabric, it can actually break the thread.
Oh, absolutely.
It chews it up and breaks the thread. Doesn't like it at all.
No, because it basically, because it's just, at that point it's stitching on the spot, so it just formed a knot, which again just snaps the thread as well, because the feed is not travelling the fabric, and that's why sometimes you have to really push it in. And it's the same as, well, even when we sort of then going over the real heavyweight fabrics, and even with things like vinyls, so we've got really upholstery vinyl on here, it's cotton back, very, very strong. So even then when coping with different layers and thicknesses, different types of fabric, so extra high clearance on the foot, so even for my thicker fabrics I can lift the foot manually to get extra high clearance for the thick fabrics, and then straight down again. So I'm not going to touch anything else at all, I'm just going to start sewing. Again, it's going to go forwards 3 for my auto tie on, it will sew my seam. Absolutely no problems at all. I'll get to the end of my seam, then auto tie on, just letting it know at the end. So it goes backwards, forwards, stops, cuts the threads, lifts the foot up. So
also, now you've done that with a simple straight stitch.
Yeah.
What if you wanted to increase the stitch length?
That's it. So at the moment, everything we've got is just preset. So on the front of the screen, as we said before, it will suggest what foot to use as well. So being straight stitch, it's got utility foot or the zip foot that it's suggesting on there. Stitch width, because we've got on straight stitch, so stitch width now becomes a needle position. So at the moment it's 3.5, so that's centre with a 7mm zigzag the machine's got. But also because of the adjustment on here, and this is something again, something those simple little things which you could be proud of the most, and it makes me happy on some things because knowing the customers actually can really appreciate it once they start using it. Believe it or not, it's those two dials. Most machines now, when you look at them, they do not have width and level control dials. They all have push buttons.
They do.
Much cheaper way of producing it. And to be fair, Juki, we do have push button ones on our lower ranges, but we find it very important. If you want to be more creative sewing, especially when you're doing things like freehand, a plique, where you're altering widths and lengths as you're sewing, having the dials on here are so much easier to control. And also, it does it in 0.2 instead of 0.5 increments. So we've got much finer tuning, so for tapering stitches, it's a lot smoother, so it's a lot better that way. So your needle position now, because it's on the width control, I've got them 32 needle positions right across the width. Why do we need 32 needle positions? Well, why not? But
well, it means that you can use the edge of your presser foot as your guide, no matter
Brilliant.
What seam allowance you want to use.
Exactly,
You
yeah.
just tweak it along.
You can just tweak it along as you want it on there. Also things like then your invisible zips where you want to just get that little bit closer, piping as well and things like that. So we can fine tune it. And again, it's all to do with the basic sewing, but it allows us to get that basic sewing more professional just by fine tuning those little bits, and the machine will allow us to do that. And then as you're rightly saying as well, obviously for thicker fabric, especially when you're doing things like vinyls, denims and that, at the moment the stitch length was automatically set to 2.6. That's its pre-setting on there. But then what I can, 2.4, sorry, it's pre-setting. And then what I can do is completely override it. So for instance, if I want to then take that up to like a 4mm, and I just do exactly the same again down the side. So again, I'm not adjusting anything or touching anything at all. Literally just get straight on and away we go. Again, I'm not helping it. I'm not going to push it. I'm very hardly controlling it at all. Again, letting the machine do the work. Actually, sorry, I've taken the auto system off. I'm just going to manually cut that one now and lift up. So now, if we can see on here, again, I've chosen the wrong colour really, like we can see it on the close-up. So we have got then obviously the stitch now twice the length on there. Personally, that is okay. But if you wanted sort of something to stand out more, and it's something again a lot of machines can't do, and it's because of the box feed system, is the reinforced triple stitch. Most machines will have this stitch, so it looks like it's got 3 separate rows, but it actually stitches on itself as most machines will do on there. With a normal feed system, basically the maximum you can take this stitch to is about 2.8 or 3mm some machines will slowly go up to. But with this one, I can actually go up to 5mm. So what that will mean, then if I'm doing sort of heavy weights like side of jeans where you want that real nice top stitch effect, or it's pretty much like you're using a heavyweight thread, which domestic machines really don't like. So this will give me that effect. So just by popping that under again, and then what it will do is, so it's going to give me that triple stitch, but because of the feed system, it's now going to act more like a top stitch effect. But imagine doing this something, so you're then making bag handles or something like that, where you want it a lot stronger. Again, it will just quite happy take it through. All I'm doing is keeping the layers together. I'm not helping it at all. So again, even going through thicker fabrics, the machine doesn't struggle, it's not banging. The engineering side, as soon as you've got a machine where you've got to start helping fabrics or the machine's making odd noises, really want to try and avoid doing that type of sewing on it. So, but now if we have a look at this particular stitch on here, we can see how much heavier it is compared to then you've got your 2.5, 4.5, and yes, it's on 5, but with a triple stitch, it's actually more like an upholstery stitch. So stands out.
Exactly. So on things like leathers or denim or anything like that,
that's it.
Guess what you want? You want the top stitching to be really, really visible,
You
don't
can
you?
replicate.
It's a feature,
That's
isn't
it, and you can replicate that proper jean stitch or something like that, which people try and do by going out and buying a heavier thread and realise the machine is just not going to sew it on there. And domestic machines are not designed for upholstery threads, but with the machine, with the feed systems now, I can get an upholstery stitch out of it, so which is really nice that way. And then
we have a message, Garry.
Yes, indeed, yeah.
Oh, from a Wendy.
Hello, Wendy.
I have this fabulous machine. It's everything you want, need. Just buy it. You won't be disappointed. Oh, thank you, Wendy.
Yeah,
At that point, we'll just go home.
Yes. So,
and Megan said, excellent machine, brilliant customer service. Thank you, Megan.
Thank you,
It's good
Megan.
to have
Other
people, because we know it's lovely.
That's it.
But it's good to have other people saying it, isn't
Well,
it?
also, I think anybody with their own product, we're all going to stand here and praise it and say
Yes.
how good it is and things like that. And obviously, being involved with the inside as well, just knowing there's certain things on there and sort of knowing how many types of customers, so whether they're using it for sort of semi-business, semi-professional, for home use, whether they're doing the odd bit of sewing, whether they're making lots of quilts, patchwork, whether they're doing soft furnishing. It's exactly, people, once they get hold of the machine and start using it, and it's something I have said before, when I very first started, 38 years ago, I was just trying to think it is 38 years ago on there, something like that. We sat at sewing machines, and fair enough, we were using era machines, so we're talking 50-year-old machines and things like that. Everything was solid. It was so metal. It was, and you had an average life of about 30 years on a sewing machine. People didn't think about changing them at all. It's one of those appliances where when people come in sort of with their sewing machines, it's about 40 years old, and then wondering why we can't get parts for them and things like that. And you sort of, well, what other appliance have you got in your house which is that age?
Yes.
You haven't. It's your TVs, your fridges, your freezers, they all change within a few years generally. So, and then what happened with a lot of people when they were going out and buying new machines, they were buying a machine at necessarily a price point, be thinking, well, they spent, say, if we look at £150 on there, which you can buy a new machine today on there, and 30 years ago, they probably spent £150 on their machine then. So realistically, you're not going to get the same quality for the same price, obviously 30 years later. And I get a lot of people, why don't they make machines like they used to? Well, good news, we do. But
you do,
it's in that price point.
With enhancements.
That's it,
as well.
but with a lot more enhancers, as you say, on there. But again, once you've got one, you say people really do then appreciate, they can do more with it, they enjoy it.
Yes.
And because you enjoy something, you want to use it more as well. And you're not going to be hopefully changing it in 4 years, 5 years' time on there. So it's a good investment that way.
It is an investment. So congratulations to all those that have bought it so far. It is brand new to Sewing Street, and it does come with this extra deal, so these extra packs of feet, which are fabulous. So you've got everything there for pin tucks, rolled hems, open toe satin stitch foot, seam foot. I'm just trying to see what's. You've got a fringing foot, I think, as well, haven't you?
We have.
You're going to go through those anyway, but they're worth £110. Those extra feet, which are free if you buy it from us today.
That's it,
so that's it.
Yeah. With I can talk about and go through those in a shortly on there, but got a nice selection there. And I do like, because I did help obviously we got a package together, and I thought I changed a few, and when you first come in, oh, I like those ones, oh, I use that one, I think, oh great, that was nice. Again, coming from a sewer, I know what I supply and what a lot of people use, but again, to see that and think, yes, we have got the choice right for most people sewing on there.
Yeah, and I'm passionate about using the right foot for the right job.
It makes life easier.
Having all those feet is fabulous, it really is.
Yeah,
things you can do with them.
Well, it just allows you to expand more as well. And you say, if you've got anything to assist you and help you a little bit, why not make life easier? Absolutely. So we've just gone from calico cotton on there, we've gone through multiple layers of them vinyls, for real tough fabrics, and now I'm going to go straight on to crystal organza. Again, I've not touched anything, all I've done is put it back to normal straight stitch. And then away we go. So straight through, again, even on this type of fabric, it's still happy to sew. Even on full speed, it's not puckering, it's not pulling at all.
So same everything except for the fabric. Same foot, same needle, same stitch.
That's it, absolutely. Oh, I've just put it back to normal straight stitch where we had it on the reinforced stitch, but I've left it on its preset 2.4. I've not messed around with it at all. So as you can see, it's a very slippery fabric. There's not a single gathering, puckering part on there, but obviously the important thing is when you open that seam up. And then when you open the seam, again, it's exactly the same. There is no puckering, it hasn't pulled it at all. It's a nice strong seam on there as well. So it doesn't matter what you pick up from one extreme to the other. What you don't want to do is have to sit there, play around with fiddling, or when you get some really nice fabric, you end up chewing it up or something like that, so which is not good. And even though with most of the fabrics, again, it just presets itself and it will really look after itself very well. There's lots of extremes out there, or sometimes you want to fine tune and get specifics. So we've got that on here as well. So at the moment, I know a lot of it is all about the straight stitch, and to be fair, that's 90% of most of our sewing, isn't it? We all use straight stitch most of the time. We've got the bit to play there, but what we can do is also now fine tune the straight stitch. So what I can do, at the moment, we're on zigzag. So this will allow us to do a 7mm zigzag. So I'm just going to press the little button at the back, and the feet do just drop on and off. So to be fair, that's like a lot of feet out there. So just going to take that off so we can see the feed system underneath. It is a 7-point multi-feed system, and what I basically mean by that, it's got 7 different rows of teeth. So with a lot of machines you can get 3, 5 on there, but with the box feed system, again, as we all know, and I'm not just talking about, say, feed teeth on that, I maybe relate it to a tyre or something like that. The more contact you've got with anything, the better it's going to grip, the better it's going to feed on there. So what I'm going to do is just press the little white button so the clear lid just pops off. And I don't know how easy this is going to be to see in here, if I get my finger out of the way. We've got a tiny little lever there, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to flick that across.
Right.
As soon as I flick that across, the machine now has recognised I've turned it into a straight stitch machine. So what it's done is then, where we've got the zigzag hole, or the gap I should say, on the plate, it's now turned it into a single needle hole. So pop that back on. I'm just going to pop a straight stitch foot on with it. So again, we've got the single hole there to match up. And then when we want to then really go to sort of extremes of fabrics as well. So the crystal organza, again, very fine, very slippery, moves all over the place, quite awkward to sew, but absolutely no problems at all. Taking something even worse than that, chiffon. It falls apart as soon as I even look at it, this does. But as you're sort of aware with something like this, you've only got to look at it and it puckers it straight away. Absolutely. And sometimes even when you feed fabrics through on a general machine, because some machines are feed, it's trying to catch that centre so much, that's when it starts marking your fabric as it goes through as well. So all I've done is turn it to straight stitch, and that's by flicking a switch. And I would like to say as well, once you're on straight stitch, the machine's recognised it. It will not allow you to move the needle position. It won't allow you to do zigzag. Again, that safety feature on there as well. I
think that's great, because I was going to say that. What if you forget and
that's
your needle's to the left or
and
something?
You end up smashing needles and things like that.
And then you can actually make a nip in the float plate, can't you? Which
That's
is
right.
disastrous.
As soon as you start marking, you say, the float plate on there, and your thread catches it, or certainly fabric like this will just catch it and pull it as well.
So that's really, really good safety device.
Again, with something like that, which we say for like beginners as well, it really doesn't allow you to do anything wrong. It just makes life so much easier that way. So just literally now, I'm just going to sew down. So I've not touched anything else at all. I've changed no pressures. I've changed no stitch length at all. It's the same needle. It's absolutely everything the same. It just takes it through. Again, it doesn't pull it. It doesn't pucker it.
And I know quilters love this. So rather than change the whole throat plate for a straight stitch throat plate, you've just got that little dial to change, and it brings in.
That's it. You just literally flick it across. It just takes it into that, and you say, for most people sewing, again, you can just leave it on straight stitch. So. And then, so on here, so you've got the very fine fabric on there. So when we take it out and we open that seam up again, if we look inside, we can just say there it hasn't puckered
Lovely
it, hasn't
straight
pulled
seam.
it at all.
Yeah.
So it really does just give you that flat finish on there. So you can then fine tune the machine. So when you want to go sort of slightly outcase the norm and you really want to go to extremes, the machine's going to really allow you to do that as well. And sort of with the extremes, it's some fabrics and that which people do try and avoid. It's certainly like heavier piled fabrics and things like that. And velvet is one of those awkward fabrics on there.
It can feed unevenly.
It feeds and it slips.
We have another
moves.
question, Garry, from Valerie.
Hello,
Very
Valerie.
quick question, Valerie. Good morning. On your last demonstration of another Juki machine, which had a stitch using invisible cotton and bobbin, will this work on the DX7?
Well, I have some right here, which I'm hopefully going to get. The answer is yes, definitely, and I'm certainly going to hope to show that as well. It's basically, we've got built into it, it's like a Sashiko machine, like a hand effect quilt stitch, but the way ours does it is quite unique on there.
Ooh,
so
looking forward to that then.
I've brought some invisible thread and I've got that to hopefully have a play with that shortly on there.
Thanks, Valerie.
So yeah, thank you very much. So what we're going to do is just literally now with the velvet. So with a lot of people when they sew velvet, they're going to say, well, put a walking foot or something like that again to help move it. But the problem is you start using walking foot and you've got lots of pressure. It can mark the fabric.
Can do.
Just because of how fragile the pile is on there. So what we have now got, I'm just going to do it with normal straight stitch still. So I'm going to leave the straight stitch foot on, the straight stitch plate on. But what we have got here is what we call a floating foot function. So on top of the machine, we've got foot pressure. Now I can adjust the foot pressure for different pressures for different types of fabric. As you can see, I've gone from extremes of fabrics. I've not touched that at all. It's more that override if you're using real heavy waddings and things like that, where you need to reduce a bit of pressure. So then you can go right up to high lofts and things like that. Even when the extreme, I didn't even add pressure to it because the feed system takes it very well. Or some people will reduce pressure when using fragile fabrics. But the problem is with that, if you reduce the pressure, it's just going to slip around more because it's not gripping it as well. So the floating foot, literally you just heard that as an adjustment on there. This will basically give me full foot pressure, but take some weight. It sounds a bit like it's contradicting itself a little bit, but it's taking a bit of weight off, so it's not crushing the pile. So it will give me full pressure of feed, but without squashing the pile, i.e. what it will now do, and because of that, the pile doesn't react to each other, so there's less chance of it slipping and moving. So again, it's the same as we would use on an industrial with a floating foot. So I'm just going to set it. So I've not touched any other stitch adjustment on there at all.
You are feeding it from a very odd angle, I will point out, so it's not easy to keep that straight.
And obviously I'll maybe have it pinned or tacked as well.
Yes,
I use the excuses. So then what we've done on here, and as you can now see on this, the actual pile of the fabric, it hasn't marked the fabric at all. It's giving you that perfect finish on the inside. We can, again, it's just giving you absolutely spot on seaming. So again, those extreme fabrics, something which usually some people try and avoid because they know it's going to move all over the place, or when you've got to the end it has slipped and twisted. So with something like the floating foot system, it will allow you again, compared with a straight stitch plate as well as a zigzag plate, it just expands. And we know sometimes we can just pick up that piece of fabric which for some reason it just doesn't like, and you sort of think, right, not using that anymore. But again, with this we can fine tune it if we need to really assist and cope with any piece of fabric you want to put through it. So that's sort of another function. So the straight stitch needle plate on there to turn it into that high stitch straight stitch machine, again quilting, freehand embroiderers, anything like that. The floating foot function for those awkward, even things like fleeces as well, where again where you've got this sort of loft of a pile but you don't want it to dig in.
So could you leave that on for all the time?
You can do, but I wouldn't recommend it. The main reason being, once you go to sort of a non-piled fabric, you want extra pressure really.
Right.
So if you had that on all the time and you went to sort of a finer fabric, there is a chance you might get a bit more slippage on there.
And
so
in the little LCD, LED, whatever that screen
that's
is,
it.
It shows you've got that on.
That's the symbol of it there, and the button is there. So if I press that again, that will now
gone.
just disappear on there. So yeah, so at the end of the day,
less than 15 of these machines available.
Right. Oh, so brilliant.
So,
Well, let's try and do a bit more.
Yes.
At the moment, we've done everything with straight stitch on there. So some of the different stitches, some of the unique stitches on here, and one of them is that hand effect quilt stitch. Sashiko stitch, Trapunda, there's many names of it, depends whether it's done by hand, machine, or whatever that way. So what I'm going to do, and this is a nice thing, where with a lot of machines, and say we're going through different types of fabrics and going from one to the other without an issue at all, a lot of people then, what they don't think about necessarily is the threads. So at the moment, we've been using a really nice 60 weight thread, great for dressmaking and things like that, and taking that straight out. And then at the moment I've got a bobbin wound and this has got a 40 weight thread on it. And then the nice thing with this particular stitch, with most hand effect quilt stitches, you put an invisible thread on the bobbin and then your normal sewing thread on top, and then you have to work with it upside down. So you're very restricted to what you can do, and most of the time you can only sew in straight lines because the nature of the way it feeds it through. With a lot of hand stitching, it feeds forwards, back, forwards. So therefore, if you try and turn, it sprays the stitches out. So you can't get a particularly great creative finish, I should say. Where with this one, whatever bobbin thread I'm using, or whatever thread's on my bobbin, that's actually what stitch it's going to produce on there. So I've got a 40 weight, and it's a nice high sheen polyester as well, so we can see it. So I'm just going to drop it in. I'm not going to anything different. That's in like so, and then I'm just going to pop the plate again over the top like so. So the invisible thread, I'm just going to run the invisible thread for the top of the machine, nothing different at all in the way I'm setting it up. So down through again, number 1, 2, 3, 4, number 5 and 6. So at this point I am going to put the presser foot down, put it into number 7, but I'm not actually going to cut the tail off because we all know invisible thread's very springy and all over the place. So I'm going to leave a longer tail, needle threader down slowly through, but even with the fine invisible thread, the needle threader has coped with it absolutely no problems whatsoever. And you all know trying to thread anything with this thread is not easy, so no problem there at all. So all we've done so far is use our main keypad. So as soon as we switch the machine on, this is our utility symbol. So whichever stitch we want, we can then just press that. So at the moment, I have still got the straight stitch plate on, so it's now recognised well, I've tried to change the stitch, it's told me no I can't. So I'm just going to take that off and I'm going to flick it back to normal zigzag control on there.
So it's really easy to do.
Really is from left to right, and that is it on there. And again, the machine will tell you as well, so you know, but also it beeps at me, so I know it's definitely engaged. So what I can now do is if I take this back, and then we can do the triple stitch on there. So at the moment we're just going to go on to normal straight stitch, because then using our keypad on the front we can just press the stitch and this will give us our normal utility stitching. So what we have got next to that is now our patterning button, and I've got a lettering and single point embroidery button as well. So if I go on to 1, 2, 3, now different sections will appear, and if we look on the top of the machine, each section is illuminated. So if we want to go into the quilting section, which is then the second section down here, we look at the symbol, we can then gauge across. So I've got the quilting symbol. Particular stitch I'm going to use this time is number 40, so I can then just program in 40. So now it will choose that stitch number will relate to then the stitch within that section.
And it shows you a little picture of the stitch, so you can make sure you've actually put in the right number.
That's exactly it. So you've got the picture of the stitch, you've got then the suggestion of what foot to use. Again, it's set the needle for me, needle position centre, and stitch length 2.6 on there. This is a stitch I do like to use and to show, and I automatically put the stitch length up to 3.2. It just gives me that little bit of extra length, which is nice. So with the hand effect quilt stitch, just again it can be used for top stitching, tailoring as well, it's not just for quilting. Then what it will do, so just it will constantly feed forward, so I can follow design patterns. I'm just going to slow it down a little bit. I'm actually going to unplug my foot control as well, and so I can just lean forward just a little bit on there so I can see. So what it actually does is 10 little stitches and then 1 skip stitch. Because it's constantly feeding forwards, I can manoeuvre and then I can follow design patterns, etc. that way. What I'm also, as I'm sewing now, I'm actually going to take the top tension off of auto, and I'm actually going to put it up to about +1 on there. Again, you notice I did that all as I'm going as well. It's quite happy to do that. And now what that's doing, because of how fine the invisible thread is, it just allows a little bit more grip on there as well. So what it's doing is what stitch thread I had on the bobbin is now what it's pulling through to the top. So if I'm just now following my design around, so just that hand effect quilt stitch, or if I want to do top stitching, tailoring, anything like that, it just gives me a fantastic effect.
So if you didn't change your tension,
Yeah.
would you be able to see the bobbin thread coming up or not?
So if I show you the first bit I've done here, so this is when I first started sewing. So even though it still pulled the bobbin thread up, it's sort of on there, and then where I changed it is here, you can just see how the definition have changed slightly. It's a little bit deeper. So all it's done is just pull it up a little bit heavier. So even though you don't see a great deal of difference, so it's not over affected, and it's not going to be wrong if you don't change it. It's just I know by turning it up a little bit, it's made this stitch look a little bit stronger on here. So that's the only reason. But if I didn't do it, then I've still got a similar effect. It's just you can fine tune it as you go. And obviously different thicknesses of wadding, etc., may react slightly different. So it will still give you that override on there, which is nice. And you can see you can just follow designs around, and it just gives you that lovely hand effect quilt stitch on there.
Looks very clever.
Really does.
Oh, it's terribly neat.
Thank you very much. Remember, the great thing about it is letting the machine do it. And one day I will have a design marked on here so I can actually follow a proper design as well. So I keep saying that.
I did notice that you used your auto scissors to cut it.
Yeah.
And that's okay with that
Absolutely
thread?
fine, even with the invisible threads, no problems at all.
Because a lot of machines, they don't like it.
It doesn't like it. The only thing I will steer away when I'm using the thread cut is metallic threads. Because obviously metal against metal is never generally any good. Even though it will do it, after a while that's the sort of thing that can start blunting blades and that quite quickly. But sticking to, I know it's nylon thread, but it's absolutely fine. There's no problems there at all.
Good.
So, yeah.
Nice to know. Got another question.
Yes, brilliant.
From Diana. Hi Wendy and Gary, I've just come home. Can you do a quick recap on what you get with this machine before the time is up? Thank you.
Excellent.
We have got about 20 minutes left on this machine. We're not abandoning it because this is a 2-hour show. So don't worry, you haven't missed it all.
Surprising how time's going
I
again,
know,
isn't it?
I know.
It's right in front of me. It is already that time. So
what do you get with this machine?
So with the machine, we've talked a little bit about what's with it already. So as your utility attachment, so inside here, if I open this up to start off with, that tray will then just lift out, and we have our buttonhole attachment. It looks quite scary in what it is. So while I've got that, if I'm just going to quickly set the machine up, just put in a blue. This is the 40 weight thread, and I'm just using it where I had the bottom thread matched up, so I'm just putting that on. Thread the needle. So
I love the way you're doing that from behind as well, and it shows how easy it is to do. But what you're getting with this machine, just to answer your question while Gary is busy threading it up, is you're getting all the utility feet, but not just the normal utility feet. You said you've got a walking foot, embroidery foot, Teflon foot. I'm trying to see what you've got there.
That's it.
But you've also got a pack of feet which are exclusively to us. It's worth £110, and this extra load of feet, which Gary has cherry-picked to be ones that are most popular. Now, we have got less than 15 of these machines available with this extra feet. So if we do bring it back, we might not have the extra feet. And you really have got everything. And you do get a 2-year warranty. You can buy it over split payment. It is it 5? 5 split payments of £299.80. No interest is charged. You get the machine after the first payment. The machines are going to come to you from Essex, which is where the head office is. And same post and packaging if you've bought something else already. And if not, it's £3.95 post and packaging, even though it is quite a robust sewing machine. And it's going to be a lot heavier if you posted it through the post office. It does come with an extension table which Gary has put onto the machine, which is so handy for all sorts of sewing, from quilting obviously, but free motion, dressmaking, anything. Having that extension, soft furnishings, anything like that. Okay, Garry, so you've put the buttonhole
So
foot
what
on.
I've done, I've just popped the buttonhole attachment on there. So the button goes in the back, so it just measures to the size of your button, which to be fair, a lot of machines now do. So that just literally sits in the back of the foot, and then we just close that up there. But what it also, this sensor system now, if you've noticed, I've actually got it plugged into the side of the machine. So it doesn't just measure the button for you, it will sensor the type of fabric. Because the biggest problem with buttonholes is when a lot of people do a test buttonhole, they just do it on a flat piece of fabric. Oh, that looks absolutely great. But buttonhole bands basically has got several layers, different thicknesses interfacing in there as well. And then so what this will, the sensor system will allow it to do, even when going up and down lumps and bumps, it will keep the stitch even. So suddenly when you get to that double sort of step, it doesn't miss stitches on your buttonhole, it will keep it perfectly even on there. So even then when you're going through thicker fabrics, etc., like that, and then obviously we know bag making at the moment is very big, soft furnishing tiebacks where you're using thicker fabrics, then the buttonholes on there will still be perfect. So going into the buttonhole section, so we go back to the 1, 2, 3 again. So we've got a buttonhole symbol. So use the arrow key, and then all we do is say 02 now, which is our standard buttonhole. As you can see, we've got 15 different styles of buttonholes on there. So it's whether we want creative buttonholes, tailored buttonholes, and but also then we've got stretch buttonholes there as well. So for all the different types of fabric. So then all I'm going to do is I can just press start and away it goes. But what I'm going to do is put the auto tie off button and the scissors, so it will cut it when I've finished as well. So I'm going to set the speed. Also, I'm just going to cut that longer tail off on the side, like so. And then all I can do is just press start, and then away we go. So it does, it's not just a 4-stage automatic buttonhole, it's a 6-stage, so it's like a tailored buttonhole. So it does reinforced stitches underneath like it's doing now before it does the bead. So what I'm going to do, just while it's then plodding along doing that, so with the machine, so as we're saying, we've got the free motion embroidery foot. So on there. So we have, actually what I'll do is I'll put the instruction manual underneath me on there. So these are the standard attachments that actually come with it. So it's a floating free motion embroidery foot with height adjustment. So with a lot of free motion feet, they're hopper, so they bounce around, move them, it causes vibration on there. This one we can set to the height, so if we're doing quilting, stippling, it doesn't matter what thickness of waddings we're using, we can get that perfect finish on there. So it comes with that. Teflon foot. So again, the machine is perfectly capable and strong enough to cope with vinyls, leathers, etc. that way. So it's come with the Teflon foot as well to stop friction on leather. Then you've got your blind hem foot as standard. You've also got your open toe patterning foot on there as well. 1/4 inch patchwork foot. So it gives you your side gauging marking for 1/4 inch as well as your 1/4 inch left to right markings as well. Your walking foot as standard on there as well, and that also then comes with your quilting guide, and the quilting guide will go into either the back of the foot or it'll actually go into the back of the machine, which I'll show you shortly on there as well. So, and then your normal utility foot, also then your zip foot, you've also then got your overlocking foot, then it does come with your in the ditch foot as well, and it also then comes with your clear view foot as well. So that is your standard accessories already with the machine. So again, that creative side, whether you're then patchwork, quilting, free motion, everything comes with it as standard on there. So just while it's finished that, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to move that to the next one, and then I'm going to then put in, this time, a double round-ended one. So I'm just going to press start again while I still carry on talking about the accessories. Oh. Sorry about that.
I noticed that you haven't had to pull down a little lever on the left for this.
That's right.
Because you've got your sensor
sorry,
in.
you don't have to, but very important. You've got to make sure it's at the front when it starts. Otherwise, again, it won't allow you to do it.
I love that, though, the fact it won't allow you to do it.
Yeah, and again, it doesn't matter how long we've been sewing, we all do things. Why is it not doing that? Oh, it's not just going to mess up on me. So all I've done is now just move that across. I'm just going to press start again, so it'll do a double round end one. So you get, so your utility feet is all there, creative, sort of quilting, patchwork, it's still all there as well. You get spare bobbins, needles, different spool caps for your reels on there. Then also comes with the eyelet punch, which I'm going to show you the eyelets as well, because the automatic eyelets on there, really nice, creative, decorative finish. And twin needle also comes with twin needle as well. Even though on the front of the machine we've got a button which we can press, which automatically raises and lowers the presser foot, and we have got our normal lever at the back as well. Like our industrial machines, we have a knee lifter. And for those people who haven't used a knee lifter, it's one of those things where it can be a little bit awkward to start off with, but once you get used to it, it goes into the front of the machine, so it allows you hand-free movement, and using your knee, it will actually lift the foot up and down on there. So the same as we produce on our industrial machines. So I can't show you on this table because it actually hangs underneath the table. So
can you tell me if you don't, can you stitch without lowering the presser foot?
You can't. No.
Because I don't get on with those, because
No.
I have tried, and it's like patting your head and rubbing
Exactly,
your tummy, isn't it?
yes,
If
yeah.
you don't get your knee going in the right direction, you can end up stitching without the presser foot down, and you can't.
No, you can't.
That's brilliant.
Yeah,
That is brilliant.
No, where you say you literally got your knee still rested, but not realise you've lifted it slightly.
Yes.
So therefore your tension discs will open up, and it just causes a mess that way on there. But no, as soon as any pressure is up off, the machine will automatically. This will be red to start off with, and if I try and start it, it will tell me in screen that presser foot is raised.
So just won't let you go wrong.
No, again, it just doesn't allow that to happen on there. So less chance of you making mistakes, less chance of any damaging to the machine as well by that. So it really does look after itself very well. So just going to cut the scissors on that one. And then I'm just going to move it on just one more time on there. And this time, let's put a keyhole buttonhole on there. So let's go to number 7. And then I'll just press start on that last one, just while I then explain the extra pack I'm putting with it. So
brilliant.
There's a selection.
You're multitasking, Garry.
Well,
I
this
didn't
is
know
it.
they
Well, this is
could.
the great thing. Let the machine do it. So if you want to go and make a cup of tea, then no, I wouldn't recommend leaving it. Obviously, a sharp needle. So, but it does allow me to do other things as well. And as you noticing, I'm not feeding it. I'm not holding it. The sensor system is doing that on the foot itself. So. Even if I was standing in front of it, I will still not have to do anything. So it's perfectly happy doing that, no problems. So extras, just a couple of little things. First of all, I'll put the standard feet there. A gauging foot. This foot, to me, is one of my most used feet. And the nice thing about that, it's just for that parallel gauging on there. Also for seam allowances, very good for going around corners, edging that way. It gives me that perfect control.
You turn it round.
And
right round. That's it.
no, that one, sorry,
Yes,
yep.
yes.
Aha.
I know you want to face it towards the camera, but the camera's right ahead.
I know, it's the wrong way. I always get, after all this, I should know this by now, shouldn't I? So then, yeah, it gives you that gauging. And as you can see on the quilting front of us, like we've got that perfectly parallel line. So this is just an example of what it can be used for on there. Even though the machine does come with a 1/4 inch foot on there, so it gives us our left and right and sort of side 1/4 inch gauging, I actually found it very important. And to be fair, most customers automatically ask me for a 1/4 inch foot with a guide. They do like the guide on there.
I do.
So that's, I put that with part of the package as well, which wasn't originally in there, but I just find that very important. So, sorry. Me being told off again.
I have seen people put their feet on upside down and then break their needles and wonder
And
why.
straight away, bang, absolutely, yeah. Alas, if your foot is, if you can actually get it on the wrong way, it wouldn't recognise that, I'm afraid.
Yes.
So then we have then got our open toe satin stitch foot, and this is the metal version on there as well. Then we've got our braiding foot. So it's got the adjustable braid guide in the front. So if we want to use then multiple layers of braid, so we do a 3, a 5 braid, and the machine, the foot itself has got an adjustment to take the different thicknesses. So it allows us to do that. Then we've got a cording foot. This is our 7-hole cording foot, as well as our, and then our 7-groove pin tuck foot. So being used with twin needle, etc. that way. So again, getting sort of nice and creative. This is our beading foot. So where you can buy the beads by the metre, but also piping as well. So it's got the groove taken sort of from underneath on here. So it will then allow them to sit perfectly over. And again, this is where we can fine tune it with needle positions to get it spot on. So then it comes with that foot as well. Roll hem foot. It speaks for itself, so it does a nice sort of, this is a 2.5mm roll hem, so that's a nice fine edging on there. Fringe foot, as I sort of said earlier, on there. So again, that nice creative sewing, so it gives us the fringe attachment on there. And very, very important, and this is probably my number one selling foot everybody asks me for, an invisible zip foot. So I feel it's a must-have to come with the attachments as well. So,
yes.
So that's the bonus pack we're putting, and some extra bobbins as well on there. It all comes in a nice little case. Just on there as well. So that's the bonus pack as sort of we're putting with the machine.
It's an amazing number. I mean, I use all of those feet.
On there. So they did offer some other ones, but I've actually sat down and thought, right, no, that one's a preference. This is the one I get asked for the most. I know people are going to use these. So these are the most asked for feet on there. So yeah, so there's sort of a nice selection. I think they say they are advertising sort of 100 to 110 pounds, but I've put a couple of extras in there as well, just so it's up there a little bit more. So yeah, so you get a really nice set of attachments. Obviously it comes with, there's good extension table on there. It does also come with a solid hard cover.
And the front bit there, you can put your foot.
That's it. It's got a pocket in the front.
Yeah,
so
not your foot pedal. Yeah.
That's it. Your foot pedal, instruction manuals, all your bits and pieces are in there. It goes down. Large double handle actually on the machine, so it's sort of easy to carry, nice to carry around. You haven't got to worry about, oh, is this handle strong enough? Because again, it is a solid machine on there. So now we've done that. Talk through the feet. I'm just going to take that off there. I'm just going to move those across a little bit.
Now, I know you said that it's self-lubricating, which is fantastic, so no fiddling around trying to oil it, but obviously it does still need servicing.
It does, yes.
How often would you say?
Well, it is one of those things, it's how you look after it, is obviously how it looks after itself on there. One of the most important things I can really say to anybody out there is changing the needle regular on there. I find it more important to have a sharp needle, the wrong size, than the right size blunt needle. So on there, because again, blunt needles cause more problems, but it's not just problems with the fabrics, with the threads, with missing stitches. You're putting a lot more strain into the machine, because again, you're trying to put that point of contact on there. So if you've rounded that off, the machine, that's when your machine starts going bang, 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 and that's not good for vibration through machines. So clean, take the needle plate every now and then, brush the fluff out, clean it. Absolutely home domestic use, well, realistically, they say 5 years. I would say if you do it regular, we've had this exactly the same sewing system now on the market for 15 years, and we are just starting to see machines come back in for their first service.
Seriously?
Seriously.
Because I thought you were going to be saying like once a year or something.
Absolutely not. No,
really?
Not at all on there. And that's another thing with...
providing you are, as you say, changing your needle, cleaning out your bobbin race.
That's right, yes.
Which you do need to do.
Oh, we've had some machines where you come in, oh, my machine stopped working or it's doing this, you take that out and it just blows up with fluff and things like that, which, to be fair, is not a problem. But when it's things like that, if you are sort of like yourself, it can be a little bit lax on cleaning and that, then yes, have it serviced. And if you don't mind in sort of paying to have it serviced every year, some people just want that done, and whatever happens, they will have it serviced, whether they've done a 10,000 stitches or 20,000 stitches or 100,000, they will still have it serviced at the end of the year on there. But realistically, because of how it looks after itself, how you look after it, minimum of 5 years, I would say, definitely.
That's amazing. Yeah. That really is lovely to know. But that does depend on you cleaning out that bobbin and using new needles, which is again another passion of mine, making people do that.
I know.
Start a class with cleaning your machine.
It is all those phone calls you say when you're in a classroom teaching, right, new needle, first time I get a phone call, oh, it's doing this, have you put a new needle in it? It's always that first point of call, isn't it? Absolutely on there. So
that's your buttonholes.
And this is it. So with the buttonholes now, you've got the fully automatic one-step buttonholes. So it gives you, they've got the keyhole on there, and this is where, actually, to be fair, with this thickness of there, I'm not going to be able to use the eyelet hole on this, but what we can do is in here, so we have got then some nice eyelet stitches. So if I just press the lever, unplug the foot, take that off, then using foot I, which is recommending, so I'll go back to normal utility on the utility, but on the program utility. So I'm going to go through and then choose the overlocking section of stretch stitching there, which doesn't happen to have the eyelet holes in as well. So now I'm going to put in number 19, which is then the eyelet stitch, again suggesting foot eye. I've got foot eye there, just going to pop that under. So with the eyelets, making your own belt loops, belts, etc. that way, creative heirloom stitching, many, again, reasons for using the eyelet, but it is easy as, just going to press start, just let it get on with it. So again, I can alter the size slightly on there, on that.
So again, you could have pressed the scissor button to automatically make it stop.
That's it. So if I had that exactly it, that button there, as you're saying, the symbol will appear in there, and that gives
and
me
I
that
notice
auto
it's
tie
the
on.
symbol is the fixed stitch, not the reverse stitch, because it's a decorative stitch.
So again, as you say, because it's choosing certain stitches, so therefore it's restricted what tile it's going to do exactly, so it knows not to do a forward and back. So it may seem sort of very simple on there, but again, very effective. So just cut that off, and again we do get the eyelet punch obviously with the machine as well, which obviously I can't do on this table, I'm afraid. It will make a hole into there, but it's just very simple. I know all it is a circle in the middle of that, but to get it, as people know, to get it that perfectly round on an eyelet is not easy to do.
It's not, and
there.
I'll tell you what, I've used that stitch as on a chiffon scarf. I had like a wrap I made, and I used that stitch just as decoration all over it. Just
again, you just spread it around, just a little bit different. Obviously, you can a contrasting thread, even a variegated thread, something like that. It just allow that bit more creativity. So, but you say making your own belts, anything like that, for making sort of eyelet holes in that, absolutely brilliant. Lace tops, obviously back of wedding dresses for lacing up as well. There's anything there can be. If you've got the capability of doing it, you're more likely to use it.
You said you can make it bigger or smaller.
You can fine tune it on here and make it slightly smaller. Biggest again is 7mm.
Right.
So, but if I take that down 5mm, I can go down to the smaller. So if I wanted a couple of little variations on sizing, I can go from 5 to 7mm on there. So it's only fine tuning, but it's still fine tuning on that. So that will allow me to do that. Absolutely no problems.
We've got a question from Michael.
Yeah.
So
Hello,
Michael has asked, nice to see you both. My wife has a F600 Exceed.
Yep.
Would this be an upgrade, or is there not much difference?
Right, the F series, the Exceed series out there, was the first of the Juki heavy duty box feed, DC motors, chassis, etc. that way. It is virtually the same machine, as in the size, build, etc. that way, but it's moved on. So with the Exceed, you still get a nice array of patterns. They've now put a larger array of patterns on there, so you can play around with them more, a little bit more fine tuning. Also, the F series or the Exceed, it hasn't got the straight stitch capability from flicking one to the other. It goes back to more the old fashioned where you actually have to buy a separate needle plate, unscrew, put a new needle plate on. So it hasn't got that. This has got the auto pivoting facility as well, where we stop, it sort of lifts the foot up and turning.
It's brilliant.
The Exceed series doesn't have that, so that was a newer function we put into here as well. So in the main, I'm going to say probably 75% the same as the machine, same size, sort of that build, that mechanical sewing system, but we've enhanced those features on this one with those particular things on there. So
sort of 25% new features, and of course all of these extra feet that you're getting with this one. And just, I know that probably know the answer to this, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Should you use Juki feet for Juki machines?
I'm always going to say yes. So it's the case of where if you use Juki feet for Juki machines, and you say, i.e. other manufacturers as well, you can't really go wrong. But there's no such thing as universal. So if a lot of people out there go on the internet and start looking at things, and if someone tries to sell you something as universal, walk away, because it is just not, well, there is just no such thing on the sewing industry on there. So Juki themselves produce 3 different type of feet. They have feet for this range of machines. They've also then got their high range, the semi-commercial ones, which are what they class as a high shank. This is a low shank, 7mm. So even if I look at other manufacturers, and I can chuck out a couple of names out there, well, Elna, obviously we do use Elna here as well. If it's the 7mm horizontal, i.e. zigzag is 7mm and the bobbin sits in horizontal, there's a good chance the feet will be interchangeable. But you can also then go to a 5mm vertical, i.e. zigzag is 5mm, and the bobbin goes in vertical. Those feet, even though they could be the same manufacturer, will not fit a 7mm machine.
The other thing, I
So-
have to say, the other thing, I have used a Janome on an Elna because it was a mistake. The shop had the wrong feet,
Yeah.
and they looked identical. Trying by hand, it worked fine, and then when you went at speed, it hit the foot and it
Yes.
actually caused quite a lot of damage.
That's it, because by hand it
Yeah.
probably cleared by like 1/2 mm and it wasn't
Yeah.
a problem. But obviously, as soon as you start undulating, your foot pivots, which will then your needle will just smash
Yeah.
it. So
So definitely use the right feet for the
Definitely.
job. And with this, we get all these extra feet. Hey!
and again, it all comes, and it's the same as with the bobbins as well. You can look at two bobbins,
Mm.
and to some people, it will look exactly the same. You start using it, and then your machine starts making funny noises, starts bringing up extra threads, and that because it might be slightly concave or the walls are slightly different thickness, it does make a difference. The
Yes.
quality there. So, yeah, same as everything out there. Using the correct and the right equipment will always make life easier. So, without a doubt, there. So, right.
Question
So-
from
yes.
Angela before we move on. This is a quick question. Hi Wendy and Gary, I've just come home, so I've missed the first hour. Is there a way that I can watch it at a later date? And yes, there is. It will be on YouTube in about 2 hours, so you can watch there. We are into single figures with this machine, so do watch it as soon as you can. We appreciate it's a considered purchase. Of course it is. We don't all have that kind of money in our back pocket. But the good thing is you can actually buy it on the split payment. So you can get this amazing machine, which I can promise you, because I work with all sorts of different machines, this is incredible value, fabulous machine. 1,499, but split pays £299.80 times 5. You get the machine when you've paid the first one. And you get all these free feet as well. How many actually were there? Were there 10 or were there more? The free ones? Because you get all the feet that come with the machine.
So 11.
11.
There's 11 plus bobbins.
11 plus
some
bobbins of the
in
extra
there.
feet.
Yeah.
And all these extra feet are the ones that you really have fun playing with.
That's it. And as
You've
I
got
say,
some universal, not universal, some standard like your 1/4 inch, you said, a different 1/4 inch with the guide.
That's it, yeah.
Which I must admit, I prefer that one. But you've also got the fringing foot, the cording foot, the piping, beading foot.
Yes, it allows
and they're
you-
lovely to do decorative things on the surface of fabric.
Yeah. And also because it comes with your twin needle, then obviously having then the different feet to then maximise even more on the creativity by using the twin needle work and that as well. And even when we do go on to twin needle, we can go into the tools and say about it helping you. I can program into the machine and let it know that I am then doing twin needle, and it will then automatically restrict the whips down on the embroidery stitches. So again, less chance of doing any damage, breaking needles. We all know it only takes a stitch to break a twin needle, and once you start going a few of those, it gets expensive on
It
there.
does.
So if
And
you
that is
haven't
fabulous.
realised
So
your setting,
you can choose any decorative stitch you want,
On
and it
there.
won't let you if it can't do it, and
No.
it will reduce the width if it
it
can
will
do
automatically reduce it down when, as a standard, it comes with a 2.5mm twin needle. So that's what it will reduce every stitch down for that automatically. But again, if I'm using 3mm, 4mm, I can then override that still, but you then have to manually do
Yes.
that. So it does give you that safety facility on there, so which is great. But then even just then playing around with the machine, so everything we've been doing so far, obviously we've just been doing straight stitch on everything. And to be fair, apart from doing the buttonholes, and we are just going to keep quickly to the same, is because doing completely from one type of sewing and then moving to a completely different type of sewing, a lot of people then just have to fiddle. So I've just noticed I'm putting that back on auto. That just locks back in because we moved it for
I
the
heard it
invisible
click.
thread. So I'm just clicking that back into auto. So when people then change from creative sewing to utility sewing, freehand embroidery and things like that, they have to fiddle, adjust, etc. that way. With this one, so going straight on to doing things like freehand embroidery, which a lot of people do find a little bit more awkward to set up and certainly to get any motion, especially if you're a beginner as well. But again, with going with the DX series, it makes life easier because the machine is so smooth, and a lot of it is to do with the smoothness of the machine, which gives you confidence. So just taking the arm off and there, lifting it off in the
We've got
front of the machine.
About 4 minutes left on this one.
Oh,
Gary.
right, okay. We've got the lever here, so I'm just going to flick that across, and that will then just drop the teeth out the way, so for free motion embroidery. Put the table back on. So with the free hand embroidery, all the feet usually clip on and off, but this one actually then screws into place. It's a bit more solid because you've got a lot more vibration going in this one, but also because of the height adjustment, it has got that spring adjustment on there as well. So I'm just taking the ankle off and then putting the new foot on.
I love the way you don't have to take that screw right out as well.
That's it. It just
Because again, there are some machines you do.
Oh, and you've got to try and locate it. And you're not just locating the screw, you've got to make sure obviously the hole in the ankle then lined up with the hole in the actual... there we go, in the actual needle bar itself. So now that's on. So what I'm going to do is put the foot down. Obviously, first of all, I'm going to put a bobbin in and just thread it up. So dropping bobbin again, number 1, round, follow it up, number 2, down through, again, cut off tail, number 3, that's that done. Pop the cover back on, like so. And then we just quickly thread the machine. Over, round, down, 3, under, 4, over 4s, behind 5, number 6 and 7. Again, needle threader done. So now we're just ready to set up for freehand embroidery. So we've got a bit of quilting there as we can play around on. So with whatever thickness you're working through, once I put the foot down, then I can adjust. So that's quite tight at the moment. As you can see, it is pulling the fabric a little bit. So using the adjustment on the side of the foot, I can now take the height up, which will now allow me to free move. You can see it's not now puckering or pulling the fabric, so it gives me that perfect clearance. I'm not going to use the foot control when using freehand embroidery, and I am going to set it to about 3/4 speed as well. So a lot of people sort of, when they try and do freehand, by using the foot control, if you speed up, you slow down, as you know, it changes the stitch size as you're moving around. When you're sewing too slow as well, it becomes longer stitches. So keeping to a slightly faster, just press start. The machine itself just glides. So again, you haven't got to fiddle, you haven't got to play with tensions, pressures. Machine itself. So it doesn't matter what type of sewing we say, whether you're utility, tailoring, soft furnishing, coping with awkward fabrics, or even just straight onto things like freehand embroidery, the machine itself, no hassle, no fiddling. And say, when it comes to this, I'm certainly no expert at this. It does, but it is so smooth, so easy. And you say, I am standing behind it as well.
Yes.
And letting the machine just still do its thing.
I was going to make you do what I always make beginners do, and that's spell your name.
I need to come on one of your courses, I really do. Absolutely on that.
You didn't lower the stitch length, you don't have to?
No, because again, once we've dropped the feed dog down on here, it's irrelevant then, because the needle's always going to work at the same space.
So you don't have to worry about it at all?
The feed length will control the actual feed there, but as long as I've got rid of it, then yeah, no, I'll leave that where it is, no adjustments needed at all on that one. So if we look on the top, absolutely fine, which to be fair, it should be, but if we look underneath, so the underneath is exactly mirroring the top. Yeah. So it hasn't pulled the stitches, you've got no loops, it's not dragged at all.
But that's what I'm thinking, you see, because on some machines, if you don't lower the stitch length, you get loops on the back.
And you get loop stitching and things like that. So
that's
again,
really, I just love I love the fact on this machine, it's got lots of things that other machines have, but it's got that little extra. Every time it's got that little extra.
That's it. And it's those little extras which make it a pleasant and sort of, it's nice to you. And also, is that then sets it apart. It's some things you don't need. And for instance, it's the underbed trimmer. Absolutely not needed on a sewing machine whatsoever. What is wrong with a pair of scissors?
No, that's one of the best features.
Exactly it. I always say, as soon as you touch that button, you will never look back. It saves you thread. It doesn't catch at all. You're not pulling threads, so therefore when you're going from quilting or moving from one to the other, you haven't got big lines you've got to then try and snip, or you're going to catch. Obviously, the cost of quality threads is expensive nowadays. You're not picking the underneath bobbin thread up every time, so it's saving you time that way. So that one little button, very, very good.
If you're doing anything like a plique or anything like that, the fact it takes the threads through the back, it means you haven't got to keep on feeding the threads through to the back, neaten them off. It's done it. Well, something for you.
You can get, as we're recognising now with time, I know we've all had a bit more time lately, but we're going to be losing that again shortly. We're all sort of busy rushing around. Where if you've got to get a job done and you say you're then spending the next hour pulling the threads through, tying it all up, either you're not going to finish it off properly, you're just going to leave it, or you are going to spend just a lot of time there doing something very laborious on that. So yeah, so no, by those simple features, It is well thought of. It's stuff we have on our industrial machines we've had for years and years. We know it's used, it's useful. Absolutely. It's something you do every time you sew.
We've got one last question, Gary, before we move on to the air threader overlocker. So this is, it's from Chris. Quick question, what is the throat size of this machine? Thank you.
Yep, hello Chris. It's 8 inches or 20 centimetres on there, but also it is a high rolling C-section. So where this is now, we've had this size arm on the market now for about 15 years ago. This arm, and going back to the question earlier about the F600, it is the same arm as that. Back then, it was classed as a long arm machine. Obviously, things have now got bigger and bigger. It was one of the biggest areas on the market. It is now classed what they call a semi-long arm machine. So, but it does still give you a nice platform, and obviously having the support area as well, which is great. Also, something we put on here as well, it's got triple lighting. So even though you've got the dual lighting, which is the LED lighting, so no heat or anything like that, it's natural white. You've also got it under the arm as well, so for no shadowing. So yeah, having that triple light system on there, which is really nice. So,
and it's LED lighting?
And it's LED lighting.
So that means it doesn't need replacing,
doesn't need replacing on there. It will not heat up at all, so you're not catching or burning fingers or anything like that. And obviously just a much nicer light as well. So yeah, so that way, even though it hasn't got the longest arm, it will give you a very big working surface, working area, sorry, because of the extra height.
I know we've got to move on, but we keep on with this because it's such a fabulous
I know.
One thing we couldn't do in the time we had, it's got an alphabet on it, hasn't it?
Yes, it has indeed, yep.
So you can do monogramming, you can do personalising
personalised names, monogramming. So I know we're pushing it a little bit on time and that. I can just, it take me literally a couple of minutes. Let's put the normal ankle back on there.
So has it just got the one alphabet?
It's got 4 different fonts built into it. So you've got your normal block, which you can again do in uppercase or lowercase. You've got outer block, you've got script, and you've got italic. So it's maximum of 7mm again. So it is more for just name tags, lettering, on that, so rather than actual big monogramming.
Yes, okay.
So if you are then making friends bits, you can always put a tag on there, obviously school labels, care labels, anything like that, absolutely no problems. And it really is as simple, going into the ABC, I can go in and choose the style of lettering I want. So I just go to normal block. This acts like sort of an old-fashioned telephone keypad more than anything. So if I want an S, I then press that 4 times. Which then S will appear, then I can go to E, or if I want to mix and match upper and lower case, I can do, so that's entirely up to me. And I can put up to 70 characters in each memory, and I do have 10 memories as well.
10 memories, and will they stay on the machine when you've turned it off?
They will do, yep, and they will permanently stay there until I go back and change it, delete it, etc. that way. And I don't have to just put lettering, I can mix and match it with lettering and patterning patterns as well. So literally if I just then put in the word sewing, then what I can now do, if I go back to my decorative, there, and then so let's take one of my decorative stitches, so let's for instance, if we put a heart on there, why with sewing, so then 07.
So
now we've just got the word sewing, and then we just put the heart on there. I haven't stored it into the memory or anything like that at the moment, but if I wanted to, I've just got a memory folder button here. I would then just press that, which will then store it into a memory, which I can recall each time if I want to on there. Other than that, I just press start, stop that. The one thing, just the feed dog, put the teeth back up.
Otherwise you'll be sewing all on one spot.
Exactly it. So, I should say it started to do on my S, so I think my S, I should have started that whole thing again really. If you notice, it will speed itself up and slow itself down, so when it's doing more fragile parts of it, it will slow it down automatically.
So I'm thinking if you are doing something for parties, wedding favours, that sort of thing, you could have, you know, the bride and groom's name and date, and maybe a couple of little symbols, as you say, from the stitches.
Yeah.
And then you could stop and come back and do another lot the next day or the next day. You don't have to try and get all all 100 done in one day, or
That's
however
it.
many.
And especially if you obviously change the program so you're doing it a certain size that you want or something like that, instead of writing it or memorising as well. Once it's stored in that memory, no, you can just record it each time. So very simple, sorry, that's when I first started the S bit. I know I should have shown that again, but that was me, not the machine, missed that bit of the S out.
And the little threads in between the letters, you can cut them, can't
Exactly
you?
it, yep. It has tied each individual letter as an individual stitch, so you can just snip off the stitches in between. Absolutely no problems at all, it won't run at all. So it's just very simple, effective lettering on there. So you can't go any bigger than that. That is the maximum, but it does what it says and does it well.
Yes, I think it's lovely. And the fact you've got choices of fonts. So sorry, I keep extending this.
But again, it's just so much more we can show and do on there. We could keep on and on and on.
But we do have the overlocker, the air threading overlocker. But very quickly, we are in single figures for the DX7. We don't know when we might get it back again, because as everybody knows, the sewing machines are like gold dust at the moment. So this is a really lovely machine with that extra set of feet worth over £110, because Gary's slipped in a couple of extras. So if you're interested, do consider this. It is available on split pay, so you can actually choose to have it over 5 payments of a more affordable £299.80, and you do get the machine with the first payment, or when you've paid the first payment. So you haven't got to wait until you can afford the whole thing. Should I say that? If you do have any questions, do send them in. We can still answer the questions. You can email or you can ask on the fans page. A lot of people will be able to answer it because they have Juki machines. So that you can always get some help and advice from other people, which is always useful, I think, to get opinions from people that aren't going to benefit from the sale. So this is the first time we've had this machine, but people might have bought it elsewhere before, so they could give you some advice and tips on there. So we're going to go for a very short break. Check out your baskets if you've got things in the basket, and then join us in just a few minutes when Garry will be back with the Air Threader Overlocker, which is a dream to use. So see you in a few minutes.
Sewing Street have our very own app. You can now watch and shop from anywhere. Simply download the app from your app store onto your smartphone or tablet, then log in or create an account, and you're done. You can watch us live from anywhere, browse all our recently played items and pre-orders so you never miss out on any show deals, and message the studio to say hello at any time. And remember, you can check out as many times as you want and only pay 1 P&P all day.
Missed the live show? Don't worry, we recorded it for you. Never miss out on your favourite presenters, guests and makes ever again. Head on over to our YouTube pages to watch back the day's live show and enjoy your favourite demos over and over again. We also have lots of great content exclusive to our YouTube pages, such as product demonstrations, troubleshooting videos, and so much more. Subscribe and turn on the bell notification so you never miss a show or video ever again.
Hi, my name's Jules Mayouf and I'm really excited to be a guest designer on Sewing Street. Okay, I got into sewing through my grandma. I used to sit and watch her. She was a dressmaker. And I started off making toys, and then I was dressmaking myself, and from then I've done homeware and children's wear and all sorts of different things in between. I would say my top tip is to be kind to yourself. It's only fabric at the end of the day, and if things do go wrong, then you've always got your quick unpick. My claim to fame is that in 2012 I was a VIP driver with the Olympics, and I met some really interesting people who were very nice, and I'm hoping that I'll meet some very interesting and nice people on Sewing Street too.
We know that shopping online can be a confusing and sometimes daunting task, and sometimes all you want to do is talk to a human being. Well, our family-run customer service team are on call 24/7. They're full of friendly, warm-hearted individuals, all trained to make your shopping experience as easy and as enjoyable as possible. And not only will they take your order, they will also help and guide you on your shopping journey, so you never miss out.
If you're a Sewing Street or Yarn Lane customer, no matter how many times you check out in one day, you will only pay one postage and packaging. So don't wait to add the item you want to your basket and check out. You will only pay one P&P even if you check out multiple times in one day.
Are you a fan of Sewing Street and Yarn Lane? Why not join our growing Facebook fans pages? Just search Sewing Street Fans and Yarn Lane TV Fans on Facebook and click Join Group. It's that simple. Never miss out on the latest news and updates from our presenters and guest designers, special offers and plenty of chat with your fellow fans. Share photos of your makes, ask for advice, interact with your favourite guests and presenters and be a part of the ever-growing sewing and yarn community. See you there!
Follow Sewing Street and Yarn Lane on Facebook and Instagram to keep up to date with what's coming up on the show, as well as being the first to know about our amazing offers. Get involved with our competitions that are exclusive to social media. And pick up some top tips from us too.
Hi, welcome back. So Gary's busy setting up this air-thread overlocker. Now you will probably have seen this before. It has been around before. This is absolutely fabulous. Overlockers are a brilliant additional tool for sewing. And you can use them as well as a sewing machine. They're not really instead of. You can do a lot with an overlocker and you can make stretch garments on them, etc. But there'd be a lot of other things that you're going to want to sew. So a sewing machine is a must-have and an overlocker is a wish list. Or for me, a must-have because I absolutely adore them. And this one, the best thing about it, in my opinion, is it is air threading. And Gary's going to show us what that means, but basically means you can thread this really, really easily. No problems with threading the lower looper, which is the one that always puts people off. No problem with changing the thread colour because you want to have a different colour of for your stitching and you sort of think, oh, I don't really want to change it because it's difficult. It's not difficult, there's no problem. And Gary's just told me you can use bulky nylon thread on the lower looper without any problem whatsoever. And that, again, is really good. So we're also going to be giving away as part of our price here 20,000 metres of overlocking thread, because you go through quite a lot of overlocking thread because of the nature of the stitch. But without more ado, the price is $1,295 on split payments. How many split payments does that make it? 5 split payments of $259. So again, you get the machine once you've paid the first payment and then you pay the subsequent payments on top of that as the months go on, so over 5 months. No interest whatsoever, and your P&P is already covered if you bought something, otherwise it's $395. Now, we have just 20 minutes with this machine because we've been waxing lyrical about the DX7, which you can still ask questions about. Still Gary's here. So if you've still got questions about that one, you can ask those. You can also watch the YouTube video of it that we've filmed before later on today. But now, overlocker.
Right. Back with the MO2000, so we've been out, as you rightly said on there, sewing machines at the moment are quite difficult to get hold of, and I know we've had this before, it's finally come back, or we've had a few back into stock again, so we're 20 minutes, well 20 minutes is going to disappear very quickly, so I'm going to shut up and let's get on with it, shall I? Right, well, as you can really appreciate an overlocker, you will never live without an overlocker. You say you don't just have a overlocker, you have it generally with a sewing machine. But when people first get an overlocker, sewing machine 80%, overlocker 20%. After a while, overlocker 80%, sewing machine 20%, is because it won't do straight stitch, it won't put in, do buttonholes, but eventually you can put on zips, you can construct with it, you can do so much more with it. And it's professional, it's quicker, it's easier. So an overlocker should be there to make your life easier and obviously save us a lot of time as well. As we all know, the rumours out there, threading an overlocker, that's a nightmare. Don't want to do that. But with our system, the air threading system makes life so much easier. Two good reasonings for that. One thing, it's a lot quicker. Second of all, you can't actually get it wrong because it's doing it for you. So with overlockers, if you thread it the wrong way or even out of order, it's just going to keep snapping threads. And again, it's one of those things that just puts you off using an overlocker. So ease of use, but also it's then quick and it saves us time, which is very important for a lot of people. So I'm going to open the machine up. As soon as I open any of the flaps, the machine will not work. Safety features on there. Again, we use these in businesses. We've got a lot of them in schools, colleges. So safety is a priority for us as well. And that's the same as with any of them. Open sides, any of the sides are open. As you notice, we can open it completely up as well. Maintenance, very minimal maintenance, just blow the fluff right through, keep it clean again, and change the needles regularly like we would do on our sewing machine. Also, another nice thing which we did mention on the sewing machine side of it as well, when the presser foot's up, the machine itself will not work. So again, you're not going to jam up any systems in there. So we've made the safety again a high priority. So how quick and how easy is it to thread the machine up? So first of all, engaging the threading system is this lever at the front here. So we're just going to lift that up, and then the balance wheel on the side, turn it towards us, and I'm just going to turn it around, and then the machine itself will just lock itself into place. There's no right or wrong for that, it will just lock itself into place. So I'm going to grab the first thread because it's next to me. So around...
So it doesn't matter which order you do this in?
No, I can even thread them both at the same time if I wanted to as well. So again, it does it quick enough one at a time, so to slow it down and show you. But if I wanted to take them both to the threading, press the button, it would thread both of them at the same time. So
wow.
No problems at all there.
How does it know which one to put it through?
Well, because it's not crossing any over, and because we have the two holes here, which will take it in its own direction. So it would just, so there's no mixing of threads at all on there. So round through behind the guide, then in front of the flap, we've got our tweezers, screwdrivers, spare needles, so nice and handy in front of the machine there as well, so we're not looking for them and losing them everywhere else. Then I'm just going to get rid of the hairy end there, and then with that I am just going to take about a centimetre, just over a centimetre, just under ½ an inch, and I'm just going to poke it into the first hole like so. Now what we can do, if we watch here, I'm going to press the air on button literally for a second or so, and if we watch here, there's the thread. So that's your first one. So nice, quick, easy. Now we take the second one. I can find the tail, there we go. And then this bit over the same, behind the guide, through the top tension again. This time it's a blue triangle. So round behind the guide, again put a little bit of a tail. Just get rid of the fluffy bit from the ends, and then we take that. So again, about the centimetre, just under ½ an inch. Poke it into the second hole. Again, colour coded with the blue through. And again, if we watch here now, press the air button again for a couple of seconds. Job done. So that is now your two loopers threaded.
And what's the message on the screen?
At the moment, it's coming. It's just telling me what stitch. So on there, so this is actually to do with the threading. This is to do what stitch is on there. So even though I am threading at the moment, this won't change at all until it's like me turning a page in a book from stitch to stitch. So it gives me the instructions on there. So then what I can do, there we go. So that's your two loopers there. So they're your awkward ones as such. So I'm just going to close the flap. I'm just going to lay them out there over the way. From there, the lever, I'm just going to pop that down, which then deactivate the threading, and then I'm going to put the needles in the highest position. There is a little mark on the side of the wheel. It's going to be very difficult to see. I can turn that in there slightly on here. So we've just got a little black line there, and there is a mark on the wheel. So all I'm going to do is line that up. The reason being it's putting the needles in the highest position, because all needle threaders work with the needles in the highest position. So that's because we do have needle threaders built into it as well. Both left and right needle it will thread. So the top bit again, over, behind the guide, through the tension. This time it's green, colour coded, over, through, down. So nice and simple, through the guide, then it just goes then behind the guide, above the needle, and then your needle threader, which is then this lever here. So we've got this little grey lever underneath, which will then take it from right to left, depending, or left to right, I should say, depending on what needle I'm using. So over to the right, flick the lever and lock it into position. I'm going to take the thread, it hooks onto the needle threader, lever back up, that's your loop. So that's your first needle threaded. So that's it then threaded as a free thread, if I was just to use it as a free thread. Oh, okay. So that's then your right hand needle threaded. So this time I'll take my last thread over the top, again through the guide, through the tension, underneath, over, through the guide, and then this time little pigtail guide above the left needle, and then this time I will get the thread caught, there we go, and then over to your left, lock the lever into position, hook the thread onto the threader, done. So that is your whole overlocker threaded.
That's amazing. So I mean, threading the needles is like threading a sewing machine. It's the same up and over and round. But those loopers are the ones that people have the trouble with, and you've just done those super easy.
And again, standing at the side as well.
Standing at an awkward angle.
You haven't literally got to look or thread a single hole on there, so nice and easy. And then from there, what I'm going to do is put the pressure foot down, so it gives me tension, and then I'm just going to wind it over a few times by hand. This is again with a lot of people, when I do this, they sit back and go, "Oh, you can't do that," because their overlock will automatically take the threads in and jam it up straight away. Yes. So I've locked a few stitches. Now what I'm going to do is all of those tails, which people either try and have to pull out the back, keep safe somewhere, I'm actually just going to get rid of them all as close as possible.
Oh my goodness.
So gone. And then again, like we sort of...
No, I like that little feature as well, having a scrap
nice
caddy.
Big catch tray, that's it. So all your scraps, your bits and pieces all fall in there, so which is nice, obviously saves it falling all over the floor.
Yes.
And then the controls on the machines, we have our stitch length, like your sewing machine, smaller the number close to stitch and vice versa. Average 2.5, I actually prefer 3 personally on there, so I'm just going to put it onto number 3. My differential feed is underneath, so this is for more in using jersey stretch, t-shirting, soft stretch fabrics. So at the moment I'm going to leave that on N. We have got a stitch bite control, which is the lever here, the dial here. I can drop the blade if I want to, remove that completely with the lever here, and we have got a built-in roll hem facility, which is now the lever here. So nice and easy control, it's all there, nothing's hidden underneath. But what an overlocker should do is make life a lot easier, but obviously more professional. And like we'd like to do at Juki, it doesn't matter what piece of fabric I pick up. So this is just a toweling. So obviously toweling is very heavy cotton, it's got the pile on it as well. It's one of those things your sewing machine usually doesn't like. So, well, I keep automatically doing that because it's my industrial way of doing it, bringing the thread round and cutting it off. There is a thread trimmer just at the back as a manual trimmer there as well. So everybody can see on here, so this is a heavyweight toweling on there. So making things like for babies' equipment, nappies, bags, etc., just to overlock something together very quickly out of toweling takes seconds on there. But also it's a lot stronger as well. But giving you that double seam, which is really nice, professional finish, it's nice, it's neat, it's quick, it's easy. So something like that, and then sort of going to the extremes, very lightweight, soft t-shirting. If anybody's tried sewing this, we all know, as soon as you look at it, it basically waves as you're trying to sew it, and that's the nature of what the fabric it does. So I'm just going to put it lengthways to give myself a bit more there. If I start sewing this now, so again, I'm not going to touch or adjust anything at all. And what I will note is the tension is still perfect. So the tension itself, when I'm going for different types of fabrics, I haven't got to adjust, I haven't got to play. But because of the nature of this fabric, and as we all recognise, when you sew this, it naturally stretches it, so it waves it or lettuce edges it. So this is where my differential feed will come in. So all I'm going to do is pop that up to 1.5. It goes up to 2, but I'm going to try it halfway to start off with. Again, you can trial and error this and then sew that through. So then, as I'm now just going to take that and run that back through. So all I do this time, instead of using the manual cutter, which I can do at the side, I just bring the tail back round, back in front of the blade, just for quickness. It's what we do industrially, so it's nice and easy.
I've never seen that before, so I've learnt something there.
Again, sometimes when you pull it onto the cutter, if you don't cut all clean when that one pulls, it gathers all your threads up sometimes, doesn't it? Which is annoying. So it stops that from happening as well, which is nice. So as we first started to sew, before I put the differential feed in, we can see if that's, you can see if that's waved on there. You can,
yeah,
you
it's
can
got a
see
little bit, isn't
that's it. So that is starting to flute the edges as such to say. But as soon as I put the differential feed on from this point here, as we can see, it's now come out as a perfect straight seam.
Yes.
So that is what your differential feed, and fair, obviously most overlockers do have
yes,
that.
Yeah.
But what it has done for you is looked after the tension. So from one to the other, I haven't played with that at all. So heavyweight toweling, very lightweight soft t-shirting, straight on, fleeces, something like this. Again, fleece doesn't fray, but if you look at a manufactured garment out of fleece or something like this, generally a sewing machine wouldn't touch it at all. It'd be completely constructed on an overlocker or a cover stitch machine. And you can buy patterns now which cater just for overlockers. So it takes away all the seam allowances, etc. that way. And a lot of like fleece top snaps, they're great for starting on those patterns, absolutely brilliant. So again,
also, you get such a lovely finish. It's a very professional looking finish on the inside of a garment. So if you are using your sewing machine to construct, but you use this to finish your seams, you'll just get a really professional looking finish.
the nice thing about that being that professional finish for construction, it makes your work professional, but also it's a lot stronger as well. So it will last a lot longer. So again, if we can see then, oops, move it back to there. So we've gone, say, there to the soft t-shirting, to the fleece, absolutely perfect. Again, tension's absolutely spot on. Again, we can even go to the extremes. Crystal organza, again, very light, very slippery. This is, we're obviously using a 4-thread at the moment, is all I've done. So this is more for constructing, so it's giving you 2 rows of stitching, so it's a lot stronger. So I'm just going to take that through.
So it's 2 rows of stitching as well as the over the edge.
That's it. So you've got 2 rows, 2 needles, gives you 2 rows of stitching, which gives you the reinforced seam, but then you've got your 2 extras, which then form the overlocking stitch itself on the edge. So again, then go into a really very fine, lightweight, slippery moves, opening it up inside as well. There's no puckering on the seam. It's giving you that perfect finish on there.
And you haven't altered the tensions at all.
And again, just all I've done is I've adjusted the differential feed to 1.5 for the stretch t-shirting, and I've gone back to N for normal for everything else on there. So yeah, really, that's what an overlocker should. It should make life easier. It shouldn't be frustrating. And the frustrating parts, number 1 is the threading, and then number 2 is having to adjust and fiddle from fabric to fabric on there. Absolutely. And because of that, you're more likely not to get most out of it. Therefore, it's harder to justify one. But what we can do on here as well, so at the moment, I know, so I'm talking a bit fast, so I realise we've only got about 5 minutes left, haven't we? So what I'm going to do is just cut the left-hand thread and then remove the left-hand needle.
So you can do a rolled hem.
And then I'm going to do the roll hem, exactly it.
Love a rolled hem.
So, and that is the thing, it's that really nice, neat finish. But if it goes wrong, it just chews your fabric up. So just closer to me. The flat-sided domestic needles, same as any sewing machine. So
you're using the same machine?
Exactly the same needles. I use size 80 on everything. To be fair, my tutors actually generally use size 90, but never use ballpoint, never use stretch, anything like that. And we do know there's some manufacturers out there that have to use a special type of needle.
You do?
This one's not. It's a standard flat-sided 705 needle. So absolutely brilliant. Notice a little trick out there which I can point out now I've done it. Notice when I turn it into 3-thread, I've cut the thread here and I've left the thread through. It's because now I've loosened the needle. When the needle just drops out, the needle doesn't just drop into the machine because it's still attached to that piece of thread. So from there, now what I can do is cut that and then just pull that. So it's just a little
safety thing, really.
Safety feature to save you dropping your needle down into the machine. So now that's turned to 3-thread. The lever for my roll hem is here, so I'm going to flick that forwards to turn it into the roll hem. This time I am going to put the stitch length down to more nearer 1, which will give me more of a satin stitch edge on there. So again, mainly used on that finer fabrics, the real shears. I am just going to put that through. This is without touching, no tensions or anything, and will just give me that run through. And again, it just gives me a fantastic roll hem finish.
That is so
really
gorgeous.
neat.
And you haven't
Absolutely
adjusted the stitch finger. Because sometimes you have to release it to do the rolled hem and then
That's
put it back again.
Yep. And now
none of that.
Literally, again, no fiddling around. It just
I am sold.
all
this
of
is
this,
fabulous.
it would just literally from one to the other. And the nice thing about it is, you say, I do love my engineering on my sewing machines, because nothing better than a tool that just does the job, and you don't have to fiddle. And
can I know we haven't got much time, but can I ask you to put the bulky nylon on?
Indeed.
Because that, again, is one that people struggle with, but it's really nice if you're working on something that you want soft against your skin. So you put the bulky line on the lower looper.
So what I'm actually going to do with the bulky nylon, I'm just unthreading it because I'm going to turn it to a 2-thread.
Okay.
So with a 2-thread, it's a much lighter stitch. So you say against the skin, i.e. for lingerie, things like that, it's just a nicer finish. But also, if I want to use it, because it stands out quite nicely if I do the stitch on here, as an edging stitch or something like that, it does give a very nice coverage as well. So what I've done, I've just de-threaded it, and to turn the overlocker to a 2-thread, so I've got the left-hand needle taken out already for the roll hem, and this little lever here, I'm just going to flick that forward. And what that's doing, it's blanking that looper out. So now all I have to do is thread 1 looper and 1 needle. So using the bulk thread, so a really nice high bulk thread there, I'm not going to change the way I thread it.
3 minutes, by the way.
Sorry?
3 minutes.
3 minutes, right, okay. Down through exactly the same there. Being a bulk thread, all I'm going to do is take a slightly longer tail because it's been a bit heavier to take through. If I just turn a little bit closer to myself because we're running out of time, then again, oops, made myself jump there. I'm rushing. There we go, just pop that in.
Have you already engaged the...
In there. Thank you very much. I engaged the thread and turn it over. I haven't, I'm sort of trying to rush. So with the bulk thread, so even though it says a heavier thread, all I'm doing is giving myself an extra tail, and then it's sort of just taking the weight off of it really, and make sure I get the tail in. It's going to be all the way, we run out of time, and then this is the bit what, so poke that in. Like so.
We've got 2 minutes
there we
on
go.
this
So
show.
that just
So
takes it straight
oh,
through
you've done
like
it. It's
so.
gone through.
Yep.
Look at that, beautiful.
And then I'm just
because I know, how, you know, using air threaders, I know that can be difficult on some models. So that is really good that you can do that. So just to remind you, this is £1,295 for this, but you can get it on split payments of 259 times 5. Get the machine after the first payment, and it comes directly from the manufacturers, from Juki. Juki are in Essex, so it's from this country, and their customer helpline is in this country too, which makes it really useful. You can also get the sewing machine. We've got a few left. So anybody that's already got it, congratulations. We have a few left of that, $1,499 with the extra package of all those lovely feet. So Gary's just doing this threading so he can just show us his last stitch in the last few seconds of the show.
dying seconds.
And then I'll very quickly do the menu. So whilst you're doing that, Gary, I'm going to say thank you very much. It's been absolutely fabulous.
And keep going,
but I'm just going to say that now so we can get it in. It's been wonderful, and I do actually think they're really fabulous. I am actually back tomorrow. We have Take a Walk on the Wild Side. Oh, we've got some amazing animal prints. I was unpacking them earlier. Cross stitch with Jane Greenoff, who is wonderful. She is the queen of cross stitch. Bag making fabric bundles, and then cross stitch again with Jane Greenoff. And then for Yarn Lane, we go over to Yarn Lane at 12, and we have native lighting with Claire Donnelly. Some really fabulous lighting. It's absolutely fabulous. Okay, we'll quickly look at what you've just done with the bulky nylon.
So the bulky nylon, I'll turn it to that way. So then we've got a much heavy, so that's now just with 2 threads. So I've taken 2 threads out, and you can see how heavy and the coverage.
It's heavy and soft
Absolutely.
against the
and
skin,
then
on
full
baby
elasticity
skin
and
things.
stretch with it as well. So very soft, very decorative, very stretchy. That's
Brilliant.
2 thread as well. Voila.
Thank you. That was it. So we are there on time. So thank you for watching. You can see all this on YouTube later if you want to. Any questions on Facebook fan page, and everybody's very helpful. And I will see you tomorrow.